Councilmember Holman, Councilmember Niss, Vice Mayor Scharf, Councilmember Schmidt, Councilmember Wolbach, 7 present.
Thank you. And our first item is a special order of the day, which is appointment of 2 candidates to the Human Relations Commission and 2 candidates to the Library Advisory Commission, and then 3 candidates to the Utilities Advisory Commission for terms ending May 31st, 2019, as well as 1 candidate for the Utilities Advisory Commission for 1 unexpired term ending May 31st, 2017. And would the clerk share with the council on the final one, the Utilities Advisory Commission, how the voting process works for the 1 single-year term versus the 3 years?
So what you'd be voting on first is the 3 full term that will be expiring the end of this month. After that is completed, then we'll do a final vote for the unexpired term on the UAC.
Thank you. So we'll go ahead and do the first round of voting. And while the clerk is tabulating that, we can go ahead and begin agenda changes, additions, and deletions. We had initially scheduled a study session on sea level rise. This item has been continued to Tuesday, May 31st of this year. And we have no other agenda changes, so we can now go on to city manager comments. Mr. Keene.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. I wanted to share with the council and, in fact, actually more importantly with our community and the public. Next week on your agenda, you have a study session, which is a pre-screening related to a project at the address 550 Hamilton. And I thought it would be, you've been getting a lot of emails in relation to that project. Did just want to clarify the purpose for pre-screenings in general, because I think that there might be confusion in our community about the process itself and actually its purpose. So pre-screenings before the City Council are scheduled at the request of the developer and applicant, and not because city staff or the council have expressed a desire to pursue the proposal at any given site. The city's municipal code allows a developer or property owner to request initial feedback from council members on legislative changes, in other words, zoning changes potentially, on land use or other major projects. The intent of the pre-screening session is to allow council members and members of the public to offer comments in a format similar to that of a study session. No formal action is taken, and based on the testimony, the applicant gets a sense as to how their proposal may be received by the community and the city, and whether it is worth pursuing or if modifications are necessary. So there is not really a discretion that is exercised by the city on these proposals as it relates to them coming forward, and I think that's important to clarify. On the subject of the Professorville design guidelines, on May 2nd, the planning staff posted a public review draft of the Professorville design guidelines on the city's website for review and comment. We also mailed postcard notices inviting all Professorville property owners and residents to review the draft guidelines and provide comments over a 2-month time frame. Planning staff will provide information, answer questions, and receive feedback at a public meeting tentatively planned for May 26th, and Historic Resources Board meetings on June 9th and July 14th. The staff is targeting September for council review and adoption of the Professorville Historic Design Guidelines. The draft guidelines, project schedule, and other information can be found on the Professorville Design Guidelines webpage on the city's website, cityofpaloalto.org/gov/departments, and then you can find your way to it from there. Did you want me to continue, Mr. Mayor? Are you ready to?
Clerk, need a little more time?
We have two of them back, and then we can finish while he finishes.
Okay,
If you'd like.
I'll keep talking then. I was going to read from the phone book for, no, just kidding, excuse me. VTA Transit Service Changes. VTA will be hosting a community meeting in Palo Alto next Wednesday, May 18th at Rinconada Library to discuss their Next Network initiative. VTA, or the Valley Transportation Authority, has engaged a consultant to review existing routes and make recommendations for future routing and scheduling, resulting in the development of 3 concept maps for public review and comment. 2 of the concepts proposed would significantly reduce VTA bus service in Palo Alto, including one concept that will eliminate all routes except for the 22 and 522 buses along El Camino Real. This meeting will provide an important opportunity for our community to review their proposed concepts and provide very necessary local feedback. More information is available on VTA's website, vta.org/nextnetwork. Just a reminder, and appropriate for tonight's council meeting, this Thursday, May 12th, is the 22nd Annual Bay Area Bike to Work Day, and the City of Palo Alto will be participating again, and we hope to see many of you out there riding your bike to work and school. We've been part of this green commute program for 17 years and are hosting 4 volunteer stations at the locations we have been staffing for years, at key commute locations including the Alma Bike Bridge on the north end of town, the Wilkie Way Bike Bridge on the south end of town, downtown on Bryant Street right outside of here at City Hall, and at the busiest station, California Avenue, near the Caltrain station. The Cal Avenue is a busy spot, but volunteers are needed at all stations. To help, email Jeffrey, Jeffrey, Heckathorn, Heckkathorn, at thecityofpaloalto.org. And folks who have never made the trek, along with the mayor and council members and myself, for example, people can stop at the Bike to Work Energizer stations, get a snack and coffee, pick up a canvas bag, and get details on biking to work. The 94th Annual Mayfet Children's Parade was held last Saturday. It was a big success with this theme this year of healthy habits. There were 62 parade entries from local schools, clubs, and organizations, and participants were encouraged to express what they do to keep happy and healthy. The students of Escondido Elementary School and the Green Team volunteers created an award-winning bicycle-powered float using unrecyclable food packaging from school lunches to display the impact of how much landfill material is used. And although rain was forecast for the entire day, not a single drop could have kept the kids from participating on that fun-filled day. And then I have, thank you, Roger, some slides to show related to our public art program, in case you've been downtown this week. Our Public Art Program, in cooperation with Public Works and the Downtown Business and Professional Improvement Association, installed 5 creative seating elements along University Avenue. Last week, the sleek and colorful benches by Walnut Creek artist Colin Selig were created from upcycled propane tanks. The pieces will be on loan to the city for 1 year, and members of the public are encouraged to let the Public Art Program know what they think of the pilot project and if they would like to see more functional creative artworks in Palo Alto. There'll be a brief celebration with the artists hosted by the Keen Garage, that's the shoe store, May 26th at 5 p.m. And then lastly, I don't know if I've got a slide from the Children's Theater 2015 to 2016 main stage season comes to a close with James and the Giant Peach running for 11 performances May 12th through 22nd, featuring 26 local youth cast members. The final production of the 2015-16 Playhouse series, in which high school teens perform fairy tales for young audiences on the Magic Castle stage, ends with its final production of the year. We will have reached more than 4,700 audience members over the 9 productions. And the Teen Arts Council's final open mic night will be Friday, May 27th at 7:30 p.m. at the Palo Alto Children's Theater. That's all I have to report.
Thank you. And does the clerk have results from the voting?
Yes, I do. For the Human Relations Commission, Councilmember Berman voting for Jill Onan and Greer Stone. Mayor Burt voting for Jill Onan and Greer Stone. Councilmember Du Bois voting for Jill Onan and Greer Stone. Councilmember Filseth voting for Jill Onan and Greer Stone. Councilmember Holman voting for Jill Onan and Greer Stone. Councilmember Niss voting for Jill Onan and Greer Stone. Vice Mayor Scharf voting for Jill Onan and Greer Stone. Councilmember Schmidt voting for Jill Onan and Greer Stone. Councilmember Wolbach also voting for Jill Onan and Greer Stone. Both Jill Onan and Greer Stone have been elected to the Human Relations Commission. For the Library Advisory Commission, Councilmember Berman voting for Sheena Chin and Bob Moss. Mayor Burt voting for Sheena Chin and Bob Moss. Councilmember Du Bois voting for Sheena Chin and Bob Moss. Councilmember Filseth voting for Sheena Chin and Bob Moss. Councilmember Holman voting for Sheena Chin and Bob Moss. Councilmember Niss voting for Sheena Chin and Bob Moss. Vice Mayor Scharf voting for Sheena Chin and Bob Moss. Councilmember Schmidt voting for Sheena Chin and Bob Moss. Councilmember Wolbach voting for Sheena Chin and Natasha Kachenko. Sheena Chin and Bob Moss have been elected to the Library Advisory Commission. For the 3 terms on the Utilities Advisory Commission, we have Councilmember Berman voting for A.C. Johnston, Judith Schwartz, and Terry Trumbull. Mayor Burt voting for A.C. Johnston, Judith Schwartz, and Terry Trumbull. Councilmember Du Bois voting for A.C. Johnston, William Ross, and Terry Trumbull. Councilmember Filseth voting for Lisa Forsell, A.C. Johnston, and William Ross. Councilmember Holman voting for A.C. Johnston, William Ross, and Judith Schwartz. Councilmember Niss voting for A.C. Johnston, Judith Schwartz, and Terry Trumbull. Vice Mayor Scharf voting for A.C. Johnston, Judith Schwartz, and Terry Trumbull. Councilmember Schmidt voting for A.C. Johnston, William Ross, and Terry Trumbull. Councilmember Wolbach voting for Lisa Forsell, A.C. Johnston, and Judith Schwartz. A.C. Johnston with 9 votes, Judith Schwartz with 6 votes, and Terry Trumbull with 6 votes were all elected to the full-term UAC positions.
All right, and so we will now vote for the 1-year term for the Utilities Advisory Commission. And While we do that, we will go forward with oral communications, and we have 10 speaker cards, so each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes each to speak. Our first speaker is Lynn Krug, to be followed by Hamilton Hitchings. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Burt and City Council members. I'll try and make this my 2 minutes quick. I'd like to say thank you to Ed Chicata and Rumi Portillo, who've taken over labor management, and that means they're working with myself as chapter chair of SEIU employees for the city of Palo Alto. We're grateful for being able to work with them for positive issues and working forward with the city. The reason I'm here tonight is because, unfortunately, I didn't find this out until I saw the budget a week ago Friday. There's a position in there that Utilities is promoting that is a heavy equipment operator, installer repairer assistant, to be converted to heavy equipment operator, installer, repairer. I've worked in construction 22 years now, and I've worked in heavy and highway 90% of that time. Combining a heavy equipment operator with a pipe fitter installer is, although it might sound fine if you don't work in the field, these two jobs have distinct communication and duties for safety reasons. So I'm here tonight to ask you to pull this budget item under Utilities Budget Adjustment, item 3, from the budget. It is not a matter of scheduling and employee shortage. We have 7 equipment operators, 20 installer repairer assistant, installer repairer lead, and repairer lead total. One of the issues is whether or not they share a calendar. The heavy equipment operators, of which there are 7, share 4 supervisors. Those supervisors, were they merely to share a calendar, would take care of any employee assignments. And this primarily is a safety issue. When it comes down to it, the reason I'm here is because I strongly and firmly believe combining these 2 job descriptions, one of a heavy equipment operator who operates equipment that can kill somebody. I've witnessed someone get hit with the heavy equipment on a loader before. It's not safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Hamilton Hitchings, to be followed by John Gleason.
Good evening. First, I wanted to thank you for passing 80-30 and taking leadership in climate reduction. I'm very excited about that and about your action. But the reason I'm here tonight is to talk about the crossing guards. I just saw a local television broadcast on May 3rd about the lack of attendance of traffic guards at night, and also read an article in the Palo Alto Weekly. So that's why I'm here. I want to encourage the city council and the city staff to prioritize enforcing the contract with Cypress. The Cypress employees are often not at their stations at night, and that poses a risk to our teenagers. Studies have shown a lot of suicides are impulsive and not premeditated. So I really appreciate the city doing the program and allocating significant budget, including a good salary of $22 an hour. But I want to request that they start to enforce the contract, consider withholding payments temporarily, and not paying for delivery of services, so that we can have a good implementation for that program. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. 2 minutes. Our next speaker is John Gleason, to be followed by Andrea Lichter.
Good evening, Council. My name is John Gislin. I live at 225 Middlefield Road, and if you've been reading your email, you know what I'm here to talk about. Middlefield Road, from University to the Menlo Park border, is 4 continuous blocks of driver mayhem. We have a history of having serious accidents and dangerous conditions, speeding, congestion, et cetera, on Middlefield, and we've been working with the city. I've been doing it for 2.5 years, other residents for more than 10 years, and we've yet to achieve anything that makes a difference. So tonight or tomorrow morning, we're going to present to the city a petition signed by the residents of Middlefield North, and I'll read the brief petition to you. The residents of Middlefield North hereby request the City of Palo Alto implement a pilot road diet on Middlefield Road from University Avenue to the Menlo Park border in order to reduce the number of accidents, increase safety for pedestrians and bicyclists, increase traffic compliance with the speed limit, improve traffic flow, improve safety of access to our driveways, and improve quality of life for residents. To date, 4 council members have engaged with us working on these issues, but no one more than Councilmember Niss, and I wish to thank her for her guidance and support. You're now going to hear from a group of other residents of Middlefield who talk about their personal experiences on this residential street. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrea Lichter.
Good evening. I've made Palo Alto my home for 35 years, and 30 of those years have been on Middlefield Road. So you can imagine I've seen the evolution of traffic. In fact, when I first moved into on Middlefield Road, you could actually park on Middlefield Road, and you were actually able to bike on the sidewalks. There were signs permitting bike riders on the sidewalk. Well, it's changed drastically, and it's very, very dangerous. And I'm in my home every night, and I hear near crashes, and I'm just like, I just cringe. I get so concerned and so upset waiting to hear the impact. And quite often there is an impact. And in fact, several years ago, there was a young man driving north on Middlefield. I live 2 houses off the corner of Middlefield and Hawthorne. And this young man was driving an SUV, and he was speeding, and he literally pulled down our fence, drove up my front yard, took out all the shrubbery, and I'm just so thankful that my husband wasn't out there gardening, which he regularly does. A couple of years ago, there was another accident on that corner of Middlefield and Hawthorne, again, coming from Willow, where the cars speed, but this time, this young man wasn't very lucky, and he actually was killed as he hit a tree at the corner of Middlefield and Hawthorne. And that was a terrible experience for all of us in the neighborhood. Even the other day, there were 2 cars vying for a space right in front of my house, and there was an accident. It wasn't reported, as many of the accidents are not reported, but right in front of my house, 2 people got out of their cars, and one was a taxi, and the other was a regular car, and they were going at it for a while, but no police were called. And that's what happens. A lot of accidents happen. I'm really concerned, and I'm hoping that you hear us this evening and could come up with, consider our pilot. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Niraj Pense. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Neeraj Pense. I'm on 300 block of Middlefield Road, and I'm a father of 2 preschoolers. My neighbors and I are here in support of John's petition, and I just wanted to talk about 2 things. Number one, there's a lot of buses and trucks that use Middlefield Road, and they actually don't fit in our lanes because the lanes are too narrow. There are left turns from, second issue, there's left turns from Lytton, actually 2 lanes, but the lanes are so narrow that 2 cars at a time can't actually turn together. If they try, they either honk at each other because they get too close to each other, or worse. And I hear those honks every day because I'm very close to that intersection. So there is safety, there is the transportation capacity, and then there's our quality of life who live there and can get out of our driveways. Right now, I think we're way prioritizing the transportation capacity and completely ignoring safety, as you have seen from the accidents, and completely ignoring our quality of life. So I urge you to consider the proposal of a road diet pilot, and would love to help you and would love to engage with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Eden, to be followed by Preeti Dusani. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, just to reiterate some of the things from our neighbors. I live at 201 Middlefield, so I'm directly across from Andrea, about a block from Niraj, and 2 doors down from John, who's been leading our effort here. And this is just reciting a letter that we sent to Mayor Holman. My wife sent this to Mayor Holman last December, and I just wanted to kind of go through this again. So the letter said, "Dear Mayor Holman, our stretch of Middlefield Road continues to worsen to the point of our family considering selling our home to move to a safer street. Due to the low inventory of homes in Palo Alto, we would probably have to buy elsewhere. It's distressing this seems to be our only solution. When we purchased our home 13 years ago, the traffic was nowhere near as terrible, unbearable, in fact, as it is today. Now, after 3 p.m., we are reluctant to leave our home. We close our windows to reduce the smell and ingestion of exhaust fumes. We advise friends and relatives not to visit during certain times. We cannot allow our daughter to play outside. This is not good quality of life. I realize the city has made attempts to reduce some of the Middlefield traffic issues, but they simply are not working. As our neighbors have previously requested, the configuration of Middlefield Road needs to be changed from 4 lanes to 2. Why is a 2-lane configuration feasible for University Avenue and Middlefield south of Channing? Is the safety of those residents more important than ours? We are now begging you for a solution. Please help. Thank you.
Thank you. Preeti Dusani to be followed by Jacob Whiting.
Good evening, council members. This is my first time here. I've been living on the Middlefield Road, 128 Middlefield Road for the last 8 years. This is my daughter, Abigail. I'm here supporting the petition to improve the traffic around the Middlefield area. I've been in this area for a very long time and noticing gradually the traffic has been, I would say, negatively impacting families. I would say young families like mine. My daughter Abigail, I just can't see her biking or staying closer to the traffic in front of our front yard because there's just so many cars passing by. For me, backing up, in and out, oh my God, it's just a chaotic. I have to really time myself. Okay, 9 o'clock, I should go in and out quickly. If I miss that time frame, I'll be sitting in my driveway for a long time. Pollution is another concern I have. I've noticed with the 3 lanes, sometimes they're blocked end to end. It takes at least 5 minutes for cars to go back and forth. I literally have to tell my daughter, close all the windows. It's gonna be all smoky inside the house because we're so close to the streets. And lastly, I've myself personally witnessed a casualty right in front of my home where there was a lady trying to go on Palo Alto Avenue and a guy on Middlefield just struck head on, and there was a fire, and it was nerve-wracking for me. So thank you again for listening to us, and we love the community, we love Palo Alto, and hopefully you can help us. Thank you.
Thank you. Jacob Whiting to be followed by Walt Hayes.
Thank you for hearing us tonight. That part of Middlefield, and specifically where it intersects with Palo Alto Avenue, it's a dangerous intersection, and it's one that I think doesn't get on the radar because the number of near misses and near accidents, I believe, is incredibly high compared to the number of full-out accidents, which is also high. As one of my neighbors explained earlier, when 2 cars are trying to turn at the same time, side by side, there's oftentimes a collision of the inside car with the curb on Middlefield Road. In front of the addresses 136 Middlefield Road, which is my address, and also 142 Middlefield Road. As testament to this, you can often find hubcaps and car parts in the couple addresses that follow that corner. I see about at least 1 hubcap per month there that's from a car hitting the curb, trying to avoid the other cars and breaking off. I've spoken with the transportation department. They say that the lane meets the minimum width, but they say it's far from ideal. They say it's just minimum. Certainly, I would never recommend anyone to bicycle on the street as we're supposed to do these days. I've lived in Palo Alto for 30 years and at that address for 16 years, and I've encountered few intersections and streets that are as bad as that particular section. And I'd like to encourage you to consider this pilot program that we want to do, which is we want to test out what would happen if we reduced the lanes down to 2 lanes. Thank you.
Thank you. Walt Hayes, to be followed by Lin Zhang. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm here just to give a brief explanation about item 6 on your agenda. Georgetown University is administering a program that will give a $5 million prize to the city that saves the most energy over a 2-year period and does so in an innovative way. The segments that are being measured to achieve the prize are city government, residences, and schools. And since schools are going to be playing a major role in winning the prize, if it is won, the student green teams and the staff, which they are doing, the Sustainable Schools Committee, which I chair, recommended that the utility staff recommend to you that if you win, a portion of the prize be shared with the district. And I see they've done that, and I hope you will do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Lin Zhang, to be followed by C. Reddy.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Lin Jiang, and I live on the 600 block of Webster. I like to express my strong objection to the massive construction project proposed for 550 Hamilton. My family moved here 9 years ago, only 3 blocks away from Addison Elementary and 1 block from the vibrant downtown. This location seemed ideal for us to raise a family. Our daughters are 8 and 11 months old. Over the years, we've witnessed a drastic transformation of more and more dense office buildings adjacent to our neighborhood of residential housing. A quick scan of the Palo Alto development map today reveals some 20 office buildings currently in construction, 20 new tube buildings. We say enough office development already. My neighborhood is residential with mostly 1-story single-family homes and 2-story multifamily homes. The idea of 2 massive, tall, intrusive glass buildings right across the street with no setback from all the residential homes is truly outrageous. The existing building on 550 Hamilton serves the community well. The parking lot serves as a buffer from office buildings for residential homes with many mature trees. This proposal intends to build out the entire lot, in the process removing many trees, including 4 large mature sequoia redwoods. The density, traffic congestion, and noise will increase significantly. The proposal also presents some serious daylight plane encroachment issues and intolerable privacy issues for the abutting neighbors on Webster Street. It is a blatant disregard of careful planning transitioning from downtown commercial into residential neighborhood. We ask that you oppose this intrusive and massive project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our final speaker is C. Reddy.
Good evening, Mayor, and the citizens of Palo Alto and the communities. So I'm not going to take time to campaign on things, but I have things that I want to talk about as you get the absentee ballots in the mail. This is happening this week. I wanted to really think through to see why do we need $1 million, up to $1 million of people's money to find 2 representatives to represent us. Think hard, why is there a revolution here? Why is Donald Trump getting a lot of attention? We don't need that money. I think you could give that money to schools, people that are in need. You don't need to give it to campaign committees, and then they turn around and give it to the advertisement and put billboards and all that. Please consider that. We don't need that. You're well-educated. You have a lot of courage to decide who you want. Let it be someone that you really know. But you don't need that, waste that money. You don't need to solicit that money. You don't need so what I'm afraid is that you need to do favors when you get back to Sacramento. The second thing I want to talk about is I am again saying that if you are running for something, you should go for that position and give up other things. So there are council members here, council members in Mountain View, council members in other parts of the town. I request them to resign where they are today, then go for the June 7 primary so they can decide the people who want to go to the next step. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our oral communications. And for those members of the public who are not familiar, that the council is not allowed to comment on items that are not on the agenda. And our next item is approval of minutes from April 25th, 2016. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
Okay. Please vote on the board. That passes unanimously. And our next item is the consent calendar. Sorry? Oh, yeah. Go ahead, the clerk can announce the vote for the fourth position on the Utilities Advisory Commission.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. We have Councilmember Berman voting for Lisa Forcell. Mayor Burt voting for Lisa Forcell. Councilmember Du Bois voting for William Ross. Councilmember Filseth voting for William Ross. Councilmember Holman voting for William Ross. Councilmember Niss voting for Lisa Forcell. Vice Mayor Scharf voting for Lisa Forcell. Councilmember Schmidt voting for William Ross. And Councilmember Wolbach voting for Lisa Forcell. Lisa Forcell with 5 votes has been appointed to the unexpired term that ends 5/31/2017 on the Utilities Advisory Commission.
Thank you, and congratulations to all the candidates, and thank you to all the candidates who applied for the positions and went through the interview process. So we now have the consent calendar, and we have one speaker, Bob Winslow, who would like to speak on item number 5. Welcome.
Thank you, council members. I'm here as a board member of the Neighbors Abroad organization, and I'm joined by Barbara and Joe Evans, who are the presidents of Neighbors Abroad, and basically wanted to speak in support of an item on the consent calendar to share or donate an ambulance to our sister city, Oaxaca, Mexico. The timing of the donation will coincide with probably the 30th or 40 years. Everything in Neighbors Abroad is 40 years and going. So in this case, we're going to be sending a great group of young students to Oaxaca to learn and practice Spanish and bring back a group of students from Oaxaca to equally live in our community. And one of the events that we're hoping this will coincide with is an ambulance showing up from Palo Alto to be celebrated in Oaxaca and basically save lives in Oaxaca. So it's a great story of an older equipment that by state law is obligated to be retired, but lives probably another 25 years of service. And there's actually a potential that it might even serve Palo Altans down there if something, you have some bad mezcal. So anyhow, thank you very much for considering it. It's a delight to be able to be part of the project, and I hope you see us again someday when we have another surplus vehicle that we can share with that community. Bye now.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Wolbach, second by Councilmember Niss. Please vote on the board. And that passes unanimously on a 9-0 vote. So we will now move on to item number 9. This item is approval of the concept plan for bicycle and pedestrian improvements along Amarilla Avenue, Bryant Street, East Meadow Drive, Montrose Avenue, Merino Avenue, Lewis Road, Palo Alto Avenue, and Ross Road. This item is continued from April 18, 2016. It also includes approval of professional services with Alto Planning and Design in the amount of $824,000 for preparation of plans, specifications, and estimates for the Amarillo Marino Avenue, Bryant Street, Update, Lewis Road, Montrose Avenue, Ross Road Bicycle Boulevard projects, and approval of professional services contract with Fair and Piers for $544,000 for preparations of plans, specifications, and estimates for the Bryant Street Extension, Maybell Avenue, and Park Boulevard, Wilkie Way Bicycle Boulevard projects. This project is exempt from California Environmental Quality Act. Welcome, Mr. Mello.
Greetings, Mayor, members of Council. I'm Josh Mello, the city's Chief Transportation Official. I'm joined by Hugh Louch, our consultant on these projects with Alta Planning and Design. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. City Attorney Molly Stump. Just to alert the public and the council to the order of the item tonight, we do have one council member who has a real property interest very close to the Bryant Street Bicycle Boulevard. That's Councilmember Tom Du Bois. And as a result, Mr. Du Bois will not be participating in the Bryant Street item. That item is segregable under the rules that are provided by the California Fair Political Practices Commission. So we'll follow that practice tonight to both provide for the recusal but allow participation to the maximum amount allowed by law. So the staff has divided the presentation into an initial general description of the Bicycle Boulevard program generally, and it's my understanding that the mayor will allow some council questions at that general level. Then when it comes to the specific Bicycle Boulevard plans, the council will take the Bryant Street plan and the associated contract first. Councilmember Du Bois will not participate. He will recuse himself. And then once that item is resolved by council, then council will move to the South Palo Alto boulevards and the contract associated with that, with Councilmember Du Bois rejoining the council. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to give a brief overview of the Bike Pedestrian Transportation Plan program, talk a little bit about the progress that we've made over the last couple years, and then give you a little bit of overview of some of the treatments and things that you'll see in the concept plans that are attached to the staff report. So as you know, back in 2012, the City of Palo Alto adopted the Bicycle and Pedestrian Transportation Plan. This includes a network of bicycle boulevards, enhanced bikeways, and shared use paths across the entire city. It's intended as an ultimate build out, an illustration of what the ultimate build out of the city's bike network would be. There's really no timeline associated with the build out of this network, and it would be fairly expensive to construct the entire network at once. So in 2014, funding was allocated about $1.2 million per year in the capital improvement program by council, and staff selected several corridors to begin the concept planning process for. And these corridors are shown on the map on this slide. And, they were first, they were identified from the Bike and Pedestrian Transportation Plan, and they followed a very logical planning process starting in 2014. Staff started by kicking off the planning process with bike-alongs through the community. There was an online mapping exercise where folks could identify different constraints and opportunities along these corridors and challenges. And then there's been a series of public meetings that combined different variations of the corridors, moved around different meeting locations throughout the city, and were held at different seasons and different months of the year, both in 2014 and 2015. Recent accomplishments over the last 2 years. We have presented several concept plans for your approval. Those include the Churchill Avenue Phase 1 concept plan, the Charleston Road Arastradero Complete Street concept plan, as well as Park Boulevard, Wilkie Way, Stanford Avenue, Maybell Avenue, and the Bryant Street extension. All of those projects, the concept plans for those were approved in 2015, and one of the items that we're requesting tonight is approval of a contract to advance those projects into final design. This is something we developed at the mayor's request, and we're hoping to develop more of an interactive dashboard so folks can track our progress on the bike plan implementation. But this set of graphs here illustrates, so as of today, we have 7.9 miles of bike boulevard corridors in the concept planning phase, and we have 5.0 miles that have had their concept plans already approved by City Council. If you elect to move forward with all of our recommendations this evening, we'll move to the bottom chart, where we'll have 11.1 miles of bike boulevards in the final design phase, and then only 4.5 miles remaining where we have not conducted any work to date. So just a brief primer on bike boulevards. We really have 4 objectives when we planned, when we developed the concept plans for these bike boulevards. First and foremost is, these are bicycle projects, but they are really traffic calming projects at their heart and soul. One of the primary goals, if not the overarching goal of the entire program, is to reduce motor vehicle speeds on these streets and to get motor vehicles operating at moderated speeds closer to the speed at which bicyclists travel along the corridors. Lower speeds save lives. There's study after study show that your chance of surviving a collision when hit by a motor vehicle moving at 25 miles an hour is vastly greater than, motor vehicle traveling 35 or above. We also worked very closely with the Safe Routes to School program. You recently just approved the last set of the walk and roll maps that were developed by the Safe Routes to School team. Those played an integral part in the treatments and some of the elements that you'll see in the concept plans for the bike boulevard corridors. And we've also looked very closely throughout the process at ways that we can add vegetation, greenery, and improve the aesthetics of some of the roadways that that are involved in these projects. That's particularly relevant in the corridors in the South Palo Alto area, where there were a lot of wider streets that were built more recently that didn't really have a lot of street trees or vegetation. So you'll see that in some of the concept plans that we'll discuss a little bit later. Some of the treatments that you'll see in the concept plans include speed humps, which are, in this case, we've elected to identify slotted speed humps, and this is based on community feedback. These look like traditional speed humps, but they have gaps that are set at about the wheelbase of an emergency vehicle, an ambulance, or a fire truck. It enables fire trucks to pass at a higher speed over the speed hump to reach emergencies, whereas a typical passenger car cannot straddle those 2 slots. It also allows cyclists to travel through the slots and not have their travel interrupted by a speed hump. We also have several curb extensions identified along these 4 projects. Curb extensions typically, are constructed where you have a parking lane and you have roadway space that you can add vegetation and street trees within the curb extension. They also serve to tighten up the roadway, and psychologically, drivers tend to slow down when the roadway feels tighter and more constrained. Several places we're recommending raised intersections, and this would be where the entire intersection is brought up to the level of the sidewalk. This basically forces drivers to yield at pedestrian crossings at the intersections because they have to slow down as they're approaching the intersection anyway, so it encourages them to yield much more consistently. Chicanes are where we provide horizontal deflection for vehicles. So this is where the travel path of a vehicle is interrupted. They have to move either right or left to pass, either a center island or a curb extension within the, on the side of the roadway. And then in several locations, we're recommending median islands, which would serve two purposes. They would slow down turning vehicles by not allowing vehicles to encroach into the oncoming travel lane. When they make a turn, they would have to go around the median island. They also provide a refuge for pedestrians crossing at those intersections. There would be a raised median where a pedestrian could temporarily pause if they felt uncomfortable or felt as though they were not going to make it across the entire intersection. And then last but not least, mini roundabouts or traffic circles, and we're going to go into a little more detail on those. Traffic circles or roundabouts, one of the main benefits of these is to reduce the conflict points. We have a lot of intersections along our bike boulevard network that are all-way stop controlled or two-way stop controlled. A traditional traffic signal controlled or stop controlled intersection has upwards of 32 points of conflict. When you throw in pedestrian conflicts, that almost doubles. And that's because there's left turns, right turns, there's through movements, all within the same space and all with the potential to, have a collision or a conflict. There's also the points of conflict at the crosswalk. Pedestrians are relying on motor vehicles to come to a complete stop. They're relying on right turning and left turning vehicles to see them at the same time that they're judging gaps in oncoming traffic. Roundabouts eliminate all of these decision points. The only decisions you have to make are whether you're going to yield to a pedestrian upon entering the roundabout, whether you're going to yield to a vehicle that's already in the roundabout, and then whether you need to yield to a pedestrian upon exiting the roundabout. Those are really your only 3 points of conflict that you have when you're using a roundabout. When we talk about safety, the only type of collision that can really occur between vehicles in a roundabout is a sideswipe collision, and those are the least dangerous type of collision when compared to, a T-bone or a head-on collision, which tend to be the most serious. So even if there is a collision in a roundabout, it tends to be much less severe than at a traditional intersection. Throughout the concept plans, we're recommending the installation of bike boulevard legends, which are shown on the left. These are not sharrows. Our first proposals that we brought to the community included the greenback sharrows, which are shown on the right there. And rightly so, a lot of folks were concerned about the aesthetics of those in their community. We also had them spaced rather closely together originally, I think 300 feet staggered. Since then, we've greatly reduced the number of pavement markings, and we've changed them to the bike boulevard legend, which is shown on the left there. We now only show them at the beginning of every block instead of spaced every couple hundred feet. We're also recommending some strategic parking removal along the bike boulevard corridors. This is based on observed safety concerns, both from staff and from residents that we heard at the community meetings. One of the things that we're hoping to achieve is what's called daylighting. This is where you pull the parking back from the intersections in order to improve the sight lines for both motorists, pedestrians, and cyclists. And this is shown to be highly effective. 2 studies that we've identified show a 30% reduction in pedestrian collisions at intersections that have been daylighted. In most instances, we're only recommending removal of 1 to 2 parking spaces on each approach of the intersections, and that provides a really big benefit to sight lines at the intersections for all users. We hosted a kind of a wrap-up public meeting back in March at the Aloni Elementary School, and we got some great feedback from the public. We presented the concept plans that are in front of you this evening. Some of the major comments were around roundabouts. There were both positive and negative comments about roundabouts. Generally more positive, but there were folks who were concerned about how cyclists and motorists would navigate them. There were also some requests to increase our education around bike boulevards and some of the treatments that we're recommending, and we're definitely going to look at that as part of our Safe Routes to School program. We also presented these concept plans to the PTC and Payback in April and May. And again, we received general comments from PTC and Payback, which include the roundabout should include landscaping, which we have always assumed that we would include some type of landscaping. And then there were assorted comments regarding stop sign removal, some concern around the color of directional signage, and as well as curb extensions forcing cyclists into the travel lane. That concludes our presentation on the general overview and general comments received on the Bike Boulevard concepts that are before you this evening. The next step in the presentation will be the Bryant Street update, specific elements.
Great, and so we can now entertain questions of staff on the general nature, but I have a question for the city attorney. We have a number of public comments, and do we need to be concerned about restricting which public comments apply to the general versus the specific Bryant?
It's fine to just take the public comment as part of the general, but then if council members wish to pick up particular portions of the public testimony or questions that arise through that process, perhaps you can allocate them into the various buckets as you respond to staff and, you know, sometimes pass questions on to staff.
Okay. So at this time, we'll just be looking for essentially technical questions of staff regarding the general elements of the plan and not specific to the Bryant Boulevard. Councilmember Schmidt.
Yeah, a general question. I've done a great job in working with the pathways identified and getting public comment about them and looking at the details. But let me step back a little bit. When we originally, you also mentioned that as we move along, the $20 million we've committed to this gradually decreases. So these obviously have some priority as we move ahead. I just want to ask a question about the Midtown Connector. There was a public event around Hoover Park a couple weekends ago that seemed to be received well. And I noted that Redwood City has just built or committed to build a pathway to their baylands utilizing a right-of-way roadway. Costs $3 million. So is there, where does the Midtown Connector stand in terms of feasibility, thinking about it, working?
We're actually bringing the Midtown Connector feasibility study to council in June. We're going to provide you with a detailed presentation on the study that we're wrapping up, and a lot of it's based on the comments you gave us at the end of last year. But we'll be back in June to give you a full update on that project.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Berman.
Just a quick question about the difference between chicanes and speed bumps or humps or whatever we call them, and why would you use one over another? What circumstance would a chicane be preferable?
So our general thought process along the bike boulevards was that we wanted to encourage motorists to operate at moderated speeds. Right now there's a lot of stop and go and speeding, and there's a lot of stop sign control. So as we look to remove stop signs, we wanted to put in place kind of alternating traffic calming devices so that drivers didn't become comfortable and know that there's going to be a speed hump. And so we did what's combined vertical deflection, which is a speed hump, and then horizontal deflection, which would be curb extensions or chicanes. We also looked for opportunities to add street trees and vegetation where possible, and the chicanes and curb extensions allow us to add vegetation and street trees, particularly on streets that are really wide and don't have a lot of shade currently.
Thanks.
Councilmember Niss.
Thanks for the report tonight. Appreciate it. A couple of questions on two aspects of this, and I think you've addressed Sharrows pretty well. I really appreciate that. I have a neighborhood that was very vocal about particularly the green signs that would have been on the pavement. But there are other parts of town that are equally concerned about a lot of signage on the pavement. Will you, because primarily this is to lay out where the route is, the second or third part of this is going to be indicating what is about to happen or when, which is what the Sharrows would have done, but you have found, I think, a better way to do that. I think there's some resistance to too much of, and I don't recall the exact plastic name that is used instead of paint. Can you tell me?
Thermoplastic?
Thermoplastic,
Yeah.
which is now being used in a number of places in town, correct? After a certain length of time, it is pretty unsightly. It cracks, it gets dirty, and it looks like it's going to stay forever. Paint wears off, and this doesn't seem to do that. So maybe you'd comment back to that, and at the same time, let me ask the second question. Your traffic circle, which is on page whatever here, and I grew up with traffic circles. We called them rotaries where I grew up. But this one is particularly attractive, and a lot of them aren't. So after the first question regarding signage and paint and so forth, the second one would be, how do we keep these looking like that? That's not inexpensive, and it takes water.
So I grew up with rotaries as well. Your first question, recently we made a conscious decision to start to limit our use of thermoplastic and green pavement markings to only areas where there's conflicts between motor vehicles, which primarily occur on, major conflicts where a bike lane's transitioning across a right turn lane or a high volume driveway. Most of those occurrences are on arterial streets or collector streets. So we're not typically recommending the use of green thermoplastic in residential neighborhoods anymore. We've also switched to a material called MME, which is an epoxy. It's different than thermoplastic, and it seems to be more durable and hold its color a little bit longer and not crack. But only time will tell, how it performs. In regard to the traffic circles, we're actually, city staff currently is using a watering truck to water the traffic circles that are in downtown North and some other isolated landscape areas.
I hope it's purple water.
I think it's recycled, or I'm not sure where it comes from, but we can find that out from the operations staff if you'd like. But that's our intent for these. If any landscaping is added, we have consulted with the operations staff, and watering by water truck is feasible.
And I'm not going to beat this to death, but what gets planted in those roundabouts is really important. And I certainly hope they're watering with recycled water. It would be a shame to do it otherwise. But I think thinking carefully about what goes in there, water-resistant types of things that they use in the Southwest and so forth, they're very attractive, but they're not attractive when everything in them has died and it's dirt and, it just is unsightly in any neighborhood. And I doubt that, I think there are places where neighbors say they are willing to take care of them and keep them up, but I don't know if that's a good long-term solution. But I think both those things, delighted with the rest of the bike plan, but I think there's these two aesthetic issues that have troubled me. So thank you for paying attention to them. And there's one last thing. You're also going to use some type of medallion or indicator at the beginning of an intersection where you will have the bike boulevard designated, correct? Or are you just thinking about that?
So at the beginning of each block, there will be it's called a bike boulevard legend, and it'll be on the pavement at the beginning of each block. And it's just a simple white bike boulevard pavement legend. It was shown on one of the slides earlier. I can bring that back up if you'd like.
It's all right if you just show it to me later.
Okay.
But thank you, because I think that also will help. But what I've noticed with Bryant Street is that people are so used to using that as a bike boulevard that that almost doesn't need to be either sharrowed or marked in any other way because people are so aware of that. I think with the new ones, it is a different situation. Thanks, Josh.
Councilmember Phil Seth.
Thanks very much, and thank you for this this really really clear and explanatory presentation here. I guess I wanted to sort of continue sort of the thread that Councilmember Niss was pulling on, which is, you know, in the plan, there are sort of a considerable range of conditions in different parts of the city and different places. There's a big range of, you know, the number of vehicles per day, the number of bicycles per day, the average speed of vehicles, and so forth. So I guess my question is, how do you decide, you know, at least from 90,000 feet, how do you decide which basket of tools to apply, right? I mean, is there sort of a standard template and we just apply that everywhere? Or do we say, okay, this is one set of conditions, we use this approach here, a different set of conditions, we use this approach there? And if it is it based on sort of usage, or is it based on physical geometry, like the width of the streets and what the sidewalks are like? I mean, how does that work?
So this has been a 2-year process. One of the concept plans in particular is in its 6th draft. And it's in its 6th draft because we have continually worked to refine every single one of these over the last 2 years. We've had over 10 public meetings, several kind of professional staff charrettes where, you know, we just laid out the plans, we looked at all of the data. This was, you know, consultant staff, city staff. We even, you know, pulled elements from NACTO, National Association of City Transportation Officials. They have a Bike Boulevard chapter in their Urban Bikeway Design Guide. There's lots of studies out there that, you know, have pretty substantial guidance on how to construct bike boulevards. But I would say, I think we were more at the 5,000 foot level with these. We've gotten so, you know, enmeshed in the details, and, you know, we've gone out and done nighttime surveys to determine where additional street lighting is required. We've walked the corridors at all different times, ridden bikes, looked at parking demand, talked to schools along the corridor, looked at demand for parking near public parks. So I think that's why you'll see that what we're recommending on the Ross Road Bike Boulevard differs a great deal from what we may recommend along some of the other corridors, because they are, you know, all different contexts, different roadway widths. We did kick off the entire process by conducting traffic counts, bike ped counts, looking at speeds. There were really only a couple of segments where we were concerned about speed. The traffic calming is mainly intended to just moderate speeds and you know, account for some of the areas where we're removing stop signs. We don't want to remove a stop sign and then have the travel speeds creep up because people are no longer required to stop. So we're trying to anticipate that by putting in some proactive traffic calming in the blocks approaching the intersection that no longer has stop control. And I don't know if you want to add anything else, Hugh.
No, I think that's covers it.
Maybe I could just extend it just a little bit and ask it a slightly different way, right? Which is, do you look at things and say, you know, this is a really wide, busy street and the cars go fast and there's a lot of bikes on it, so we need to throw a lot of stuff at it. And other places where you say, you know, this is a quiet residential street and not too many cars drive on it, right? And, you know, so we don't need to do very much there. I mean, is that part of the formula?
Yeah, that's exactly the process. And we also looked at the, you know, the data that we had around traffic counts and speeds and, you know, just some of the streets, just going out and looking at how wide the street is, you can tell that people probably travel too fast, especially in the evening, at night, you know, when they're in a rush. So, you know, those stretches in particular, you'll see a lot more aggressive traffic calming recommendations.
And before next question, I just want to let the members of the public know that we have a large number of speakers, and so we'll be having 2 minutes per speaker to speak, so you can time your comments accordingly. Councilmember Holman.
Yes, thank you. Well, following on the prior two questioners, and looking at future reference slide page numbers on the slides would be really helpful, because then we can quickly. So the one that has proposed treatments on it, that slide, if you want to put it up. So looking at these, I'm looking at, let's say for the moment, median islands and mini roundabouts. So that looks like it has a lot of paint on the street from each direction. So I'm trying to understand if that is what is indicated there, and then how does that work with the, on one of the other slides, the bike boulevard symbol. And then there are two bike boulevard symbols or legends, one with a bicycle and boulevard and arrow, and then one that has a bicycle and just the arrows. So I don't know which ones. So how does that all work? So if you're going to have a legend at the beginning of every block, it looks like you could have all of this plus the bike legend at each one of those 4 occasions.
So the bike legends are actually shown on the median island and mini roundabout graphics that you see. If you can see my arrow there, that's the bike boulevard legend.
Oh, that's what that is.
And then there's one on the the opposite departure lane as well. And this cross street is not a bike boulevard, so there's no bike boulevard legends on that. There's only the stop. And a lot of these pavement markings are existing. The crosswalks and the stop bars and the stop stencils would typically already be in place. What would be added would be the yellow center line to guide people around the island. And then in the case of the mini roundabout, there's not much additional pavement markings. It's mainly just civil, hardscape elements that would be added, including the deflection islands and then the center circular island.
So, looking at the mini roundabout. So what you're saying is because stop signs are going out, right, going away in such an occasion, and so those cross stripes are already on the pavement because of the stop sign that's there now. And then you're adding the, what did you call that?
This yellow center line here?
Yeah, the center line. You're adding that yellow center line. And then there's also going to be signs in the roundabout? Directional signs in the roundabout?
The typical signage in a roundabout would be on each approach, there would be a short white regulatory sign with circular arrows.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, I think 24 by 24 maybe.
Yeah, and on each, because these are small roundabouts, because we don't have very many large intersections.
Yes.
So a mini roundabout is small. So it still seems like anybody approaching this is going to see the directional sign. It seems like a lot still. I don't know, I'm not the pro in this, but it seems like a lot. Jim, you had something?
Well, I was just going to say, we don't have 4 stop signs at a 4-way stop, which is also quite typical at non-roundabout situations. So we kind of get used to, some of these signs, I think. And when we think about a new one, it's very different than what we've sort of been acclimated to.
So I appreciate that. What it looks like, though, is that we've got on the pavement, again, looking at the mini roundabout, it's as if there were 4 stop signs because there's paint on each of the 4 streets.
So these are just crosswalks that may or may not already exist at the intersection. And if they don't exist, we would probably look to mark them sometime in the future if they're near a school or at an important, along an important bike route. But I will say that we can definitely, as we move into the design phase, the final design phase, we're going to, we heard loud and clear from the community that there are aesthetic concerns around signing and striping. And we can certainly look to minimize the amount of signage.
Yeah, because I appreciate that because like in this, it's not obvious that it's going to be this plus then the directional signs at the roundabout, and they're not very big, and so you don't quite have, side-to-side roundabout signs, but, kind of almost. Talk to us a little bit about raised intersection. So what's the run-up to a raised intersection?
So it would be a slope typical to a speed hump. You would go up to, 6 inches to the level of the sidewalk. And you would go up the raised intersection as you entered the intersection. The entire intersection's raised, and then you would go back down after you left the intersection. And it encourages motorists to yield, because typically there's a crosswalk at the beginning of the intersection. And in this case, there would be bike lanes along the corridor that you're, entering that's intersecting the street. So it would encourage yielding to both pedestrians and cyclists. It also allows pedestrians to obtain control of the crosswalk a little easier. They don't have to cross as directly, and it's not as rigid as a typical intersection.
So I think just two other questions, and thank you. One is, I got so used to speed tables, and now we're using speed humps. So are speed tables not being utilized anymore? They're so gentle.
So we still use speed tables on collector streets. Speed humps are a little more dramatic. We use those on local residential streets. The majority of the bike boulevards that are before you tonight are on local residential streets.
Okay, and then last question is the areas in, let's say Ross, they are the wider streets. What did you discover? Two things in the same question. What did you discover in terms of planting opportunities along the sides? And then the other is, was there any consideration for any street closures to automobile vehicles? Because that certainly seems to slow traffic in these days of, Waze and, Google Maps and all of that. We get a lot more cut-through traffic. So was that considered as a means to slow down traffic, keep some of the traffic out of the neighborhood from cut-through? So two questions in one there, sorry.
So we're going to talk a little bit more about the Amarillo, Moreno, and the Ross Road corridors later in the presentation, but those are the ones specifically where we found a lot of opportunities to add street trees and vegetation. On the Amarillo Bike Boulevard concept plan, there's actually a pretty significant curb extension that would add several street trees. And then along Ross, we found a couple great areas where it made sense to add curb extensions and some street trees to break up the wider sections of the street. In regard to closures, full and partial closures, those were taken off the table relatively early in the process due to some guidance that's in the comprehensive plan. There are some corridors, I think, where it may make sense to look at that in the future. Greer Road is one that we're still working on the concept plan for, and we should be bringing that forward in probably about 6 months. There's a partial closure that I want to look at for that corridor, but I'd rely on council guidance on that when we bring the concept plans forward.
I'm interested in that, and I was not just the bulb outs, but the further application for trees is what I was kind of looking for too. So thank you very much.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Thanks for the comments and the responses. You guys have asked a lot of my questions. I think when we approved the NACTO guidelines, we said at that time, or the staff report said, that we'd consider it in the Palo Alto context. And I appreciate your comments that it was kind of the 5,000-foot level, and now we've been kind of applying it to what we see and what we hear. So it's a good process. So in terms of this kind of context for signage, so have we applied like a different pattern near schools in particular?
A lot of the elements that you see near the schools are actually pulled from the work that was done by the Safe Routes team. Along with the walk and roll maps, there were actually infrastructure maps that were done for each, all of the walking routes to each school. And there were signing and striping improvements recommended for all of those walking and biking routes. So a lot of the infrastructure recommendations around the schools were pulled directly from those Safe Routes maps.
Okay. So I think that makes total sense. So you might have a very quiet street with fewer markings, and then you get closer to a school, and there may be more markings, and then might fade back down as you get away.
Yeah, and in California, the crosswalks are yellow within a certain radius of a school. So you'll see that in the concept plans. Some of the crosswalks are yellow, while ones outside of school areas are white.
Talk a little bit about parking impacts. So how was context considered there? If you're looking at downtown, or maybe it's office parking versus a local street.
You want to talk about the parking study? Sure, yeah.
So we'll talk about this more in a minute, but we did do a parking study for each of the corridors that looked at observations at different times of day and different days of the week. And so for each corridor that we looked at, you know, as Josh said, the one thing that we tried to do was consider day lighting. So at every intersection where, especially if you're putting in roundabouts or you're putting in trying to create other safer pedestrian crossings, kind of moving the parking back away from the corners of the intersection. And then there are a few other places where parking was removed really to accommodate the additional street trees and landscaping. So that's primarily where parking is removed as a part of this. There are a couple other specific examples that I'll get into in a minute, but that's basically what we did.
But did you apply different approaches based on the context of its kind of downtown urban setting versus suburban or residential? Or was it really just based on the occupancy?
We were very conscious of parking impacts to residents and, you know, adjacent property owners as we developed, you know, the infrastructure recommendations. That being said, you know, there were some intersections, even though there's a high parking demand, it really made sense to make some modifications to on-street parking. So we did consider the context of these, and, you know, the large-scale parking modifications happen mostly in the South Palo Alto, along the South Palo Alto corridors. Those wider streets where we're trying to add street trees, you'll see there's a lot more impact to parking on those than, let's say, some of the more congested downtown corridors.
Yeah, I guess the other thing is if it's multifamily apartment buildings versus R1, you know, were you more hesitant to remove parking if it was multifamily?
Yeah, we struggled with that, particularly on the Amarillo Bike Boulevard, because we wanted to add greenery and street trees, but we knew that the multifamily housing, you know, at the West Bay Shore end probably generates a lot of parking demand. But you know, there's a lot of alternative parking locations in that area that, you know, is a little bit underutilized. And you see that in the parking study. We actually identified alternative parking locations for each spot that we're recommending be removed.
Okay. And is Ross Road considered a collector or a local street? Because it seems to act as a collector.
Ross Road is a local street, and I believe Lewis is a collector street.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
Do you know why?
That's just, I think the functional classification map is in the last comp plan.
Okay.
But we can verify that. I think it was adopted as part of the last comp plan.
And then I appreciate your answers to my questions as submitted ahead of time. One of the questions was really on the methodology for the parking intrusion and this idea of kind of average versus peak. I was really just asking for the individual 4 measurements when I was asking for the peak. Is that really difficult to get?
We have an Excel spreadsheet that we can provide you, and when we get into the specific corridors a little bit later, I've pulled the peak out for each one of those and highlighted that.
Okay.
But yeah, the methodology we used was a little bit of a hybrid. There's no real best practice for parking modification study or parking occupancy study. So we had to kind of, you know, develop our own methodology.
Yeah, I mean, my concern is particularly on residential streets that, you know, you get the peaks at night when everybody comes home, and they're actually a very common peak, but if you average it out when it's empty during the daytime, you're going to really get a false reading.
Yeah, I will tell you, based on my look at the data today, each one of the corridors has a different peak, period. It's not uniform across all 4 corridors.
Great, okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Scharf.
Thanks. At the really high level, so we have the map on one of your slides of the entire bike and pedestrian transportation plan for 2012. And then we have what we're currently doing. Maybe you could just explain, so I mean, see, we're only doing some of the bicycle boulevards. What are our plans to do the rest of this? Is there, in the context, and the $20 million we talked about, that's just for what we have here, is that correct?
No, I think, so we have several corridors where the concept plans were already approved last year. We're going to talk about those in a little bit later in the presentation. And then these 4 corridors will all move into the final design phase. And we also have the Greer Road Bike Boulevard that's in the concept planning phase, the Homer Channing Enhanced Bikeway. And then there's a couple corridors that Google has contributed funding to, San Antonio Avenue, Middlefield Road South, and then there's a connection through Cubberley that was originally part of the Lewis Montrose Bike Boulevard that we haven't moved forward because of the development plans for Cubberley. So I think those ones will probably, follow pretty much immediately after these within the next 6 months, and we'll get those into the final design phase. And then we need to have a conversation about what the next group of corridors that we move forward is. But there is sufficient capacity over the next 5 years to do additional corridors beyond what's already in the planning phase.
So the capacity, is it money or is it staff time? That's really.
We have both. We have capacity, staff capacity and financial capacity to move some more corridors forward.
So for instance, when I look at Webster as a bike boulevard on the map, that's not something we've talked about doing, other than we have it in the concept plan, but we're not moving forward on that yet, right?
No, and I think Webster is a great candidate for the next phase based on the feedback we got on the Middlefield Road corridor back in January. So I certainly think Webster may be a candidate for the second phase of projects.
Okay, and then and then there's a bunch of these roads that go, I guess I always get confused if we're going north, south, or east, west, but the east-west connections, I'm thinking of like Kingsley and Everett and, those kind of things. We talked about doing those as well. Where are we in all of that?
There's several other corridors in Midtown, Loma Verde Avenue and East Meadow Drive that we're currently advancing concept plans for. That's separate from, the package of bike boulevards that we've been advancing. We're doing those as part of the Midtown Connector project. We haven't talked about Addison or Everett yet. We're certainly willing to, talk about beginning the planning process for those as well.
Okay, got it. And the big difference between, maybe you could just walk it through me. We have bicycle boulevards, right, which I understand what we're doing. And how does that, some of these, like California Avenue we put down, I think that's Class 2 bicycle lane? What does that mean, a Class 2 bicycle lane?
So a Class 2 bicycle lane is a dedicated lane for bicycles. It's typically 4 to 6 feet wide. California Avenue in particular is going to be resurfaced in the coming year. And we're upgrading those to standard bike lanes. They don't meet current standards today, but after the resurfacing project's complete, they'll be standard bike lanes.
All right, that's helpful. And then if we could just go back to the project, where we had the raised tables and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, that one. So when would you choose, for instance, to use speed humps versus curb extensions versus the raised intersections versus the chicanes? I mean, why would you choose one or the other? What's the thought behind that?
So first we looked at, when we collected our data on speeds, we identified segments that had an existing speeding issue. In those areas, we looked at regularly spacing traffic calming devices. So, every couple hundred feet. We didn't want to provide people with the ability to accelerate between traffic calming devices. We want to maintain that moderate, consistent speed. We also tried to vary between vertical deflection, which is a speed hump, and horizontal deflection, which is the median islands, the chicanes, and curb extensions. So we generally tried to mix it up. We didn't want drivers becoming comfortable and knowing there's going to be a speed hump every 100 feet. You want to get drivers to pay attention, require them to actively participate in driving. So that was our main goal. The second reason we utilized traffic calming devices is in a lot of instances we're removing stop signs along the bike boulevards to facilitate bicycle travel. And we didn't want the motor vehicle speeds to creep up because there was no longer a stop sign. So in that case, we looked at treatments like raised intersections, roundabouts. Roundabouts are great because they get everybody going the same speed around the intersection, but they don't cause unnecessary delay. And they also don't encourage people to, that stopping and accelerating that creates a lot of noise in residential neighborhoods. They create more of a moderate traffic flow. Any other things we consider?
And I think the one other thing to say is, there are some unique situations where we considered specific. So, the raised intersections that's shown there, right, is really specific to the school that it's connecting to and some of those kinds of things. So, there are these sort of general considerations. And then, of course, as Josh said before, we kind of worked at a pretty detailed level to look at what the specific conditions were and what the right improvement that was needed.
So if you do curb extensions rather than, for instance, I guess, some of these others, that narrows it so people see it as narrow so they feel they have to slow down, right? I mean, that's the theory behind it.
Yeah, that's correct.
So do you ever get situations where, if you're not paying attention, you go over a speed bump and you're like, whoa, right? And you're paying attention. If you hit the curb and go over the curb, you could injure someone. So I'm just wondering if the curb extensions are really, I'm sure they are because you wouldn't have done, but it just intuitively doesn't seem as safe, frankly, a curb extension if you're a driver who's not paying attention and not expecting a curb extension.
So we consciously made a decision to design these corridors for motorists operating at the proper speed, which is at or below 25 miles an hour. If we were to design these around a design speed higher than that, we would be encouraging higher travel speeds. That's a tricky proposition. That's something that traffic engineers and transportation engineers struggle with. Do you want to provide that kind of shy distance and ability for error, or do you want to reinforce the proper operating speed by tightening up the roadway, designing the road around people that are traveling at the appropriate speed? And in these cases, because they're local streets and folks should generally be operating under 25 miles an hour in order to safely operate around cyclists and pedestrians, we elected to be somewhat aggressive in our traffic calming treatments.
So I guess you didn't quite answer the question. Or maybe you didn't, so what I heard you say was that you didn't answer the question if it's more dangerous, but the implication is it is. If people are driving, if you go over a curb at 25 miles an hour, you could still hurt a pedestrian. You could still, and if you're not paying attention, and obviously when you go over a speed bump and you're not paying attention, you then pay attention and you then slow down. I think but if you hit the curb because you're not expecting it, and maybe that doesn't happen, but it seems to me intuitively it could. And even if you're doing 25, and in fact, maybe you're doing 30 miles an hour, I think people do that sometimes. I'm just wondering if there's a safety issue for, going up into someone's lawn, if you hit the curb even at 25, 30 miles an hour, can't you do some damage? I think you could.
So I think that the advantage of the curb extensions really is that you're more likely to slow people down, and people are going to be distracted driving on a wider street and likely driving faster anyway. And all the things that you say could be true, but they would be just as true or more true on a wider street where they could also take the curb and go up and hit a pedestrian. And this actually creates some buffer, and it also creates it more likely that they'll be going slower. So, yes, it's true that people could, not be paying attention, and I think that there's a certain likelihood of that when people are driving. But if anything, this draws their attention more to need to be paying attention.
Am I misunderstanding? The way it looks on the map is that there's no curb extension. The street's the wide street. Driving along the wide street, and then suddenly there's a curb extension, and then suddenly you're like looking at it. Is that so?
No, the curb extensions are in a parking lane.
Okay.
So you wouldn't be in the path of the curb extension unless you were driving in the parking lane.
I misunderstood that. I thought it narrowed the actual width of the road a little bit.
No, and one of the benefits of the curb extensions is that, if the parking is underutilized, and you effectively have a street that's twice as wide as it needs to be when there's no parking. So the curb extensions kind of make that parking lane permanent and get people driving in the center of the road at all times of day.
Okay, got it.
Councilmember Wolbach.
Just 3 questions at this time. In comparing chicanes to curb extensions. Tell me if my understanding is correct, that with chicanes, you allow a cut-through for bicyclists, whereas with a curb extension, the bicyclist would be forced into the same path of travel with the automobile. Is that correct?
So this is something we struggled with throughout the design process, the concept planning process for this. There are a lot of cyclists who ride in the parking lanes currently today because a lot of the parking lanes are unoccupied, during the day when folks are at work. So there's a kind of a culture of straddling the curb and then weaving in and out of the travel lane as they pass parked vehicles. That's not the way we encourage folks to operate a bicycle. A lot of these streets are intended to be shared travel lanes, shared roadways. That's the whole goal of the Bike Boulevard program, is to bring motor vehicle travel speeds down so that cyclists can feel comfortable taking the travel lane. All of the curb extensions and the chicanes that you see in the concept plans are in locations where there's a parking lane. So a cyclist really should not be using the parking lane to travel in. A lot of them do, and we're trying to discourage that behavior, and we do that in our Safe Routes to School program. The students are taught to follow the sharrows, take the lane, not weave in and out of the travel lane, which creates a dangerous situation. So that's something we struggled with throughout the concept planning process, is do we operate under the assumption that cyclists are going to, be riding in the parking lane, which could preclude us from implementing curb extensions and adding street trees and creating these kind of shorter crossing distances? Or do we actively try to encourage cyclists to take the lane and share the roadway? And we've opted for that second recommendation.
Okay. My next question. Do you ever see cases of trees and landscaping actually obstructing visibility? I'm thinking of a couple of examples that I've experienced, but I'm curious if that's, how do you go about thinking about that challenge or that potential, especially as trees and vegetation mature over time? Because it's just this question: if we take away parking and put in vegetation instead, then over time it grows and ends up with the same loss of visibility. It's still prettier than parked cars, but you're not getting the safety benefits, which are the best argument in favor of taking away somebody's parking space.
Yeah, we do have vegetation interrupting sightlines in quite a few locations. I think we could make a conscious effort in the final design process to look at the sightlines and pick species that are not going to obstruct the sightlines as they mature.
That would probably be something worth, I guess I'm veering into comments here, probably something to consider for the middle of roundabouts as well, so you can see across. And my third and final question for now, regarding stop sign illumination, are there other options that are available other than fully eliminating the stop signs, such as potentially converting the stop signs to yield signs, or any other third option that I'm not considering?
So you cannot have a four-way yield intersection, which means that we would put the yield signs on the cross street approaching the bike boulevard, which then means the bike boulevard becomes uncontrolled, which would increase travel speeds along the bike boulevard without some type of treatment like a roundabout. If we put the yield signs on the bike boulevard approaches, then the cross street would be uncontrolled, and it would kind of, it would require most people on the bike boulevard to stop when approaching the cross street. So yield signs don't really get us the benefit of removing control along the bike boulevard corridor.
Any slow sign or warning, or
I mean,
is there, this is what I'm asking also, is there another option aside from is it just a binary choice, either stop sign or yield sign or nothing, or are there other choices?
Well, in some places we've elected to recommend removal of stop signs without any additional treatments because there's a nearby stop sign. And I think along Ross Road in particular, what we've done is actually just better space the stop signs. So instead of every block, it's every 2 blocks. Or in some cases, there was a stop sign, and then no stop sign, no stop sign. We've combined that to, we've redistributed the stops control so that you have one every 2 blocks. It's more consistent, but it also reduces the total amount of time that's, cyclists are delayed traveling along the
Okay,
the
actually,
bike
sorry,
boulevard.
just one quick follow-up based on that discussion. Do you incorporate foliage and fencing and building design into determining whether maybe a stop sign should be preserved, even if it's not convenient for travel, just because there's a visibility issue? Is that incorporated in your consideration before the removal of stop signs?
Yeah, there were a couple spots where we wanted to remove a stop sign, but we elected to leave it in because there were sightline issues. And I think, again, the far southern end of Ross Road, I think there's an intersection where there's a blind curve, and we elected to leave a stop sign in place because of that curve.
Great, thank you.
Okay, I have a few questions. First, returning to this question on speed tables versus speed humps or bumps. Back when we had transitioned towards speed tables, the studies that we were presented at the time had favored speed tables because cars would essentially maintain a pretty steady speed of 20 to 25 miles an hour, and the speed humps, at least if it would cause cars to slow down to 10 and then gun it in between them. So why, or is your speed hump proposal today different from what we had before?
Yeah, I think this might just be a nomenclature issue. These would be designed at the operating speed of the roadway. They wouldn't be designed at 10 miles an hour.
Great. And then there were questions around daylighting and shrubbery. I think I heard you answer about our selection of vegetation, but a lot of the daylighting problems are when people on corner lots, have tall shrubs right out to the corner of the lot. Do we presently permit or have any restrictions on that in our landscaping codes?
The chief transportation official actually has the authority to remove vegetation that presents safety issues at intersections. We're hesitant to use that authority unless it's a pretty significant safety concern. But we do have that authority to remove vegetation. And we do review new development for sightline, sightline issues with the landscaping.
I guess I'm not sure that people even know that this is something that they should be including in their landscaping plans when they do that. Okay.
Just one other thing there, which is that when we remove the parking and add a bulb out, it creates safety just by putting the pedestrian more visible, even if you have continue to have auto.
Right. Conflicts. That's where we have the bulb outs. Not okay. And where we're crossing a bike boulevard, for instance, on Bryant, does the plan have additional signage to notify drivers that they are crossing a bike boulevard? That's one absence that I noticed today.
So we are recommending adding cross traffic does not stop subplaques to all stop signs that don't currently have them on the cross streets. We've had preliminary discussions about testing a new type of sign that would be more specific to a bike boulevard that would, tell people you're crossing a bike boulevard. That's not currently in the California MUTCD, so we would need to request permission to experiment with that, but we are considering asking for that permission.
I think that's a really good idea. I mean, as a cyclist, when occasionally I drive and cross, I just really welcome the reminder that I'm not principally looking for cars when I cross a bike boulevard. I'm principally looking for bikes, and it's just a different consciousness. Okay, and I'm trying to remember how long ago it was, but there was discussion at the council level about whether we would want to be looking at what are called Idaho stops, which are basically requiring bicyclists to function as in a yield approach at stop signs. because I think we all see that there are a lot of bicyclists who just blast through stop signs, and very few who come to a full stop, put a foot down, and all of that. And so it becomes difficult to have enforcement when we're trying to say, well, everybody's breaking the law if they don't come and put a foot down, and we can't distinguish between those who are just blasting through and really a safe measure. So are we permitted in California to adopt what's called an Idaho stop practice for bicyclists?
Thank you, Councilmember, Mayor City Attorney Molly Stump. So the vehicle code requires bicyclists to follow all of the same laws as motor vehicles and does require all vehicles to stop at stop signs. That said, traffic enforcement is like any other type of enforcement activity, subject to a certain amount of discretion in the enforcing officer. And so it is likely the case that good decisions are made in terms of prioritizing dangerous behavior over behavior that is consistent with good safety practices. I hope that's helpful.
Okay, thanks. All right, that concludes questions from members of the council. We now have comments from members of the public. We have 14 speaker cards, and we're going to close off comments momentarily. If anybody wants to do so, they better bring them up quickly. To the city clerk right here. Thank you. Our first speaker is Kirk Fry, to be followed by Zoe Hoster. Welcome.
Thank you for letting me speak tonight. My name's Kirk Fry. I've lived for 38 years on the corner of Ross and Moreno. Those are a cross-section of 2 proposed bike boulevards. And I oppose the awarding of these contracts tonight for 4 reasons. First is that Ross is a poor choice for a bicycle boulevard, and I'll go into that in a minute. And then there's going to be a larger than expected loss of parking due to uncounted cars when they did their survey, based on my observations, the excessive costs of these contracts, and I think it's an example of misplaced priorities. So first of all, let's talk about Ross. Why Ross? This route connects the long proposed and non-existent Adobe Creek US 101 overcrossing via Ross Road to Garland Drive, which is a small residential area just north of the Oregon Expressway, and then it just ends right there. So and I sit there and I watch Ross, and there are no bicycles on it much. 38 years I've watched it. And so if you look on page 44 and page 61 of the manual that was handed out before this meeting, they counted bikes and pedestrians at the primary hour, the most popular hours. And it turns out that there are 3 bikes and pedestrians per hour on Ross in the morning, and 6 total pedestrians and bikes total going every which way. So there's hardly any traffic at that intersection at all. And then in the evening, there are 6 bikes that are on Ross going up and down, and there are 20 going on Moreno back and forth. So it's an odd choice of choosing Ross for a bicycle. Most people use Ross or use Lewis or Middlefield. And the other thing is that they're going to put a mini roundabout in my intersection. And then down on Colorado and Ross, they're just going to put, basically they're going to put some traffic diverters, but the signs are still there, yes?
Your time's up. Can you just wrap up?
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Zoe Hoster, to be followed by Amy Ashton. Welcome.
Good evening, thank you. My name is Zoe Hoster from Palo Alto, speaking in favor of the bicycle and pedestrian improvements that we learned about this evening. In my view, biking and walking, our ability to bike and walk in Palo Alto is one of the great advantages of living in this city. I grew up biking to school in Palo Alto. Now I bike to work, walk and bike for the majority of my trips around the city. And as we heard from the speakers, the commenters about Middlefield Road earlier, especially dangerous traffic and congestion are a major issue in Palo Alto, and now we have the opportunity through these improvements to solve a lot of these issues in a responsible way. So a lot of you asked very good questions about these improvements. A lot of them are new. You know, we haven't seen them in Palo Alto before, but I'm confident that they are the right answer to solve you know, these congestion and safety issues in the right way. And, you know, as a young and healthy person myself, like, I'm able to walk and bike around Palo Alto without much hassle, but, you know, that's not the case for a lot of children and for a lot of people who are more cautious than, than someone like I am. And with these improvements, they will be able to enjoy the benefits of walking and biking around the city. And all of us will enjoy the benefits of reduced traffic congestion and increased safety. So thank you.
Thank you. Amy Ashton, to be followed by Penny Elson.
I also wanted to speak in support of the item. I really believe if you build it, they will come. I bike everywhere in Palo Alto, and it's because of these bike paths. I never get in my car, and it's a wonderful way to live life. And I wish more people could experience that, and it's projects like this that make it possible. So I just wanted to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Penny Ellison, to be followed by Ken Joy.
Good evening. I'm Penny Elson, and I'm here tonight with Sonia Bradsky, who is the traffic safety rep at JLS Middle School, and is also an avid bicycler in Palo Alto. Please do not delay implementing the bike network envisioned in the 2012 Bike Pedestrian Transportation Plan. These improvements that you're considering tonight come at a time when they are very badly needed. The upturn in the economy has brought new jobs. That's great, but also thousands of new car trips into the community. A large percentage of these trips converge with school commute traffic, making routes less comfortable for students and their concerned parents, while bike facility improvements have not kept pace with the needs of increased numbers of bicyclists and the new safety impacts from growing additional car volumes citywide. Our 2012 Bike Ped Plan contains many projects that were in the 2003 Bike Plan, but were never implemented. In fact, less than 10% of the 2012 Bike Ped Transportation Plan has been implemented to date. We know that each time we've improved bike facilities, especially in school route areas, we've drawn greater numbers of bicyclists, and tonight you can approve solid steps toward rolling out Palo Alto's future bike network. Let's implement the long-awaited safety improvements families have been calling for. Mode shift will follow. We know that. It always has. Let's get this show on the road, so to speak, to provide needed improvements for safety and comfort that will draw more people to choose active, healthy, and sustainable commutes more often. Please support staff's recommendation. Thank you very much for considering my comments.
Thank you. Ken Joy, to be followed by Alex Thompson.
I'd like to thank you and previous council members, going back to Ellen Fletcher, for your support of our bicycle infrastructure. I live in the Ventura neighborhood. My children rode their bikes to PAUSD schools. My wife commutes to her via bike to her job. I ride to the library, the grocery store, and meetings like this on my bike. I ask you to approve the matters before you tonight to support Goal T1 of the comp plan. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Alex Thompson, to be followed by Nielsen Buchanan.
Hi, my name is Dr. Alex Thompson. I just moved here from Los Angeles, and I like it a lot. It's a much better place to ride. I'm a cyclist. I ride to work every day via Amarillo, Lewis, California. Those are the main streets I ride on, sometimes Ross. So I think these are pretty relevant streets, at least for me. And I'm happy to tell you that I'm a data scientist at work, and I study car risk, driving risk. So I'm glad to be here talking about work after work. The packets I passed around show two things. One are some basic traffic stats for Palo Alto, and another thing they show are some photos I took this morning of the bike racks at Jordan Middle School, which you'll recall is bordered by Lewis, and also Ross feeds in there. And it shows basically about 300 bikes at the middle school. And so if you check the enrollment of Ross, of Jordan Middle School, it's about 1,100 students. So that tells you that around 27% of middle school students there are riding to their work to school. So I think we should consider that it's not if we build it, they will come. They're already here and they're short and they need our protection, right? The other stats there show that while Palo Alto is the best place to live in the Bay, it's actually one of the kind of not so great places as far as traffic safety. It's actually more comparable with Los Angeles than it is with San Francisco or with Sacramento than Davis. So in order to kind of be robust and being the best city in the Bay, I think these kinds of things are really needed. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And just to let you know, there are other racks, I think at Jordan, we're at about 45% bike share. N. Buchanan, to be followed by
Nielsen
Eric
Buchanan. I live on
Nordman.
Bryant, and I spend a fair amount of time not driving on Bryant because of the bikes, which I think is a good idea. It's much better for us to drive our cars to take Waverly. That's one point I want to come back to. I'm fully supportive of this bike plan. I don't understand it all. I do understand the impact on the RPP parking district area, and I'd like to confine my comments on that. I've driven those intersections. Every time we do a midterm survey, our survey team goes through every intersection twice. So I have a pretty good pulse on what traffic's like on every intersection. We can cover that neighborhood in less than 2 hours at Midtown. I'm just interested in how well-funded this is. I'm sort of pleased and shocked to understand that the planning department is fully funded and fully staffed. That says loads about other priorities. And we'll get to that later in the evening because shortage of resources will be coming up. A couple of quick things. This program is probably going to push the large commercial trucks off of Bryant onto Waverly between Embarcadero and University Avenue. I urge you to look at that. If any parking is reduced in the permit area, I ask you, and we can look at it in August the 1st, is to reduce the 2,000 parking permit limit by the number of parking spaces you eliminate from the parking district area. That's only fair to not increase the density of non-resident cars. It's certainly fair to reduce the parking spaces as you need them along Bryant. I have no problem with reducing parking spaces. All I ask is to reduce the limit of 2,000 accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Nordman, to be followed by Emma Schlaze.
My name is Eric Nordman. I've lived and biked in Palo Alto for over 40 years. Building a bicycle boulevard network is critical to addressing key Palo Alto goals to double bike commute rates and cut greenhouse gas emissions by 15%. This is not just my view. Sam Adams, when Mayor of Portland, said, we did a lot of research and we did a lot of focus groups on what it would take to get from 8% to 25% of all trips by bike. What we learned is that bike boulevards are the way to go. Palo Alto established the first bicycle boulevard in the U.S. on Bryant Street in 1982. On average, over 1,000 bicyclists pass through the barriers in Bryant at Lowell Avenue, and about 1,500 are on Park Boulevard. Bike boulevards can be very effective at reducing traffic and parking problems. Reduction in stop signs that make bike boulevards good for cyclists can make them attractive for drivers. To minimize car traffic, Bryant has 4 places where car traffic is blocked. But due to a city policy, this was not an option to consider in these past ones. It's probably not important for these ones because of the nature of much of how South Palo Alto is set out, but I think the city should consider allowing blocking on future bike projects like Webster. I strongly support approval of bike plan lines for the bicycle boulevard and continued funding for the final design phase. Thank you.
Thank you. Emma Schlaze, to be followed by David Cole.
Hello, my name is Emma Schlaze. I'm the policy manager for Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition. Thank you to council staff and Payback and the Planning and Transportation Committee and the consultants for all the work that you guys have done, in particular the extensive public outreach process We support, SVBC supports the implementation of the 2012 bike and pedestrian plan and the vision that it set forth. We urge you to approve these concept plans and final design contracts. These projects will help to lower speeds and create a safer street network for everyone, whether biking, walking, or driving. Shifting some trips from cars to bike can help the city meet your goals in reducing traffic, pollution, greenhouse gas emissions, and parking concerns. Palo Alto has long been a leader in bike infrastructure, as Eric mentioned, with the first bike boulevard on Bryant Street. As also Josh mentioned, vehicle speeds over 20 miles per hour can drastically increase the severity of injuries and likelihood of death when collisions occur. These traffic calming measures, the roundabouts, can help to eliminate the conflict points, and studies show that there's a direct correlation between feelings of personal safety and the number and percentage of weekly trips taken by bike. So I urge you to continue your leadership, increase the already high percentage of bike ridership in Palo Alto, and improve these important projects. Thanks.
Thank you. David Cole, to be followed by Richard Brand.
David Cole, member of Carbon Free Palo Alto and Bike Palo Alto. I support the bicycle and pedestrian plan before you this evening. This plan has been vetted many times by staff and in each step of the way, along with many community meetings, and needs to move forward. In looking at the report, I think staff did an excellent job in assessing the parking impacts, which seem to be one of the issues here. Staff did drill down and identify the potential problems and identified, in most cases, more than twice the parking needed to solve the problem only 1 block away. For those that would argue that another parking study should be done after the RPP is in place, I would suggest that since the RPP is to make more parking available, that this will only be easier once the RPP is implemented, and that we do not need another parking study with more cost, more delay, more staff time and expense. We need to move forward with this plan. As our Chief Sustainability Officer has mentioned many times, we have to make other modes of transportation more attractive than driving. This is exactly what this plan is trying to do. If we are going to address climate change, where transportation accounts for 60% of our greenhouse gases, we need to move forward with the bike ped plan as expeditiously as possible. This well-vetted plan will increase a cleaner and healthier form of transportation by making it safer for everyone. Please approve this plan without delay. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Brand, to be followed by Celine Heck.
Good evening. Yeah, I am here to reinforce what I wrote in my email to you, that this plan is not yet ready. 3 weeks ago, when several of us, when this came up on the consent calendar, several of us said there's more work to be done here. And I have to say that myself and Nielsen Buchanan and Michael Hodos, who were RPP, I guess were emeritus stakeholders, said, we sent an email to Mr. Mello and said, would you please talk to us about parking? No response. I think there's work to be done here, and it also shows in the lack of answers to several of your excellent questions. I think your questions were well-founded, and I think this thing growing from 282 pages to over 600 pages says that there's a lot of new stuff in here, and it has not been vetted with the residents and people in the city. I absolutely support the bike plan. I knew Ellen Fletcher. I love the idea. I watch people go by my house. That's great. But this plan needs, before we throw a lot of money at it, because we're going to hire a consultant, let's have staff do some final work. Yes, the RPP in phase 2 is changing the parking dichotomy. We've got a little more space, but we don't have any data yet because enforcement is still catching up with the whole program. So I would say that, yes, we need to do this plan. I support the bicycling, but not yet until we get some more work done in terms of outreach to the people that are affected. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Celine Heck, to be followed by Stefan Heck. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Celine Heck. I'm 9 years old and go to Addison Elementary. I love to bike, especially to my school. However, I think that biking can be scary occasionally because the lanes are not continuous and sometimes have intrusions by cars or garbage bins. They're also not always marked out clearly, which, from what I saw one time, almost caused an accident. I really like biking, not just to school. Please support bike lanes. You might already have kids, or you might have kids one day. But either way, I would assume you'd want them to be safe. So that's a good reason for bike lanes if they love to bike. It would make things safer for all of us. My friends and I love to bike, and that's how we get around to each other's houses. But, sometimes it's unsafe, and I see cars whipping past, and I can't ever get across. And sometimes it's a little bit too small, and there are a bunch of bikers. Thank you.
Thank you. Stefan Heck, to be followed by Shannon McEntee. So I don't know how you're going to top that.
I'm not going to top that. She did write that herself. I had no hand in it. So I'm here to, I'm Stefan Heck. We live on Bryant Street. I've been a resident since 1988. I'm here to challenge the bike plan. Not because of NIMBY and not wanting improvements in our backyard and our street, because we already have RPP zoning that requires 2 off-street parking spaces, and the RPP plan has taken care of your 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th car, and is actually working quite well. And not because of some inchoate fear that paint might actually diminish housing value, because if you look at the data of bike studies, and this has been done in Omaha, Seattle, Portland, Colorado, and in most detail in Delaware, it shows an increase of up to 6% in housing value. So at Palo Alto housing prices, that's a damn good return, I have to say, and we should do it. But as a professor at Stanford and as the CEO of a startup that employs 26 people here in Palo Alto, half of whom I'm proud to say bike or take Caltrain to work, there's another old-fashioned reason, which is you should look at the data. And what the data says is that we did a very good job in the 70s with our first bike boulevard. It was innovative, it was a world first, it was true spirit of Silicon Valley. But now it's time to go beyond that. It's time to go beyond signs and paint to actually really add safety improvements and learn from the rest of the world. Because if you look at some of those cities, there are 2 new insights: reduce the cross traffic and separate the bikes and the cars. This plan doesn't yet do that. So I support what's in the plan, but we need to go beyond it. I like the network aspect. I love the roundabouts because they do reduce injuries by 80%, so we should definitely do that. But we also need more dedicated cycle tracks, and I'm personally willing to give up some more parking on Bryant Street to actually have a dedicated cycle track and really go beyond what we have today, and to introduce some safe green phases for bikes to cross at intersections, and ultimately also to be able to come downtown on a bike trail, because pretty much the bike boulevard disappears here. And then we have a monument worthy of Ellen Fletcher. I fully support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Shannon McEntee, to be followed by our final speaker, Brett Anderson.
So Mayor Burt and council members, I first want to thank you for your good work for keeping Palo Alto a really healthy and safe place to live. I want to support this program, and I've been really impressed by the comments tonight, how carefully thought out all of this is. I'm a homeowner here. I've lived here for 45 years. The benefits I see are obvious, and I think they're obvious to you too, but let me just repeat them. If we get more people on bikes by making it safer, we'll reduce congestion, we'll reduce pollution, we'll reduce our parking problems, because I'll tell you, it's really easy to park a bike. We'll also have health benefits for the people that are riding the bikes. We'll have health benefits indirectly for corporations and employers when health costs go down because people have a more healthy lifestyle. And then also we'll have safer streets for both pedestrians, for bike riders, for older people with walkers, for everybody when traffic slows down and we get more people on bikes. And I also just wanted to say that 2 to 3 times a week I go down Ross Road to that Moreno intersection, and that's a great street to bike on because it's extra wide, and so you have a lot of visibility, and I feel very safe there, and I can't imagine that making that a bike lane would cause any problems for the residents nearby. There aren't any parking problems on that street, by the way, as far as I can see. So again, thank you very much for all you do for this city. I love living here.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Brett Anderson.
Hi, resident of
Midtown. So I really appreciate the roads of Ross Road, Lewis, and Greer getting on the radar for our bike plan, because that's where I spend my time and raised my son. And those roads I use all the time on bicycle. And they're really important paths to go south into Mountain View or north into Palo Alto along Greer and Lewis and Ross. The other thing I really like about the plan, and I hope you all support it fully as written, is that it does concentrate on, one, safety to ensure success, but also on removing the obstacles, that is, stops for cyclists. When you're making the choice at the margin of choosing bicycling versus driving that car downtown or to an errand, a lot of it comes down to how much effort and how convenient and how enjoyable your ride is. So safety is a concern, but also the number of stop signs you have to go through, the number of dangerous intersections is a big factor. So when you remove those on a bike boulevard, cycling increases greatly. So if we can put more circles in that don't require stops for cyclists, if we can investigate the Idaho stop concept, I fully support that. I think it's a very reasonable way to treat cyclists, because practically you just can't stop at every stop sign if there's too many. That's just the way people work. So we have to get into a situation where we respect the interests and the limits that a cyclist has as the slower moving safe vehicle, and the car being the one that has to always give way and should always be treated that way in any intersection, whether there's a stop sign or not. That's my spiel. Glad to have the last word.
Thank you. All right, on that last word, we get to return to discussion and a motion. Who would like to go first?
Oh, what are we discussing?
Oh, I'm sorry. So that's right. So we need to have, at this time, we should have Councilmember Du Bois leave, and we have the discussion around Bryant, and then have a narrow discussion there, and then have him return and have the broader discussion, correct?
That's correct, yes, thank you.
And then when we do the voting, how do we work that? Do we need to adopt the Bryant recommendations, or can Councilmember Du Bois return to vote on the entire package?
No, the voting should be divided. So you should take up the Bryant, adopt the plan there, and maybe the staff can clarify there's a contract that needs to be adopted. That should be done, and then some plan work.
Yeah, so our recommendations for this next stage of the discussion is to adopt the concept plan for the Bryant Street Bike Boulevard, and then also approve the contract for final design for Bryant, Amarillo, Moreno, Lewis, Montrose, and the Bryant Street and Ross Road.
Yeah, but we have to divide those, right?
No, that's the first section, and then the second section is approval of the concept plans for the remaining 3 corridors, and then approving a final design contract for the previously approved concept plans from 2015.
Okay.
The sequence with the Bryant Street sequence first, and then the remaining sequence. Yeah.
Okay, Councilmember Du Bois.
Well, yeah, if you could just clarify that, because again, if you guys, I appreciate splitting these. If you guys could approve the Bryant Street components, but like that second one, you mentioned all the other bike plans as well. I hope I can return for that piece. Right. Okay. So I'm going to recuse myself because I own property a block from Bryant Street.
Thank you. All right, now we will discuss the first set of projects.
So I'll give you a quick review of the Bryant Street Bicycle Boulevard, and then we can go into the other 3. So we've already talked generally about what is proposed for these, so I'm really going to focus on some of the things that we heard that are specific to each of these bicycle boulevards and some of the comments we got. And just wanted to start with, the amount of time we've been out. Folks have mentioned that already. We did have a set of workshops that were sort of specific to Bryant Street, as well as a more general workshop just in March of this year that was had a lot of folks at it, and that was really for all 4 of them. And then we did also bike-alongs, we had a farmer's market, we had web-based input, so a lot of different opportunities to have input in this whole process. For Bryant Street, a couple of the major concerns that we heard really were around some of the roundabouts, especially the roundabout at California and Bryant. We had, quite a few folks who were in favor of that and quite a few folks who were concerned about safety issues there. And then we had a number of folks also concerned about parking. And I think you've heard those pretty clearly tonight. From the PTC and payback, we also had a variety of concerns raised. Again, a lot of interest in understanding what would the parking impacts be from this particular bicycle boulevard, and then also wanting to make sure that they understood why roundabouts or traffic circles were being chosen in the locations, much in the way you all asked about tonight. And then there were some questions about, do we need speed humps south of El Verano on Bryant Street? And I think that really referred to the low level of vehicle traffic on that. Ooh, I went backwards. So for Bryant Street, the parking question is one of the ones that's been raised most frequently. You've seen a couple different presentations at this point, I believe, about the parking, including a map, and there's a small version up here, but hopefully you all have a larger version of the map that we produced that identifies all the places that parking is proposed to be removed. And I think what you'll see from the map is that parking is being removed from intersections, generally 1 or 2 spaces along Bryant. There are a couple other places where there's a little bit more substantial parking removal, but by and large, we're talking about removing, as we discussed earlier, kind of daylighting the intersections along Bryant. And by and large, those have very limited impact. On this map, the little clip of the map that's up here, the things that are in black don't have any substantial impact on parking utilization. That is to say that once you remove those spaces, there's still at least 20% or more available curb space for parking. Those that are in red are places where that's not the case. And what I'll do just quickly, and you can see here that we have both this average, which folks asked about, so 279 average cars across the observations that we made. And we made 4 observations of the parking, so 2 during the daytime, 1 in the evening during the week, and 1 on the weekend. And slightly higher, so 279 parked cars in the average and 329 during the peak period. So one of the major intersections that was requested or that folks have raised of concern is the intersection at Bryant and Everett. And so we have a quick graphic that kind of shows you for every leg and every side of that intersection, what is the current parking utilization. And you'll remember we're moving about 1 space from each corner of this. So in some cases, for example, and I don't know how well you can see my mouse here, but this corner of Everett and Bryant, there's significant overutilization of the parking, and that refers to folks, we counted every car that used the parking regardless of whether they're parked legally or not. So there's some illegal use. There's also smaller than average cars used. We used a fairly conservative 22-foot standard for parking, and so that really enables more cars to park than you might otherwise expect. But this is a congested intersection, obviously. I think folks are aware of that. There are some spaces right at the intersection remaining, even when you remove the parking that's proposed. And then if you were to move a block or 2 up or down in either direction, there certainly would also be parking available. I think that, I made the ones that are actually congested at the end of this kind of stand out here. So there's sort of 5 of the legs of these 8 legs that would be congested. So that kind of concludes the Bryant part.
And our staff recommendation for this section of the presentation is to adopt the CEQA exemption and approve concept plans for the Bryant Street Update Bicycle Boulevard, and also approve the contract with Alto Planning and Design for the final design of the Amarillo Moreno Avenue, Bryant Street Update, Lewis Road, Montrose Avenue, and Ross Road Bicycle Boulevard projects.
Okay, so we have before us the staff recommendation. Do we have either discussion or a motion? Councilmember Holman.
Yeah, a couple of questions, please. We didn't talk about vertical signage. In other words, not signage on the pavement, but vertical signage. How much vertical signage is being proposed here? Can you review that for us just quickly? Because that's also been a concern.
I think the majority of the additional signage would be associated with new intersection configurations where we're adding roundabouts. The raised intersection may need some warning signage initially to get people to adapt to using the intersection. And then the 2012 bicycle plan actually recommends wayfinding signage along the Bike Boulevard network. And the recommendation in the bike plan is to use purple signage similar to what's on the Castilleja Bike Boulevard as you head south from Churchill Avenue. However, Payback has expressed concern continually around the use of purple and actually prefers the green and white wayfinding signage that's found on some of our other corridors like Wilkie Way.
And how frequent are those?
Those would be at major decision points, so at the beginning of Bike Boulevard, and then when you were passing cross streets that were other bike boulevards or had significant destinations along the cross street. So Bryant and Churchill, for example, would have wayfinding signage to direct people down Churchill.
So we're not talking every so many feet along each block face, which has been previously, yeah, okay.
No.
All right, good. And then parking removal at roundabouts, especially at California, as was mentioned here. How many parking places are being removed there? You know, there's been that area is a topic of a lot of conversation, and especially given the uses at the church, causing a great demand. How many spaces is that being removed?
So I believe that a space is being removed, so 8 total spaces, I believe, are being removed there, a space from each corner, approximately. From each side of each corner.
Okay. All right. And that, has the church had any input on that in terms of their assistance with not filling up the?
The pastor has attended the majority of our community meetings, and he's expressed concern around the parking removal. And he's generally not supportive of it.
Not supportive of this. Okay. All right. And the one intersection that you showed too is like there were more parking, whichever slide it was. The one at Bryan Street and Everett, there was 12.5 typically used, but 8 spaces. So removing a space exacerbates that.
Certainly.
So, because none of the other allocations have much room to pick up that or absorb that.
So I think between now and when we go to construction on these projects, we're going to have conducted 3 to 4 rounds of occupancy data collection for the RPP program within the downtown RPP district. And I think we may need to consider reducing the number of permits available if there's going to be a significant impact on the parking supply related to these projects.
And that was my last question is the RPP designed such that the number of permits could be reduced in such a finite area?
Yes, the planning director has the authority to adjust the number of permits by zone.
Zone meaning finite enough to address
the employee zones that were created under downtown RPP Phase 2.
I understand that, but finite enough to address the parking removals on Bryant, that's more finite than a zone.
I think if the reduction in the supply increases reduces the availability of parking for residents, I think we definitely need to look at whether the total number of permits needs to be adjusted.
Okay. All right,
based on the impacts of these projects.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Niss.
Well, not to be too preemptive, but I would actually like to move the staff recommendation, which you see here, which includes the CEQA exemption, the concept plans, and also the contract with Alto Planning. And I'm going to guess that included in this, Josh, you would also like to have approved professional services contract that's on the following page. So I'm looking at page 1 of the packet. I'm at packet page 274. And it looks to me as though you want to include adopt, approve, and approve the professional services contract. Is that correct? It's numbers 1, 2, and 3.
1, 2, and 3.
It's the one on the slide.
Not 3.
Yes.
3
It's
is
the-
is in the next section of the presentation.
Okay, so you don't want 3 now. So moving the one that's on the screen at this point.
Second.
So, may I speak briefly?
You may.
Okay. We've heard lots of really good comments tonight. But I think the one that still moves me the most, and not that I don't love everyone riding to work and everyone who gets around and enjoys Palo Alto on a bike, but I think the biggest impact is on kids going to school. And there is no question, even though tonight I didn't see the figures adding up to quite the same numbers, if you are anywhere close to Bryant in the morning or North California, which happens to be the area I live in, you know, you would get run over by the bicycles. So I simply wouldn't go in that direction. But that's what I would hope would happen. You really want everyone riding to school. You can see the bike cages are filled. I think that makes one of the biggest differences in our community, is this change from the year 99 to 2000 to taking up this plan and moving kids around the city in a comfortable way. And I think Stephen Heck's daughter said it so well tonight. If you're that articulate when you're 9 years old, I can't imagine what she'll be like when she's 19. So I don't think I need to say a whole lot more with this. This is a concept plan. I think we've given you lots of information, instruction, and so forth tonight as we go forward. There clearly are some concerns about the roundabouts, about the other kinds of traffic calming devices. I think you've heard that, and also I understand that Payback is very involved with this at the same time. But if this isn't an idea whose time has come, I don't know what would be that idea. So I urge us to move forward.
Mr. Mayor, point of order. I thought we were going to divide this and vote on just Bryant and then talk about the rest of it so Tom could come back and participate, as we just had the presentation on Bryant alone.
Josh?
Yes, so we can sever the concept plans, but the contract includes all 4 of the corridors, so we cannot sever the contract. So the second item that's on the screen is the approval of the contract. The first item is just Bryant Street, which the other 3 corridors will be considered in the next section.
So do we need to separate out? Thank you. We need to separate out number A from B in order to allow, or the other way around?
The opposite. He said it's fine the way it is because you have to approve the contract.
Good.
Mr. Mayor, it sounds like this is the way that it can be broken up, and so it does need to be handled this way. Even though it's overbroad from the conflicts perspective, it's the way the work is organized, and again, council should take it up in this manner.
Okay, thank you. All right, Vice Mayor Scharf.
Well, I want to thank staff for all the hard work on this. I mean, I know you did a lot of outreach, and I know that you responded to a lot of neighborhood concerns, especially on the Green Sharrows, on other areas. And I can tell when we talked about this that you thought carefully about each intersection. You removed parking judiciously, you know. And while I want to say that my heart is with Stephen Hecht in terms of having remove the parking all along one side and have a dedicated path, I don't think the community is ready to do that in terms of losing that much parking. So I do think you've been very thoughtful about this. I think it's a great program. I'm really glad we're moving forward on our bike boulevards, and it's been a long time since we did this kind of intensive, let's get the bike boulevards done. So thanks for all your work.
Councilmember Berman.
Well, I want to add my thanks to staff and to the community. You know, we've had an extraordinary amount of outreach around this plan over the past 4 years, meetings in the community. Staff has been flexible and has listened to concerns from the community and will continue to do so, as was indicated by answers in regards to concerns about parking in some of our downtown neighborhoods. And it's important that we continue to evaluate, you know, the impacts that this has on certain stretches of road and adapt as necessary. That doesn't mean that we throw the entire thing out. but it means that we kind of track success and see what works and what doesn't. Some folks in the community have questioned the prioritization of this. And this has been a priority in our community for longer than I've been on council. It was an integral part of Measure B in 2014 to fully fund our infrastructure, because this is a critical part of our infrastructure. If we have a comprehensive bicycle and pedestrian plan, more people will bike, more people will walk, less people will drive, we'll need fewer parking spaces, there'll be less traffic, there'll be less greenhouse gas emissions, and everybody wins. And so that's what that's the system we're trying to create here. That's why it's a priority. Residents voted 76%, I think, to pass Measure B, and this was a critical part of it. So I'm happy to see that we're moving forward, and I'm excited to see the implementation.
Councilmember Philseth.
Thanks. My question was really the procedural one about parsing it out correctly so that Tom could vote. So thank you. Other than that, I think all my questions got answered, and I'm happy to support it.
Councilmember Schmidt.
Yeah, let's see. I would refer to the diagram of the Bryant Street Everett Avenue parking impact. 3 of the 8 sides of the street are typically overparked. And I assume from your response to questions, it is overparked on the average over the full day. So during the business day, it might even be more. So I would ask the maker of the motion for a friendly amendment to say that Alto Planning would come back 6 months after the data is available for the RPP Phase 2 for an opportunity to relook at the parking spaces to be eliminated in the downtown parking district.
Is that going to be a sufficient amount of time, do you think, the 6 months?
6 months after the full data from Phase 2 is available. That's probably a year from now.
May I ask a question of staff to clarify this? Under the plan as we would be approving tonight, what discretion does the staff still have for these various adjustments? My understanding is we're not walking into each and every one of these. We're giving a plan direction, concept plan, and adjustments could be made before implementation, and adjustments could be made after implementation by staff in response to situations. Is that correct?
So if you approve the contract award for final design, we will begin an approximately 1-year process of, surveying, refining the design, looking at things like where signage is placed, doing a more thorough kind of analysis of how long the red curb, exactly how long it needs to be. We kind of, gave you a best guess at how many spaces we think will be removed. At that same time, we'll be collecting the RPP parking occupancy data on a quarterly basis. We'll be looking at that as we move through the final design process.
So did I understand correctly that the final design will actually be subsequent to additional RPP data?
Yes.
And then the other half of my question is, after we implement a final design, will staff have authority to make minor adjustments if we see that there are greater problems than we anticipate or whatever?
Yes. And we can also modify the number of permits in the RPP district. That's another solution.
Okay. I don't know if that clarifies the intent there.
Well, I think my intent is to have a public meeting about that as opposed to a decision made by staff.
So I wouldn't accept that.
Well, the seconder is balking, so I think that's a problem, Councilmember Schmidt.
Okay, I propose it as an amendment if there is a second.
see a second. Okay. All right. Councilmember Holman.
I wasn't clear if the proposed amendment was capturing what I was going to suggest, which is to ask the staff to, as a friendly amendment, is to direct the staff to reduce the number of permits being sold in the area as a result of eliminating parking permit, as a result of removing parking spaces, and do that in a proactive rather than a reactive manner.
I think the city attorney needs to weigh in.
So just looking at the scope of the agendized item, I think that's getting into some specific direction on RPP Phase 2. So I think probably the approach that the staff has suggested, which is that's something that they can take into account in implementing this item, is probably as far as we can go on this noticed item this evening.
And will the RPP be returning to the council prior to full implementation of this plan in any way?
We're estimating that construction on these corridors will start in the beginning of 2017, probably around March. That's about the time that RPP Phase 2 is coming to an end, and council will be deciding whether to continue the program permanently.
Mr. King?
Well, I was just going to add, I think in addition, I mean, despite this provides the direction on the planning, we'll actually have to come back to the council for the award of the construction projects themselves. So, I mean, if the council's really concerned with what the data is showing as it relates to RPP, I mean, you are going to have an opportunity prior to adopting construction contracts to raise questions.
Can we, maybe, Councilmember Holman, if I can offer this concept, because I share your interest in that, is to request staff at the time of the awarding of the contract to provide an update to the council on responses within the RPP program to the impacts of this bike plan, or as a result of the impacts of this bike plan, and that we would have that report to council and an opportunity to review it at that time.
That's good.
Okay, so
Did the clerk capture that?
I can try if it didn't.
So just to clarify, you would like a report that details, based on the latest occupancy study that we've done for RPP, how we anticipate these projects affecting the supply of parking in the immediate area?
And whatever adjustments you're making to the permit sale as a result of those impacts.
Okay.
And then I had one other question.
Okay, let's see whether the staff captured that. Do you need me to state it? So the amendment would be, at the time of the awarding of the Bryant, how should we describe it? It's not just the Bryant contract, but the awarding of the bike plan contract, construction contract. Staff will report to the council how any adjustments that have been made to the plan in response to the results of phase 2 of the RPP I should say any adjustments to parking? Yeah, well, that's what it is. Yeah. Is there?
There may be adjustments made to RPP based on the bike boulevard as well. Could work both ways.
Okay. Or adjustments to the RPP in response to the bike boulevard plan.
That get what you wanted?
Does that get it right?
Yes.
Okay, is that acceptable to the maker and the seconder, as
yes,
well as Councilmember Holman?
And I think that's also going to be interesting, because as you look at the end of phase 1, phase 2, tying them all in together could be an interesting and difficult staff response to have. So I think having it in there at least takes care of it now, even though it won't be looked at again probably for quite some time.
Okay, so I'll just briefly say that I think staff and the consultants have developed a better and continually improved and refined plan in response to feedback from the community. I think one of the latest things that we've heard is that we're eliminating the sharrows on Bryant, which was a concern that was expressed by a good number of members of the community, and my understanding is that that sharrows are not necessarily significant safety benefits, and so there's not a loss to effective safe biking as a result of that. And I think that overall, you know, we were national leaders in biking in the 60s and 70s and remained near the top nationally, largely because of the great success of our Safe Routes to School program. But what we're doing right now is the first real significant reinvestment in our bike plan since the 70s. And this is a major step for our community. There's a great deal of opportunity that, as Councilmember Berman stated, benefits everybody. Supervisor Simidian told me a story that I think I had said recently, but I'll say it again. When, back in the 90s, when there was significant discussion on biking, and Supervisor Simidian was very supportive of it, and his best friend, Councilmember Fazzino, said, "Joe, why are you so supportive and worried about the biking? You haven't been on your bike in 20 years. And Supervisor Simidian said, yeah, well, that may be true, but every person who's on the bike means that I've got one fewer car on the street and one more parking space for me to park, and I think it's great that they're doing it." It really benefits everybody. And so I think this is a win for the entire community. And I do want to add that back 20 years ago, when I was involved in neighborhood traffic calming initiatives, there was a study on roundabouts that I still remember roughly the statistics, and I have to dig it up in my files, but before roundabouts are installed, the support for them is around 50%. After they're installed, it goes up to around 90%. So there are apprehensions, and then the experience is strikingly different from what the apprehensions were before they went in. So I see Councilmember Holman has a light.
I think, well, I'm just going to throw this out there. On these streets, some of them are wider streets, and also the upcoming, but I'll stick to this right now. I've also been a proponent, as was Stefan Heck's comments indicating, of separating bicycles and pedestrians from cars. And it may sound like an odd suggestion. It's not even a suggestion, it's a question. On the wider streets, is there any opportunity to introduce trees, say mid-block or along the avenues, as opposed to just adding landscape at the corners? Trees have all kinds of environmental impacts. They slow traffic. They make it safer for bicycles. So it's not exactly a separating because you're still going to have cars parked at the curb. And then, interestingly, we have rolled curbs in a lot of our South Palo Alto neighborhoods, and that actually isn't the safest thing either. So can you comment on either one or both of those, please?
Could you clarify the first question? Trees within a median in the roadway?
Trees, you know, we've got these bulb extensions or curb extensions, and you could say bulb outs, whatever. Palo Alto has in the older parts of town, they have trees that are in the street, and they're accepted. I don't know if there's any way to introduce those in the street or in the parking area, at least in the older parts. Is there any way to get, you know, trees, to introduce trees into those streets?
We could look at additional opportunities to add street trees. Are you particularly interested in the Bryant Street corridor?
Well, this covers more, the motion, current motion covers more than just Bryant Street, but the wider boulevards. And it's for two reasons. It's to slow traffic, make it safer, potentially, maybe in some occasions, separate bikes from cars. And also a comment that we hear a lot from South Palo Alto residents is that it's lacking in street trees, where North Palo Alto has a lot more because of its design nature. So it's related to the bike safety and bike paths, but if you could look at that and respond. And then the roll curb versus vertical curb, that isn't part of this project, but do you have any thought on safety and?
We can look at adding additional street trees as we enter the final design phase. There may be opportunities that don't affect parking substantially. As far as rolled curb, we actually just produced an informational handout that's been posted on the city website, reminding folks, the proper way to park at rolled curb. There seems to be, several streets around town where people have gradually migrated up onto the sidewalk and actually created a wider travel way, increasing speed. So we're trying to get people to start parking, more in on the roadway itself. I don't think wholesale reconstruction in the curbing would be a wise investment of the bike plan funding, but in the areas where we're recommending curb extensions and other infrastructure along the curb, we'd probably be installing vertical curbing in places where there's currently rolled curbing.
And I think the comprehensive plan says that when curbs are redone, they're supposed to revert to vertical curbs, but we haven't done that. Thank you.
Okay, please vote on the board. And that passes unanimously with Council Member Du Bois abstaining. And Council Member Du Bois will now be rejoining us as we move on to the second half of the discussion. All right. Staff like to kick this off?
Thank you. Thank you. So now we're going to talk about the Amarillo Moreno, Ross Road, and Lewis Montrose bicycle boulevards. And much like the Bryant one, we wanted to start with just the events that were held that were kind of specific to these bicycle boulevards. So as you see, we had separate events targeted kind of around Midtown, around South Palo Alto, and then again, we had this workshop that was for all of the bicycle boulevards, as well as the bike-alongs and other events that were held. We heard a lot of different comments at our most recent workshop, in addition to the general comments we've already discussed. We heard a lot of interest and support for the landscaping along Amarillo Moreno. Certainly an interest in and concern about parking. Along Amarillo Moreno is one of the areas where quite a bit of parking is proposed for removal, mostly due to the school there, the Ohlone School, and then as well as sort of an extension of the park further down the road. Along Ross Road, we heard interest in, as folks mentioned here earlier, the making sure the landscaping is low for maximum visibility, some interest in retiming the traffic signal at Oregon Expressway so it better accommodates bicyclists, some interest in the roundabout proposed at Moreno, and some interest supported that and some opposed to that, as well as potential to retain some of the stop signs that were proposed for removal. And then finally, on the Lewis Montrose Bike Boulevard, we heard about just one comment about supportive of the roundabouts there. At the PTC and payback meetings, the one comment that we heard was to look more closely at the Lewis Road and East Charleston intersection and whether that can accommodate large buses that might use that. So that's something that needs to be looked at in more detail, potentially. Again, back onto the parking issue, because that was one of the more significant issues that was raised throughout. And again, I've got a piece of a map here that shows you for these 3 bicycle boulevards what's proposed. In most cases, you'll see that we're not proposing, we're proposing, removing at intersections as before. But as I mentioned, there are a couple more significant removals, specifically around the Ohlone School and then down by Greer Park. And then a little bit more around the mid-blocks of Ross Road. And again, mostly those were chosen as places where as was just requested, opportunities to put in landscaping and trees maybe in the mid-block of some of these wider streets where you can create some additional landscaping. So that's really why those are there. Overall, 262 spaces, parked cars were observed on all these corridors. That's quite a long set of corridors, about 300 during the peak, and relatively low average occupancy. Of course, those vary a bit from corridor to corridor and block to block, and there may be some interest and ability to mitigate some of that. We didn't find anywhere, kind of as we discussed previously, where you couldn't park about a block away, either on the main street or off onto side streets as we were doing the parking studies.
Thank you. So our recommendation for this section of our discussion is to adopt the CEQA exemption and improve the concept plans for the Amarillo, Moreno, Lewis, Montrose, and Ross Road bicycle boulevards, and then also approve a contract with Farron Piers for final design of the previously approved Bryant Street Extension, Maybell Avenue, and Park Boulevard, Wilkie Way bicycle boulevards.
Okay, so we have a staff recommendation before us. We can entertain a motion and discussion. Councilmember, or Vice Mayor Scharf.
So I'll just move approval of the staff recommendation.
Motion by Vice Mayor Scharf, second by Councilmember Berman. Would you like to speak to your motion?
I'm not going to repeat the thanks to staff, but again, I do appreciate that. I think it's great that we're expanding our bike boulevards south in this comprehensive way, and I think that's something that's really going to, the community is really going to benefit and be very pleased with this when it's done.
Councilmember Berman.
Given the time and the comments I already made, I'll just say I agree with everything Vice Mayor Scharf said.
Councilmember Du Bois.
I didn't get to speak earlier, so I have to talk now. So first of all, I think if you could, I think we've said this before, I think a lot of times when these bike concept plans, they should come as action items rather than consent. I think it'd be smoother, the whole process of pulling it off consent and then bringing it back. Just say we have a focus right now on parking, transportation. I would just suggest that. And I think a lot of what you're hearing from us is really trying to strike the right balance of, implementing these standards, but doing it kind of with a light touch where it makes sense to have a lighter touch. And, I think we're getting there, but it'd be great to you just kind of tune that in. My biggest concern, if you look at attachment D where you show the parking intrusion levels, is really thinking about, a policy in that sweet spot of, 60% utilization. And when it starts to go red, like it does on, figure 9 and figure 10 in particular, I'm concerned about, which is Greer Park. Maybe that's the point where we need to really think about the policy and adjust. And particularly this Greer Park one, there's affordable housing there, there's multi-unit housing, and then there's a very popular park. And, I'm concerned about permanently removing the parking there. And, we measured a certain time of year. I know in soccer season, particularly on weekends, we want people to come use the park. And the soccer fields are right there on that edge. And so I'm wondering, if that in particular is one place you could consider maybe daytime parking restrictions during the weekdays, and maybe weekend and nights, we could have more parking.
So the section of Amarillo at Greer Park, the parking there is being removed to add street trees in a curb extension. That's a very sun-baked, wide-open, wide street, and people are coming off West Bay Shore relatively quickly. So we wanted to set the tone that they were entering a park area in a residential neighborhood. So we kind of went heavy-handed with the street trees on that section purposefully. And the result is a lot of parking needs to be removed in order to accommodate those trees.
Yeah, it's fairly significant. So yeah. It's probably my area of single biggest concern. Okay. And the other thing is just, again, the idea I brought up before of kind of peak versus average, particularly in residential neighborhoods. And when you're downtown, if you have to park and walk a couple of blocks to your office building, it's probably more reasonable. But these are some large residential blocks. People have parked in front of their house for years. And, I'm just concerned that a lot of people aren't aware of this, and they're going to be pretty upset when we say there's plenty of parking, a block or two away from your house.
So the peak along these 3 corridors occurs in the evening, and even at peak, it's only at 26% utilization of the on-street parking. So it's not, they don't have to go a block, it's probably on the same block face, just a couple, 50 feet down the road.
Okay, well, that's good to hear. So hopefully we're just sensitive to that.
With the exception of Amarillo. Amarillo, there's a pretty significant parking impact at Greer Park and at the Ohlone School, where we're recommending a shared use path connecting the school to Lewis.
Yeah, I like the Ohlone changes myself. The other question I had is, and I have to just offer this really for discussion, is is Ross correctly classified? I mean, it seems to act more as a collector these days, and I wonder if it's, maybe it used to be more of a local street. So I guess I'll offer a friendly amendment, and not sure exactly how to word it, but I would ask that we reconsider removing the parking at Greer Park and look to minimize the number of spots that we lose.
So is it staff sorry, just to clarify, is it to staff to reconsider without direction to do so, or is it direction to do so?
I guess it would be direction to do so, but in terms of how many, I would leave that up to staff. Just to highlight that it's a particular area of concern. But I'm open to suggestions.
So does staff have some response to, is this all or nothing in terms of this what do we call it?
Bulb outs, or
It's not a bulb out, it's a curb extension. That's what's causing the loss. It's a large curb extension there.
It's a series of 3 curb extensions and a total of 14 street trees that we're showing. So we're recommending curb extensions at Tanlin Drive, both legs of Tanlin Drive, and then the one at the western leg is actually fairly extensive along the park. That includes about 8 street trees.
And how many parking spots are lost? It was unclear.
It's on here.
Yeah, that was on, right. By the park, you're losing about 11 spots on that side of the street and then 7 on the other. And then further down by the school, you're losing about 10 on one side and about 16 on the other.
Okay, I'll accept it.
I'm sorry, what is the motion again, or what is the amendment? Is it to remove all?
It says to reduce the removal of parking spaces.
So it's not to completely. Okay, so it's to look for optimal ways to maybe. Okay, I'm fine with that. It's to staff's discretion. Okay.
And just one last comment. I think we heard from folks on Middlefield Road earlier about kind of, legally minimum width of street, of car lanes. And then Stefan Heck talked about kind of this idea of actually separating tracks. And I don't think it's appropriate for these bike routes, but in the future, I think we should entertain actually widening the road to add bike paths rather than trying to squeeze everything into the existing space. I'll just throw that out. Thanks.
Can I? Mr. Mayor, so the way I read direct staff to reduce the removal of parking spaces near Greer Park, it's not actually setting in a specific number. Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councilmember Wolbach.
So I also wanted to talk about that same intersection. Something I was referring to vaguely earlier in thinking about intersections and visibility from landscaping. It's actually an intersection also on Bay Shore at the other end, beyond Greer Park, and then some housing at Loma Verde and Bay Shore, where there are bulb outs, and there are cars that often park are half onto the bulb outs, which raises some safety concerns there. So I'll just, I won't make it as a motion, but I'll suggest, thinking about making sure we've got red striping on the bulb outs themselves so that people don't park right up on them. And also the way the landscaping works at that intersection, the visibility is a little bit tough. And so that's something to think about at this intersection that we were just talking about, as well as really thinking about what the visibility of adding street trees would do there. Speeds of vehicles on Bay Shore can be quite rapid, certainly commonly exceeding the 35 posted speed. And because of that, I do think that having a really clear, anything to indicate that there's a need to slow down around this intersection, especially given that it's a very popular park. We have kids on bikes living in the apartment complex, people going to the park, jogging, biking, playing. There's lots of soccer fields, soccer balls fly out from soccer fields. So, I'd suggest maybe even looking at what's going on Bay Shore itself. And as far as the amendment that was just made, I'd actually offer a friendly amendment to this, so that it would read, direct staff to explore reducing the removal of parking spaces, so that it gives you a little bit more flexibility.
Could I just highlight a couple of elements in the concept plan at the West Bay Shore Amarillo intersection? We're recommending a chicane along West Bay Shore that would actually force vehicles to slow as they approach the intersection. And then the installation of a median on Amarillo at West Bay Shore, so turning vehicles would not be able to make the turn at high speeds. They would have to go around a median, and that would also serve as a gateway to the bike boulevard.
Great.
Okay. So let's see, who needs to approve?
I guess I need to approve it, and Mark needs to approve it if we do.
It's just really,
I think I liked it better the way it was.
what did Charles say?
I think I liked it better.
So it's basically the difference between whether staff will necessarily do some reduction of parking spaces,
Right.
or whether they will evaluate whether to reduce.
Which is right.
Right.
That I prefer.
So I said no.
You said no?
Yeah.
Doesn't go to me then. No, he said no.
Okay, so that is not accepted unless you want to attempt to have it.
I was hoping somebody might second it in that case.
I'll second it.
Okay,
And hopefully
so,
there's not a lot of discussion.
yeah, why don't we see if we can vote up or down on this minor distinction? I mean, it is a distinction. So the amendment is a difference to direct staff to explore reducing the parking spaces near Greer Park. I see people feel obligated to speak to this. Councilmember Schmidt. You don't? Councilmember Filson? Okay, so I'm going to clear the board. Vice Mayor Sharfer, you need to speak to, all right. So I've cleared the board. Once we vote on this, then you'll need to hit your button again to get up. Okay, let's vote on the amendment. And that fails on a 5-4 vote with council members Wolbach, Burt, Berman, and Nis voting yes. All right, so we'll return to the initial motion, and I had some lights. Councilmember Filseth?
Yeah, thanks. Just briefly, I wanted to weigh in on a point that Councilmember Du Bois noted earlier, which is this Appendix D is full of charts with, say, target residential utilization. I think we don't have a citywide standard for target residential utilization. I think yeah, it may be that we need one, right? I mean, I see this stuff all over the place, but we don't have one right now. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Schmidt.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a comment to the reduction of parking spaces near Greer Park. I think the point was made that the weekends are different. There are 6 active playing fields where games take place on Saturday and Sunday. And that's the time where you really need those parking spaces. So if you could take that into account.
Okay, so I'll just add a couple final comments. It may be appropriate to reduce the removal of parking spaces at Greer Park, but I think we do need to think differently a bit about the impact of having a significantly better bike plan. And I think that the more likely impact is that we're going to see a shift in our social norm so that we don't have as many kids and parents think that they have to drive their kid to the soccer game, that they ride their bike to the soccer game together as a family or as kids. And it reduces the demand for parking. So I think there's an assumption that the parking requirements are stagnant. And in fact, I believe that they're dynamic and that we're going to see less parking requirements. You know, it just kind of, on a value basis, aside from all the other pragmatic impacts of less traffic and less parking as a result of improved and better biking and more convenient biking in town, the whole notion that we should, every time we move about town, we should be escorted in a 2-ton vehicle is a little bit absurd when we really step back and think about it. And that's how we do most of our travel. We get into 2-ton cars to take us often, most of the time, individually to our destinations a mile or 2 from where we're starting. And it'll be very interesting how much we move the needle as a result of making this more convenient. And I look forward to the next phase of this plan. I think we'll see a next phase soon, and I'm really appreciative of the staff and, frankly, the city manager. When this came to us as an initiative on our new bike master plan, I don't know, what, 4 years ago, I guess, time flies. I recall that I was the dissenter in interest of updating the bike master plan. And everybody was a little bit surprised, but I said, why do we need a new bike plan? We've had one sitting on the shelf for almost 10 years, and we haven't done anything to implement it, haven't funded it. The prior city manager really had no commitment to it. And our city manager said, no, we're serious about this, and we're going to move forward with an update and a meaningful plan, and it's going to have a real commitment of city resources. I said, okay, in that case, I'm for it. And so I'm glad to see that that's what we've been doing, and I'm looking forward to seeing the implementation of this. And I think it'll be kind of a virtuous cycle. The more we have people who willingly and enthusiastically ride more because it's safer and more convenient, the more we'll have people saying, gee, we want even better biking, and we'll invest in it over time. And that's what's happened in other communities, and we have healthier communities, and people enjoy it, and they waste less time in traffic. So I look forward to seeing this go forward, and let's vote on the board. And that passes unanimously. All right, we have one more big item, which is the consideration of next residential permit parking programs. Item number 10, let's take a 5-minute break, if that's all right. Our next item is item number 10 on the agenda, which is direction to staff regarding It is a direction to staff regarding implementation priority. Direction to staff regarding implementation priority for the following new residential permit parking districts, RPP districts. First, a portion of Crescent Park. Second, the Edgewood Plaza area. Third, the Southgate. And fourth, Evergreen Park neighborhoods. So, welcome. Josh, you kicking off? Who's kicking off?
I have the honor of doing that now. Josh is tired of talking. Mr. Mayor, City Council members, thanks for having us here tonight. I'm Sue Ellen Atkinson. I'm the Interim Transportation Planning Manager. And tonight we'll be talking about the process for requesting a new RPP district as it pertains to the petitions that we'll be reviewing tonight from Edgewood Plaza, a portion of Crescent Park, Southgate, and Evergreen Park, and then the resource impact and timeline for potential RPP programs. So just taking a step back regarding what drives residents to request an RPP program, some aspects and suggestions that we've heard include that residents are having an increasing difficulty in finding parking in their neighborhood. They're seeing congestion in terms of vehicles and parking. There are complaints about loitering and noise and reported difficulty passing on narrow streets. So those are just some comments that we hear that drive people to request an RPP petition and submit. However, an RPP petition and an RPP program is not a magic remedy for parking issues in Palo Alto. There are pros and cons to implementing an RPP program. In terms of the pros, it can improve the quality of life for residents by making it easier to find parking because there are additional empty spots on the streets. That in turn can lead to less traffic and less congestion if you don't have people who are driving really slowly looking for that elusive parking space, et cetera. Some of the cons that speak against an RPP program are that all cars need permits, including residents. That's something that we've heard from residents in existing RPP programs, including College Terrace and the downtown RPP district, is that they don't wish to buy a permit. But if you do want an RPP program, all vehicles that are parking on the street need to have a permit. There's also no cookie cutter program that fits all. We're not able to lift a program from one area of Palo Alto and have it fit directly into another neighborhood. As we can see, the College Terrace program is quite different from what's in place in the downtown area, so there's that consideration. Also, an RPP program does limit the public use of public rights of way, so it does in some way privatize the public streets. So it's also a consideration to take into account. There are also options that are available either in lieu of or in addition to an RPP program that can be considered. RPP may not be the perfect solution for all parking issues. Some other options include engineering solutions, such as red curb. You can't park where there's a red curb, so that increases the availability of yield pockets on narrow streets. Implementing time limits, so time restrictions where people are not able to park, and other engineering solutions. There are also transportation demand management strategies that work to get people out of their cars. If people are not driving, then they don't need a parking space. And there's also parking management solutions to make better use of existing parking supply. So just a few things to take into account when you're evaluating the need for an RPP program. So set forth in the citywide RPP ordinance that was adopted in December 2014, the process for a new RPP district is that first residents need to self-organize and submit a petition by March 31st. We received 4 petitions this year. The residents did an admirable job of self-organizing, and it seems that a number of them are here this evening as well. Second, the planning director will review the petitions, and then the Planning and Transportation Commission will evaluate and recommend prioritization. We went to the PTC on April 27th, and I'll discuss their prioritization later in this presentation. The available resources will inform which districts can be implemented, and staff will begin the community outreach and stakeholder process and data collection for the district or districts that will be working on implementing that year. The staff will bring the proposed RPP district and a city attorney prepared draft resolution back to the PTC, and the PTC will make a recommendation to City Council. The City Council will then hold a public hearing to review the proposed resolution and decide whether to adopt, reject, or modify that resolution. In the in the citywide RPP ordinance, there is a September deadline for bringing that program back to City Council, and given that we are in May now, that is likely not going to be the case this year, but this is the first time that this ordinance has really been put through this test, so we may need to make modifications to that schedule in the future. In terms of evaluation criteria for an RPP district, when we went to the PTC, we did recognize that there are no set criteria for evaluating and prioritizing an RPP district. Per the citywide ordinance, there are 4 required findings that must be made in order for an RPP district to be formed, and that can serve as a criteria to consider. The first is that non-resident vehicles do or may substantially interfere with the use of on-street or alley parking spaces by neighborhood residents. The second is that the interference by the non-resident vehicles occurs at regular and frequent intervals, either daily or weekly. The third is that the non-resident vehicles parked in the area of the proposed district create traffic congestion, noise, or other disruption, including shortage of parking spaces for residents and their visitors that disrupts neighborhood life. And the fourth is that other alternative parking strategies are not feasible or practical. So taking that into account, we can move into reviewing the 4 petitions that were received by March 31st of this year. The first is a small area near Edgewood Plaza that was submitted in October 2015. A small segment of 3 streets in Crescent Park that was submitted in January 2016. The Southgate neighborhood in February, and the Evergreen Park neighborhood in March. So first we had a small segment of streets near the Edgewood Plaza Shopping Center that submitted a petition that shows where those streets are located in relation to the existing Crescent Park no overnight parking program. So nearby but not adjacent, and it's also somewhat nearby to the downtown RPP district, but further away. The petition notes intrusion on weekdays during the daytime and overnight, and on weekends, and that parking intrusion was attributed to congestion from East Palo Alto and also from Edgewood Plaza. The policy implications for evaluating a program on those streets is that it's a very small area to implement a permit program, and it potentially sets a precedent for RPP implementation near small neighborhood shopping centers. Some options to consider in relation to this petition are to evaluate in the future after the shopping center is fully occupied. That area could be incorporated into the existing overnight parking program, or could look at a larger area, or you could direct staff to create a small RPP district that is freestanding in that area. The second petition received is from 3 streets in Crescent Park. These streets are adjacent to the boundary of the downtown RPP district. Residents on these 3 streets submitted these petitions requesting annexation into the downtown RPP district. Those petitions were due in November, and this petition was received in January. So the request for annexation into the downtown RPP district was past that deadline. The streets in this petition that are part of the eligibility area that's been approved for downtown will be evaluated as part of that process. And the residents were told that these 3 streets would be evaluated separately because they fall outside of the eligibility area. Although the petition was for annexation to the downtown district, the residents indicated interest in resident permits only, which is not the current setup for the downtown district. Policy implications for a program in relation to this petition. A resident-only program may move employee vehicles to other adjacent streets, as we've seen. It, again, is a very small area for a new program. And the downtown RPP boundary is finalized, and we would require council direction and an updated resolution to modify. Some options in reviewing this petition are to expand the downtown RPP boundary and annex these 3 streets, or a new RPP district could be created. The Southgate neighborhood also submitted a petition for the neighborhood as a whole. From the petition, the residents report parking overflow between 8 a.m. and to 4 p.m. on weekdays, primarily attributed by the residents to Palo Alto High School students, school district employees, medical office employees, and Stanford employees and students. The residents organized a parking occupancy count and noted high levels of parking on blocks that are nearest to Churchill Avenue, and safety concerns related to emergency vehicle access and bicyclists. Here's a screenshot of the occupancy counts that were submitted showing high levels of parking closest to Churchill. Some policy implications related to this program are that resident-only permits would not address the cause of the parking issues and may just relocate the problem. Engineering enforcement, TDM, and parking management options in addition to or in lieu of permits have been suggested to residents but have not yet been evaluated. And an in-depth outreach and stakeholder process would be necessary to establish other options for the people who are parking in the neighborhood. Some options with regards to this petition would be to evaluate and implement engineering, enforcement, and TDM options in conjunction with the school district and to monitor for a possible future RPP program. A second option would be to combine with Evergreen Park and implement one large RPP program. And a third option would be to create a freestanding Southgate RPP program through a stakeholder process. Finally, the 4th petition before you is for the Evergreen Park neighborhood. Evergreen Park residents request annexation into the existing College Terrace resident permit only RPP district. The residents attribute the weekday parking overflow in the neighborhood, the neighboring businesses, Caltrain commuters, and Stanford faculty, staff, students, and visitors. The neighboring businesses there would be the California Avenue Business District. And residents cite safety concerns with regards to the local bike routes. Evergreen Park residents also self-organized and did an occupancy count and noted primarily high levels of parking along El Camino and near streets that are nearest to the Cal Ave Business District. Policy implications for a program in Evergreen Park is, again, resident-only permits would not address the causes of the parking intrusion, and again, vehicles may move elsewhere. Engage stakeholders and community to create a program that includes both an RPP element and TDM options, and explore parking management strategies to most efficiently utilize the existing supply in the California Avenue District and to support the local businesses on Cal Ave. Options with regards to the Evergreen Park petition would be to annex into the existing College Terrace RPP as requested, to implement an Evergreen Park RPP program with a stakeholder group and parking management options, or a third option would be to combine with Southgate and implement one large RPP program. Following our discussion with the PTC on April 27th, staff returned returns tonight with an at places memo that contains this estimated resource impact table that replaces Table 2 in the staff report. PTC requested additional information regarding the estimated capital and operating expenses related to the RPP districts. So here we've broken out estimated capital expenses and estimated operating expenses for each of the 4 RPP petitions that are before you. These are very back of the envelope estimates, so please take that into consideration. The proposed budget in the fiscal year 17 budget that will be before the Finance Committee, et cetera, shortly includes $30,000 in the proposed capital budget for in-house staff, and also $300,000 in the proposed capital budget for capital expenditures. And then there's a $50,000 line item in the proposed operating budget for planning of RPP programs. So those are the funds that have been proposed. And then you can see the estimated funds for both the capital and operating expenditures for each of the programs. Again, we went to the PTC on April 27th, and the motions that came out of that approved, passed 5-0, is that all programs should be prioritized for funding and implemented in the following order. Southgate and Evergreen were both first priority, followed by Crescent Park, and then Edgewood Plaza. Second, PTC passed a motion 4-1 that the City Council should direct staff or the PTC to set a standard for which to evaluate parking capacity and utilization goals, based on comments from the PTC that the goal of the RPP programs is unknown. We don't know if we want empty streets or if we want to be able to have 2 or 3 parking spaces available per block. And that concludes the staff presentation, and we welcome your questions.
Thank you. So we can have an opportunity for council to ask technical questions. Given the hour and the number of speakers, any questions, I encourage colleagues to be succinct. Does anyone have any technical questions for staff at this time? Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, two quick questions. So what's going on at Edgewood Plaza? We don't have a store there. It's completely full during the day. We need to figure out what's happening. Like, who's parking at Edgewood Plaza and on the streets around Edgewood Plaza?
We haven't undertaken data collection near Edgewood Plaza yet, and we would have directed to move forward with a parking program in that area. Colloquially, I visited just before the PTC meeting, and there was sufficient parking on the neighborhood streets.
The parking lot itself, there's no store there, but it seems 100%.
There were quite a few empty spaces in the parking lot also.
Yeah, okay. The other question is, looking at these high-level financials on packet page 886, you're including the capital cost. That's the total capital cost, right, for the signs and.
Right, that's based on our experience in the downtown RPP district with signage and materials.
Right. So if I look at figure 1, downtown RPP, essentially now that we bought the signs, we should be highly profitable next year, like $225K revenue.
I just want to make sure that you're looking at the At Places memo. That table has been replaced by the one in the At Places memo.
Right, I did see that, but I'm looking at the downtown RPP part. So we lost money this year, but we paid for all the signs. So next year.
What page you on?
Page 6 on staff report.
That's not an indication of lost money. That's an expense. That's the amount of money that has been paid out to the signage contractor to date for installation of signs.
Yeah, I'm just saying next year we won't have that $300,000 expense.
That's correct.
We'll still have $560,000 of revenue.
The revenue from permits sold this year is a little slightly different than it will be in years to come, because we don't know the number of employee permits that will be sold in the future, nor the permit price, because this is still a pilot program for the downtown RPP district.
Okay, I guess
And we also
my
had phase
high-level
1
point-
and phase 2
right.
permits sold this year.
But at a high level, it looks like it's very quick payback, highly profitable year 2.
Potentially.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Scharf.
Thanks. So the first question is on the sign with the black and the red, page 22 of the PowerPoint. You know, my eyes aren't that good enough. What is the black, red, and green? What's the breakdown on that? It's confusing as to where it, I mean, black looks like it's 87 and above, and so what's the?
Sure. So this is the resident submitted occupancy counts for the Evergreen Park neighborhood. So they use a slightly different color scheme than staff typically uses. I can thumb through and double check, but I believe that the black is to represent greater than 80% occupancy, which staff would typically use a red color for.
Okay. And then red itself is below 80, but above what?
So per the petition, red indicates an occupancy of 50 to 84% occupied, and then black is 85% and above.
Okay, that's helpful. I guess I wanted to understand a little bit about what the PTC did. So I thought our ordinance said that the PTC had to prioritize and give a recommendation. And what I see here is not a recommendation for either Southgate or Evergreen. So was their recommendation implicitly to be one RPP district? Or did they just not do really what they were supposed to do, which was prioritize Southgate or Evergreen?
They elected to assign the same priority to Southgate and Evergreen Park.
All right, well, I don't think they did their job then, because I think that's not what we asked them to do. When it comes to funding, here a little bit, I guess my question is, if we were to create more funding, then you could do both Southgate and Evergreen, or is it that it's not a question of funding, it's a question of staff time, and so we couldn't do that even if we added an extra $200,000 to do both?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Scharf. Hillary Gittleman, the Planning Director. If you look at the updated table that we included in the App Places memo and in the PowerPoint, we have budgeted sufficient resources in the capital budget to do multiple RPPs. And in the operating budget, we have not budgeted for any RPPs because of discussions that happened during the development of the proposed budget. We had this discussion about, well, should we put in money for the enforcement contracts, and it was decided that we would wait and see which RPPs and how big they were that we would take forward, and then we have to have a discussion about how to accomplish the enforcement, whether using staff or contractor and the like. So, there were ways we just couldn't estimate what the operating costs would be. So any RPP would require us to come back with the budget appropriation next year. Separate from the budgeting issues, we do have staff constraints. We have one significant vacancy in the department with Jessica Sullivan's departure, and so that will affect our ability to deliver in terms of the time it will take to do multiple RPPs. I think the council can prioritize and direct us to proceed with as many of these as you like, and we will have to just assess the amount of time it will take to follow through.
Okay, so we could direct you to do both Evergreen and Southgate, but it will just take longer due to staff constraints, as opposed to just saying, go ahead and do one of those two.
Yeah, I don't know whether the city manager wants to add, but that's our assessment, although we, as Sue Ellen pointed out in her presentation, there's some alternatives for some of these other programs that might be desirable to pursue first.
Right, no, I was just trying to, this is a technical question that I'm trying to answer. The technical question really is, do we have the option to tell you to do both, or do we not have the option? And what you told me is that we do have the option, because you have the staff resources, it just will take you longer. If I'm repeating that incorrectly, clarify, but that's what I heard.
Yeah, well, I think, you'll hear from the public too and weigh in yourself. I mean, I think that there is some, I think there are some triage factors here. Not everything is not entirely equal. And one of the things we want to think about is how quickly we can improve the worst conditions. I think those need to be factors in when we look at what the scaling of these projects would be.
So then, if we did have an interest in the Crescent Park one of saying, just go ahead and annex it into the downtown RPP district, which it then would be subject to the selling of permits and would be that, we could do that, I suppose, or could we not do that because I heard it was closed? I mean, is there a reason we couldn't do that tonight on a technical basis? And I'm trying not to give a value judgment. I'm not saying I want to do that. I'm just saying, technically, is that an option on the table or is it not on the table?
I think if council is interested in going in that direction, it would involve a change to the resolution establishing the downtown RPP. So we'd have to bring that back. As those of you who participated in the downtown RPP discussions know, we're coming back in around August timeframe with a report back on the RPP for downtown. And so it was intended to be kind of a status update or an informational report. It would have to actually be an action item to amend the resolution if that's the council's desire.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Berman.
Thank you. So I have a couple of questions about the cost estimates. Starting, I guess, with Crescent Park, and my main questions revolve around the enforcement, the annual enforcement costs. Would it really cost, I mean, we're talking about a couple hundred yards at most of street. Does it really cost $35,000 a year to enforce just those, couple of blocks?
That's an estimate based on contracting the enforcement out, as in the downtown RPP district. So if Crescent Park were annexed into the downtown RPP district, the cost would be significantly less because we do have existing enforcement.
Perfect.
If it was enforcement of a new program with different requirements, we can't simply have an expanded boundary for somebody to have as part of their beat. It would be an entirely different enforcement officer.
Perfect. That makes sense. Thank you. And then for Southgate and Evergreen, if we were to do both at once, would there be any efficiencies in the enforcement cost? I mean, that's $165,000 of annual enforcement, and those are solid neighborhoods, but they're not, huge cities.
Mm-hmm.
Would there be any efficiencies with combining the two?
There may be, but we would have to evaluate that and return an answer to you.
I think those were the main questions I had for now. Thanks.
Councilmember Filsath.
Thanks. So first of all, I don't see the money involved here being a showstopper on moving forward or not moving forward. But that being said, I did have a couple questions on the cost structures here. So on the website cost, it's dramatically higher for Southgate and Evergreen than it is for Edgewood and Crescent Park. Why is that? I mean, it's the same website, right?
That would be for the online permit sales website, so
Right.
that's, it's a little more complicated than it actually appears. It's different permits that need to be added in, and it's different user types that need to be added in. So when you're looking at the potential of an area that you would go through a stakeholder process and potentially have different types of permits,
Right.
that's a more complicated website to set up than
So
a
the-
smaller, concise area.
So would you have to go through a stakeholder process to modify the website?
No, I'm speaking about the type of RPP that may be set up or may be directed in the Southgate and Evergreen Park areas.
Okay.
If council directs staff to do resident-only programs in those areas, it would be one type of permit essentially,
Right.
or maybe a resident permit, a guest permit, what have you.
Right.
But if we did move forward with the stakeholder process and look at the potential for other types of permits, including for employees,
Right.
those are different types of permits.
But we've set all that stuff up already for the downtown program, right? So I don't understand why it's not, we just say, okay, some of those and some of those.
It may be, but we haven't evaluated the full process for each yet. These are back of the envelope estimates and what could this potentially cost. So we wanted to make sure that we represented the field of what could be involved.
Okay. And so my next question is again, it's probably, I'm guessing it's going to be the same answer, right? But I noticed the in-house staff costs for Southgate and Evergreen Park are like 10 times what they are for Edgewood and Crescent Park. Why is that?
That would be a potentially more involved stakeholder process.
So it's the
including
stakeholder process.
Identification of stakeholders, holding community meetings, doing outreach, and gaining input from those who need to provide input into those programs.
Okay. And then finally, I want to sort of, I was curious on your answer to Councilmember Sharf's question, right, which is on the enforcement costs in Crescent Park, for example. You said that, well, if we just had the existing contractor say, enforce 3 more blocks, right, then it would cost less than that. I can't imagine a scenario where we wouldn't do that. What scenario would we not do that in? I mean, irrespective of, what we decide for permits and so forth, right? I mean, that's the contract with the contractor. So is there any scenario we wouldn't do that?
That's entirely up to council to review the petition and direct staff if we are annexing or if we're evaluating as a separate district. And if it's a separate district, it may require its own enforcement staff.
Why is that? Because it's a separate, how we define the district versus how we contract with the enforcement group seems like 2 separate things.
Perhaps I'm misunderstanding the question. If a Crescent Park RPP were set up independently of the downtown RPP district, we would likely need a half-time enforcement officer to cover those streets. If it was part of, and that would be the cost that's estimated here. If it were to be annexed to the downtown RPP district, it would just be adding 3 blocks to somebody's existing route. So that would be a significantly lower cost. But the cost estimate was made based on the petition that was for a resident-only permit program that is not the current downtown RPP program. So if the direction were to annex to the downtown RPP district, that cost would be significantly lower.
I still don't understand, but I'll leave the issue.
Councilmember Holman.
I wasn't going to ask any questions before the public spoke, given the time of the evening it is, but I do have maybe just 2 questions. One is the difference in cost between Southgate and Evergreen Park, because they're essentially the same size neighborhoods, it seems to me. They're the 3x5 or 3x6 blocks, it seems. Southgate's configured a little bit differently, but they're essentially the same size. So I'm not understanding why the costs are different for those 2 neighborhoods. They've both asked for, their suggestions for both neighborhoods is the same, to be annexed into, residents-only permit program. So I don't understand the difference.
They are slightly different sizes. Evergreen Park is ever so slightly larger, so we did estimate a higher cost for those for the program in Evergreen Park.
And then the enforcement, you sort of answered this, but are you looking at, let's just say for Southgate and Evergreen Park, I won't go to Crescent Park or Edgewood at this moment, are those numbers addressing or assuming contract enforcement as opposed to staff, right?
Yes, for all of these, it's assuming that the enforcement would be contracted out.
Okay, that's all for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Wolbach.
So in particular, I have some questions around Southgate, but first actually let me ask you a question about Evergreen Park. We got a letter from Sven Thiessen asking if it's possible to have an exception from an Evergreen Park district to allow any EV to park in front of his home, Project Green Home, because he has an EV charger on the street. And I was just wondering if that's something that would need council direction in order to do. If somebody has an EV charger on the street in front of their house that's available for the public to use. You can, something to think about, come back to it later. I'll have to move on to my other questions while we move on.
Maybe I'll just say, we are so far in advance of being able to anticipate what the design of the program would be. I mean, that's an issue among many that we could look at.
I will move on. Well, there are a lot of nuances here. Regarding Southgate, given that the concerns here are about, primarily about students parking at Pally, some also from Stanford, but particularly from Pally, and that's exacerbated by very, very narrow streets in Southgate. Three things that I'm curious if it's possible to do, either in addition to, separately from, maybe in advance of, kind of regardless of RPP in Southgate. And those are, one, is there any way to enforce, something like I'll see this at private properties where it'll say no parking for X. So if you park here and go to the business next door, we're going to tow your car. So is it possible to have a no Pally parking sign set up? And what would I'm absolutely serious. Is it possible to do something like that? Is it possible to enforce it? Again, I've seen the private property examples, and I'm wondering if it's possible to do that for public use.
In terms of restriction by user group, that would be fairly difficult. That would require technology to determine whose car belongs to who. What we have seen and what is actually in place, I believe near Gunn High School, is a time restriction. So no parking between 10 a.m. to 11 a.m., for example. That can be enforced, but we have, I think that a user group restriction would be considerably more difficult.
Secondly, is it possible to add, because one of the concerns is people blocking driveways, and also parking dangerously at corners, is it possible to just add more, frankly, red paint at the corners of driveways and the corners of intersections to prevent unsafe and blocking parking behaviors?
That is something that we can consider doing.
Okay, and also where the streets are too narrow to have a car parked on both sides and have an emergency vehicle pass in the middle, it seems to me that you'd want to stop people parking on one side or the other regardless of who's doing the parking, because we want our emergency vehicles to pass through. So is that something that we could also direct staff tonight to do, is to explore eliminating parking on one side of the street or the other where the street is dangerously narrow?
So the street, as currently configured, the majority of the streets in Southgate will allow an emergency vehicle to pass when both sides are parked up. Two vehicles cannot pass each other without pulling over in the parking lane to yield. We did proactively install some red curbing at Castellea and Manzanita about a month and a half ago. We saw it as a good opportunity. There were a couple of homes that were under construction, so we went in and we cleared a little bit of a yielding area there. We do think there's an opportunity to create additional yielding areas, both for emergency vehicles and passenger vehicles, but I think that in itself would also take a little bit of a stakeholder process with the community, because certain property owners would lose parking in front of their property.
So as far as timeline, because we're talking about what's the most appropriate use of our time here, or what's the most expeditious way to get relief, especially for Southgate where there's danger issues and others. Which would be faster, to explore the signage changing, painting changing, et cetera, or to set up an RPP? Which would we be able to get on the ground faster while exploring the other, perhaps as a long-term buffer solution?
I would expect that the engineering solutions would be the short-term solution, and would be able to be implemented faster than an RPP program.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Schmidt.
I'd like to ask a strategy question. This RPP program is getting very complicated. It's growing, and it's going to take longer than we thought it would to reach a solution. But we have in place a December 2014 ordinance for citywide RPP program. is likely to bring in other neighborhoods to us shortly because of non-resident parking intrusion. Would the city manager recommend that we suspend consideration of any comprehensive plan scenario that brings in new jobs above additional employed residents until this RPP issue is fully resolved?
Councilmember Schmidt, I think we're getting off of the focus of tonight's discussion. We have coming up our scenario 5, and you're talking about
Can we make a
an
decision?
action that is outside of the agendized item
Can we
tonight.
make a decision on RPP without having some context of what's
Well, we
causing
certainly
it?
don't have it agendized for discussion. I mean, that's a broad community issue that the public should be able to weigh in on, and that's really out of order. Okay. All right, so at this time, I'd like to proceed to the public. We have a large number of speaker cards, larger yet, apparently. Okay, so we have several groupings, and per our policies, we allow 5 members of the public to combine and then speak for up to 10 minutes, and that's usually to help consolidate it's 2 purposes: to allow a group of people to have a longer, more thoughtful presentation, and to be more efficient. But when we have this many speaker cards, we would be limiting the time per speaker to 2 minutes, so we don't gain anything under our current rules by allowing the consolidation. Nevertheless, it's permitted. So I say this as an encouragement for those who have consolidated in groupings. You have up to 10 minutes to speak, but if you're able to convey your message in 5 minutes, that would be great to allow us to have the prospect of actually completing this item tonight, which I know everybody here would like us to do. So our first speaker is David Schramm, and speaking on behalf of Hillary Hugg, Robin Bayer, Andrew, it's too late, and Francois Chabi. Welcome. No, you need to use the mic.
Okay, so how can I deal with this if I want to show you some slides? Okay, well, I think somebody might be willing to sit here if you're willing to let somebody sit there when I say next. Okay.
That's fine.
Okay. Okay, let's see how quickly we can do this. I want to present Palo Alto parking from a resident's perspective, and I want to begin by saying that the residents in my neighborhood feel a deep and sincere thanks to Tom Dubois, Eric Filseth, Karen Holman, and Greg Schmidt for their colleagues' memo. Next. The way we perceive the current policy is the City Council is taking from residents in order to inflate commercial landlords' profits. Next. This amounts, in our eyes, to stealing. It's to take the property of another wrongfully, especially as an habitual, regular practice. Happens every day and every night to us in our neighborhood. And we have, as a reasonable expectation as homeowners, that we're going to be able to park in front of our homes, or that our guests are going to be able to park in front of our homes. And that's been taken away from us and is promised to be taken away even more as we continue to allow building without providing adequate parking in the nearby commercial district. Next. Now, if the City Council makes it legal to steal kids' lunch money, most of us are going to just recoil from that. And at the same time, people who are employed in the business district think nothing of taking away the amenity and the convenience of our parking and the impact on our property values that they have, and our safety and our health and our well-being. Nor do the commercial landlords who profit from the escalating rents and who benefit by not having to provide parking, worry about taking from us. And basically, even though it's legal, I think it's stealing. We think it's stealing. Next. And what we're really effectively doing, commercial landlords typically also own their own homes, but few residents own commercial property. So we're taxing the less wealthy to support the more wealthy. And while we in our neighborhood are by and large progressive people, and we're happy to be taxed in order to make the world more fair, we feel a little crummy when you tax us to make it less fair. Next. Now, the Lytton Garage, which you approved in December 2015, produced 214 incremental parking spaces for $13 million. That's $64,500 per space. Next, that amounts to, in Evergreen Park, we have 240 residential parcels. We have 600 on-street spaces. At $64,500 per space, that's $39 million worth of capital investment in parking. Now, admittedly, the neighborhood is not currently entirely filled with non-resident parking, but it's headed that direction fast. Next. So the commercial landlords win, the residents lose. Commercial landlords avoid $39 million in capital costs, estimating a 10% annual return on this investment, and with long-held properties and rapidly escalating rents in the business district, that's a very conservative thing. We've got $3.9 million in added revenue going to them because Evergreen Park residents are losing $3.9 million in parking services and who knows how much in health, amenities, and safety. Next. Now, a typical residence parcel in Evergreen Park is 50 by 150 feet with 50 feet of frontage. So we've got 2 parking spaces plus a driveway. That's $129,000 in lost parking capital value per residential parcel, $12,900 annual lost parking services per parcel, and we don't know how much lost health, amenities, and safety per parcel. Next. The health, safety, and amenity losses are real. We get 1,200 extra auto trips a day to put 600 cars in the neighborhood and get them out. We get noise, air pollution, injury to people. The gentleman right here witnessed a person hit 2 parked cars and drive away from them just 2 weeks ago. We get property damage, landscape trampled, litter. We can't sweep our streets because they're lined with cars when the street sweeper drives down the middle of the street, and we pay for that. Next. We get increased crime, lower property values, strangers in the neighborhood, less control over public space, reduced caring and respect among neighbors because we don't interact as much, and we get reduced feeling of safety and inconvenient or no parking in front of our homes. Next. And we expect better. The Palo Alto neighborhoods, all Palo Alto neighborhoods will be improved to encourage less reliance on the automobile. That's our comprehensive plan from the Land Use Community Design Vision. Next. The adverse impacts of automobile traffic on the environment in general and residential streets in particular will be reduced. Once again, the transportation vision, our comprehensive plan. Next. Residents' parking demand may only be managed effectively when users pay directly for its costs. Are you listening, staff? Next, protect residential areas from parking impacts of nearby business districts. Listen up, please. Next, provide sufficient parking in the University Avenue, Downtown, and California Avenue business districts. Next, treat residential street as both public ways and neighborhood amenities. Now look, they are public streets, but I can't ride my bike on 101. It's a public street. The purpose of the streets in our neighborhood is to provide access to adjoining property. It's not to be supplementary parking for the business district. Next. Implement the comprehensive plan. Permit parking is everywhere supported and nowhere opposed by the comprehensive plan. Next. With delay, the council will perpetuate these ills. Every residential street parking space is a $6,450 annual subsidy to somebody who drives to work. The staff tells us those cars will just go to another neighborhood. Well, I'm standing here and not talking just about Evergreen Park. I'm saying fix it everywhere. Let the cars go away. The city council is paying hundreds of drivers millions of dollars to drive to work in Palo Alto this year, even as you say that you want us to make that go away. Next. In Evergreen Park with 2 spaces per parcel, the subsidy is provided with a $36 daily charge on the adjacent resident and homeowner. Next. So I had some friends here from, one was from Geneva, another one's from New York City. And they asked me what I was doing after our meeting this afternoon because I excused myself at 5 o'clock. And I said I was coming down here to talk about permit parking, and the words they used were, how can this be in Palo Alto? Is it hypocrisy, incompetence, impotence? We claim we want housing and neighborhood quality, then we steal from the people who buy homes and live here. Next. We claim we want civic spirit and neighborliness, and then we undermine community spirit by pitting neighbor against neighbor for relief from abuse. Next. A solution is readily available. In adjacent College Terrace, resident permit parking has worked for years. The same sources of the on-street parking that exist there exist in Evergreen Park and Southgate with very few differences. That program can be expanded to us. Next, Evergreen Park and Southgate can opt in block by block using existing rules. Next, annexation is cheap. Why spend to create a new program in every different neighborhood in the city? Come on, guys, we don't have that kind of money. We've got a successful one. Let's use it. Next, annexation is cooperative. It leaves funds enough to go around to other neighborhoods instead of hogging them to deal with a single neighborhood. So finally, I want to say that this is really an issue of fairness. And if you want cost recovery, up the cost of permits in the business district. Those are the people who are imposing the costs. The economist on the council will tell you that externalized costs are the bane of free market economics. They are patent unfairness. They're why we have an environmental problem. They are why we have many of our social problems. And you guys are allowing them wholesale by not putting resident permit parking all over Palo Alto. Will the people who approve of what I just said please stand? I want to thank you for listening. I know I was not as delicate as I sometimes am. I hope that you understand that after years and years of putting up with this, I feel some passion about it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Irene, and I can't make out the last name, to be speaking for Bradley Horowitz, Chi Huan Au, maybe the first name, Irene Au, and Susan Spangler and Elizabeth Parada.
Hi. I would like to share with you a visual diary of what the parking situation looks like in Evergreen Park. These photos were taken on Friday, April 29th at 11 a.m., which is typically a slow day compared to most other days. Each photo here corresponds to a block in Evergreen Park, and I've labeled every intersection and drawn an arrow corresponding to its location on the map. You can see that every block is full. All these photos are geotagged and date and time stamped, so you can look at these on your own at this URL, tinyurl.com/EP-can't-park. That stands for Evergreen Park Can't Park. There's a QR code here for you too, in case you can't type in the URL. Okay. In this photo album, there are several videos where you can see cars trolling through the neighborhood looking for parking, even though this footage was captured in a short period of time. Karen Holman asked about Evergreen Park versus Southgate. College Avenue is filled with apartment buildings and multi-residential properties. So you can't just count the number of streets, you have to look at the number of people living in this neighborhood. There are far more people living in Evergreen Park than Southgate. These buildings accommodate one covered parking space per dwelling, but most of these residences have multiple drivers, which means that the people who live on this street need to park on the street, which means that people who work around the California Avenue district push further out into the residential streets with single-family houses to park. And here is a photo of Ash at Oxford towards Stanford Avenue. The whole block is filled. There's only one house on this entire block, okay? And it's filled with daytime parkers. I choose to live in Evergreen Park because of the walkability of the neighborhood. We try to do the right thing by having dense housing. My household is a multi-generation household of 6 on an R2 lot, and we walk and we bike as much as possible. The kids bike to school. Their father bikes to work in Mountain View. Inevitably, we do have to leave the house during the day, and we have to drive. For some things, there's just no way around it, and especially for my father, who at 70 has only one operable lung. We come back from running errands or from work, and there's no place to park. And with 4 drivers in the household and several apartment buildings across the street and all along College Avenue and Ash and across from us on Oxford, each apartment has 1 parking space, but most have 2 drivers and cars. Residents need to park on the streets, and employees along California Avenue exacerbate the parking situation. Now, I myself am deeply entrenched in the tech community, and I have long embraced the rise of the tech community, the tech industry in our community. I have several friends who work in offices along California Avenue area, and I have invested in some of the companies who have offices right there. In fact, I joined a startup just 3 blocks away from my house, partly because they were 3 blocks away from my house. And I also teach yoga at Avalon Yoga Center on California Avenue. So I see all perspectives here, and let me say this. No one wants people to park in the residential streets. Of course, the residents don't want it, but neither do the workers nor the patrons on California Avenue. They feel bad about parking into our streets. We all want sustainable, predictable parking that doesn't reach into the residential streets, but until you force the issue, they're going to continue parking here. Now, I mentioned to you the last time I stood up here that my father had to park 4 blocks away when he came home from the grocery store one day. I'll tell you a little bit more about what it's really like to live here. I get woken up at 1 or 2 a.m. every night by the man who parks his car across the street from my house as he's leaving work to go home. You know that sound when you unlock your car? Beep, beep, wakes me up every night. We see cars parked in front of fire hydrants. We have a photo of this at this website, tinyurl.com/epcamppark. Cars constantly block driveways. I had a neighbor across the street who had to call the police to help her deal with a car blocking her driveway, and the police ended up helping her negotiate her way out of her driveway by driving over the curb and around the tree in her front yard to get out. And they ticketed the car that was blocking her driveway. And I was later mortified to learn about this because it turns out that it was my friend who blocked that driveway when she stopped at my house, and now she will never come over. So this parking problem has made us even more isolated from our neighbors, our friends, and our community. But most importantly, this is a safety issue. I've seen and heard stories of people's cars getting hit by daytime parkers who speed off and have no relationship with or regard for the people who live here. Cars troll up and down the streets in our neighborhood looking for parking. And I almost got run over by a car last Thursday morning as I was walking to my yoga class because there was a man speeding through a stop sign on College Avenue towards El Camino. People walking and biking through the neighborhood are at risk, which scares me to death when I think about my kids riding their bikes to school. The city council needs to have a sense of urgency around this. If anyone gets hurt, that is on you. How bad does the situation need to get before you take action? I am at my wit's end. I don't really expect my little poster, to change the world here or anything, but I don't know what else to do to get you to take action, okay? As residents, my family pays almost $100,000 a year in property taxes for the 3 houses we collectively own in Evergreen Park and Southgate, and we still can't park in front of our own houses. That just seems wrong, and an egregious lack of oversight and service by the city council, who was elected by these same residences to act in our interests. And we need a timeline with milestones and a deadline to annex the Evergreen Park neighborhood into the College Terrace RPP now. Thank you.
So one thing I'd like to let members of the public know is that we encourage the public to neither boo nor clap because there may be people who are intimidated in being able to speak out if there are strong expressions like that. So our next speaker is Nielsen Buchanan. Oh, and each speaker will have up to, sorry? Oh. And can I have the list here? Thank you. Okay, our next is Christine Shambora to speak for 5 people. Kathy McGinn, Peter Shambora, Naudelyn Smith, and Jim McFall. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm sorry I will not have any high-tech exhibits along with what I have to say. It's just going to be some words to you, and I hope you will take them to heart. First of all, I'd like to say good evening to Mayor Burt and members of the City Council. My name is Christine Shambora, and I live at 1565 Castellea Avenue in the Southgate neighborhood. I'm one of the members of the steering committee who put together the RPP application for Southgate. I'm speaking tonight to highlight a few points for your consideration regarding the Southgate application, which is before you this evening. First of all, the obvious. We sincerely hope you will approve our application and that you have had a chance to visit our neighborhood just to see how badly things are and that we need your help in addressing the parking and safety issues. The situation has reached a crisis, both in terms of safety and quality of life. We ask you not to pit Southgate against the Evergreen neighborhood by choosing one over the other. We urge you to find the resources to make this happen. The Council has stated that traffic and parking are a priority, and approval of these applications will demonstrate that you mean it. I don't need to remind you that an important bike boulevard goes directly through our neighborhood, and safety for bikers is extremely threatened with the current parking situation in Southgate. We have some of the narrowest streets in Palo Alto. Most are no more than 24 feet wide. With cars parked on both sides of the street, bikers and cars are left with only 9 feet to traverse our streets. As you can ascertain through our application, being adjacent to Palo Alto High School has caused the biggest impact on parking in our neighborhood. As of today, I mean today, we have had approximately 100 students parking in our neighborhood every day, Monday through Friday. Recently, we appeared before the PAUSD Board and the City School Liaison Committee to raise awareness of what we are dealing with. We've received little response from Pally in seeking a resolution to our issues. However, the fact of the matter is, with increasing enrollment from 1,700 in 2007 to projected enrollment in 2020 of 2,300 students, there will never be adequate parking to accommodate the students who wish to drive to school. In 2007, there were 400 spaces for student parking. Today, there are 183 spaces. When construction is done in 2020, there will be 215 spaces. The school needs to address this issue without using Southgate as their overflow parking lot. We've heard the suggestion that Evergreen and Southgate applications could be lumped together and that we would both get the College Terrace solution. Speaking on behalf of the neighborhood, Southgate would prefer to have its own RPP process so that we may best find the fit for our neighborhood and the opportunity to work within the stakeholder process. Thank you for taking the time to listen and thoughtfully deliberate on this important action.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nielsen Buchanan, to be followed by Eileen.
I'm very pleased to see that there has been an outbreak of neighborhood concern about this that validates the concerns that 4 or 5 neighborhoods on University Avenue have been articulating for, 10 years. I think the political time has come that something has to be done. I wish I had 10 minutes to talk, but I simply don't have the physical stamina if I had it lined up to talk to you. We've got a lot of experience to offer from downtown University Avenue parking permit. I think it's really, you have a binary decision tonight. You're either going to ramp up and do a Manhattan-type project to stem the insult to the neighborhoods from spillover parking, or you're not. Planning Commission, frankly, I was pleased with their decision. They basically said, we have no idea how to prioritize. Staff has not given us any criteria. We'll let the council do it. And I think that was the right decision, that somehow in your divine wisdom, you're going to have to figure this out. Either ramp it up or kick the cans down the road. Whatever you do, and I mean this in all seriousness, do not transfer the elements of the program on University Avenue to any other neighborhood. The program is not working well enough to transfer to another place. This is not the time or day to go into that. But in the very near future, the former resident stakeholders, going to get ourselves together to brief you on how it's actually working in phase 2. We're not going to wait till August the 1st to let you know how it's going to be going. We're going to give staff a little time to get phase 2 working, but quite frankly, whatever you do not want to transfer it to the other neighborhoods. Jessica is gone, Sue Ellen, Josh, they need help. You're going to have to bring in a lot of help somehow. You're going to have to bring a lot more resources. I'd like to close with Pat Burt's appeal at a late night meeting not too long ago, 2 weeks ago, I believe it was, when he made an appeal for the transportation tax. He said, if you don't like parking and traffic now, just wait 2 years, defer the mitigation and see what happens. The truth of the matter is none of the mitigation efforts that have been talked about are even funded, so demand is going to outpace supply a lot. Thank you for the extra time.
Thank you. Eileen Skrabutinas.
Thank you for remembering.
I had to work through the pronunciation there, sorry.
Eileen Skrabutinas. I live at 1044 Hamilton, and I am here to talk about the 3 blocks in Crescent Park that were put up on the map. I was responsible for circulating the petitions to request annexation into the DRPP Phase 2 program, and at the time, you all in your collective wisdom and foresight said, no way will employees park in that neighborhood because it's too far from downtown. Well, until 4 months ago, these 3 blocks did not have a parking problem. And as the DRPP zone moved further and further up Hamilton, or down Hamilton, depending on your perspective, parking has become a problem for residents. At the time we circulated these petitions, we were looking for something hopefully expedient, and the only thing that was available was annexation. I'm here to request that those 3 blocks, 1000 Hamilton, 1100 Hamilton, the 500 block of Chaucer, be considered for its own RPP. We did not have a parking problem until you kicked the can down the road and allowed people trying to escape other permitted areas to park all day in these neighborhoods. Has created a burden on a section of town that did not have a burden previously. So please, after telling me at prior meetings that we could not be expediently annexed into the DRPP, don't come back now and say, oh, well, it's a lot faster if we just add those 3 blocks to something that already exists. Please consider it for its own residential parking program. Thank you.
Thank you. Lucinda, is it Levinchek? Levinchek, sorry. I'm sorry.
Lenachek.
No, it's clear.
I am so
I'm
delighted
sorry.
to be here. I thank you all for your thoughtfulness. I've been here since hours and hours and hours, and I loved hearing about the bicycles. And I salute you. My family has been at 342 Oxford Avenue. This is the middle block between the railroad tracks and El Camino, 1 block in from College Avenue. We are, as far as the eye can see, on both sides of the street, chrome, glass, metal cars every day. I teach cello. My music students come. They go looking everywhere for parking. If they can, they come into my driveway. They check with me, are you needing members of your family to go in and out of your driveway? Because there is no other place to park. I have 76-year-old cello students. It's not fun for them not to be able to park near my home. I wanted to say that the notion that we could be annexed to College Terrace's plan, we have already done all the studies that incorporated all the information. We're trying to make this as easy and as quick as possible and painless and effective, because it's been years and years and years that we've been in the process of hoping to have our situation remedied. I myself was absolutely astonished when the downtown area got themselves a parking program. I thought, where did they get a parking problem? We've had it for years, and all of a sudden theirs was remedied. So I really hope that you can take care of Evergreen Park. I hope you can take care of Southgate, because we do not want neighbors pitted against neighbors. We all have a problem, and I thank you very much for listening to our concerns.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Paul Machado, to be followed by Mike Meffert.
Good evening, Mayor Burt, council members. Not long ago, the J. Paul Company proposed the largest PC project in the city's history. Seeking residents' acceptance, the vice president of the company held 2 community meetings. He started each meeting with a map and picture of the project that illustrated how close the bus stops and train station were to the project, like the residents didn't know. He was trying to sell residents on the idea of TDMs. During the second meeting, a resident said to him, "This project, like all the other projects in town, is underparked, and your project is massive, therefore it is massively underparked. I live near your project, and already I cannot park in front of my own house because cars park there all day, every day. What are you going to do about it?" And the vice president said, "Nothing. I cannot prevent my tenants from parking in front of your house all day, every day, unless you have a residential parking program, because without it, TDMs don't work." My little neighborhood, Evergreen Park, has worked very hard on a simple and streamlined RPP proposal. We are simply asking for the same program that our neighbors across the street have had for years. The program has not harmed businesses, but it has protected their neighborhood in compliance with the city policy. Tonight, we are asking for annexation of our neighborhood into the RPP our neighbors have with the same rules and respect. We believe our need is urgent, and we cannot wait for years. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Meffert, to be followed by Jeffrey Hook.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and fellow residents. My name is Mike Meffert. I've been in commercial real estate for the last 15 years. I like to talk about the California Avenue District as it relates to Evergreen Park. I'm also a property owner, and while I don't necessarily oppose the RPP, I have probably the distinction that I would like to see it delayed until there can be sufficient supply. Everything we're talking about so far this evening is demand and allocating demand, which sort of pits residents against commercial owners and merchants. I'd like not to see that. What I'd like to see is the supply of parking increased. We're talking about garages. We have 2 garages in California Avenue. There's an opportunity now to build a 3rd behind the Starbucks next to the new police station. I'd like to see that increased in size so we're not in a contentious mode with our neighbors. I would not like to see my tenants parking in the residential area, but there's not a lot of good alternatives due to the limited supply. A point that should be probably recognized is there's also a special tax put on commercial owners in the California Avenue core, which is maybe not well known. I'd like to see that geography expanded, maybe not into the residents, but to other commercial owners, which would contribute to building more parking and sustaining the more parking. What else? I think that's really the gist of my comments. I've had a chance to meet with Karen Holman and other merchants and property owners who also share the sentiment. It's not like we have anything against the residents. We would prefer not to see our tenants and our employees park in that zone, but we'd like to see more parking. And to the extent that we could increase the parking and delay the implementation of this program against the adversity of merchants and owners in the district, that'd be most appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeffrey Hook, to be followed by Tommy Derrick.
Well, some of you may be old enough to remember the Walt Kelly cartoon Pogo, where there's one strip where he famously said, "We have seen the enemy and he is us." And you know, we humans have created quite a pickle for ourselves. There's a thing called the tragedy of the commons, where a resource held in common becomes increasingly abused because the costs are not allocated fairly. And you know, I'm sure that 50 years ago, we didn't have a parking problem in Evergreen Park, and now we do. And we've created this mess by allowing for kind of unfettered growth of both businesses and population. And, we're now at a point where where we have to consider that automobiles really should not be used for commuting. And I really applaud all the work that's been done on the bike boulevards. I think that's awesome, and I really admire everything that was done here earlier. So we need to, the streets are now no longer working as an unpaid for resource. We have to force the people who are using the streets to pay for it, and we have to keep the commercial autos out of the residential neighborhood. It works. We know permit parking works. And I don't agree with the previous speaker that we need to defer this until there is an increased supply. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tommy Derrick, to be followed by Marilyn Mayo. Welcome.
My name is Tommy Derrick. I've lived in Evergreen Park for 39 years, and I was part of the process of getting the restricted street closures in the neighborhood. And Pat, you can add that to your 50 to 90%. A little over 50% approved it when we started, and 95+% approve it now. I think the same thing is the case with putting a residential parking program together. We're here because past councils have failed to do the job. It's time for you guys to step up, kick the can as a program for kids. You guys are way too smart, too intelligent, too capable to kick this can down the street. So I urge you to move tonight and move quickly. I've had many conversations with staff. They have said to me every time, we will do what the council directs. You have the capability of setting up our residential parking permit program tonight by either annexing into College Terrace, or if you don't have the will and the courage to do that, set up one for Evergreen Park and or Southgate. I have opinions on which way that could go, but you guys can figure that out. You can set up a program that calls for one commercial space available in every block that has 10 or more parking spaces. You do not need an outreach program. You do not need data. You have all of the data in already that there is a problem. I can't believe anybody would say we need to study more to get that done. So I urge you to step above what staff is recommending. Do not put this into the long drawn out process that's like downtown has been. Step up, set up the program tonight, put it in place. There's three parts to this: a motion, a resolution, and administrative regulations. You know how to make the motions. The resolution has already been written. Staff can review it and provide it back to you in 30 days. We can have this in place in 30 days if you have the courage to step forth and do it. I urge you to do so. Thanks much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marilyn Mayo, to be followed by Keith Farrell.
Good evening. I'm Marilyn Mayo. I live at 404 Oxford Avenue. I've lived there 35 years, but I've become a property manager in the last 2 years. I manage the parking lot of Oxford and Ash. I have 6 cars every day. They come, I greet them about 8 o'clock in the morning. They're from out of town. They come, they work on Cal Avenue, and I say good night at about 6:30. They're there every day. 2 issues I want to bring out, though, are the kids on my street. I feel responsible as a good steward for them. We have the Ananda School on El Camino, and they kind of go their recess on Pierce Park. And you can't see them. They're little people, and with the cars parked, it's really very dangerous. And then they come back about noon. So twice a day, these little people, and there are 30 of them in a row, are moving along. So I just want to point that out. Also, how you have children on bikes, little kids going to Escondido School on my when I'm managing my little parking lot. The last thing I want to say, I support the merchants on Cal Avenue. Many are small merchants. I've gone to their meetings. They need the parking lots, but they won't use them, the employees, unless they have to. So we've got to have the permits to encourage that. I'm worried about the security building, because when that goes in behind Kinko's, and they're going to tear up behind Starbucks for the parking lot, it's just going to exacerbate the problem. So please take action tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Keith Farrell, to be followed by Eileen Yang.
Hi, how you doing? I live in Southgate. I had a whole bunch of things written up, but so far everyone has covered most of it. So it seems pretty obvious that things need to get taken care of. Mr. Schramm, I want to hang out with him because his was awesome. He covered all of the things that we face in Southgate. We have a little bit different because we are so close to Palo. We get the occasional, my son had the privilege of coming out, riding his bike to Jordan, and there were 2 kids in front of our house smoking pot. We've had kids having sex in their cars at lunch. So we get a little bit of fun stuff just to keep you guys awake. I know it's past 9, so it's after hours. But we've talked to the school. So the staff says, you know, we haven't gotten to the root of the problem, transportation demand management, blah, blah, blah. We've talked to the school. The school administration in Palo has told us our only remedy is a residential permit parking. And that's it. That's what they've said. There are going to be 2,300 students and 200 spots. And right now they only allow seniors. It's like 1 spot per 10 kids or something like that. If you take the ratio of cars to students right now and extend it to 2020, they'll need 380 spots and they'll have 215, which is a shortage of 150 spots. So you want to do the biking and force kids to bike, the way to start is with the kids, because the same kids who are driving to Palo are the same kids who used to drive to or ride their bike to Jordan, or as sophomores and freshmen rode their bikes from their house to Palo, and now they're driving the half mile from Palo. We have a kid in our neighborhood who drives his car from Southgate around to Embarcadero and parks in the Embarcadero lot. Last year when they didn't have a permit, he drove down the street and parked on the corner of our block. He literally drove 300 yards and walked 100 yards to school. You can Uber to every student's house and they will still drive to school. It's not, the root of the issue is you're not forcing kids to bike, you're allowing them to park. And that's the root cause of the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Eileen Yang, to be followed by Samina Fahim.
Hi, my name is Eileen Yang, and I'm here to share the life as a senior in Evergreen Park. And I'm a resident at College Avenue. And also, we only have 1 car and try to take public transportation as much as possible. But because we are so close to Caltrain Station and California Avenue, our street has been served as the parking lot for lots of commuters and business employees. Sometimes they leave their car in our street for weeks. Within the last 13 years, since we moved to this area, we always see service vendors like UPS trucks, mailmen, even ambulance. They have to double park their van or truck in our street. That is very dangerous as there are lots of young kids running or biking around on our street. Sometimes the commuter's car block our driveway. We have to call police to give citations and tow away their car on several occasions. This is not good use of our police force. Every week, when my grandkids visit us, they usually have to search around and end up parked far away. Despite that, both my husband and I, we are officially seniors. We still need to unload our shopping bag on our street, on other street, and walk a long way to reach our front door occasionally, because there is a car block our driveway. This situation is getting worse every day, with so many new constructions going on close our street. We urge you to approve the residents' parking permit program for Evergreen Park neighborhood to get annexed to the College Terrace parking permit program as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Samina Fahim, to be followed by Patrick Slattery. Welcome.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for listening to us. I have been living in Palo Alto for 31 years. I never imagined I'll be facing this kind of problems here. I have been living on Park Avenue. It's a very small, wide part of the Park Boulevard. and my house is the only one before the dead end. I have those two huge buildings that have at least 3 businesses each, and then 2 residential areas each. And there are so many delivery trucks from water to UPS, from FedEx. You imagine, my car has been hit, and that was a big inconvenience before. But since last 2 months, my knee has gotten worse, and now it is a health issue. I am a diabetic, and I am a morning person, so I used to go to my gym in the morning. Now, I don't go to my gym. For the last 2 months, I have not been able to do that because I'm afraid when I come back, where will I park? I have a driveway that I could park there, but that's always blocked. And if I was a mean person, I'll be calling the police every day. Palo Alto police would be so busy, but I don't want to do that. And once when I did that, I was inside my driveway, and when I called the police, they acted like I was doing something wrong. They asked me, am I sure that I cannot get out? And I said, obviously not, that's why I'm calling you. So please, listen to us. This is not just something that we are doing out of convenience. This is a need. I cannot have visitors ever.
Thank you. Patrick Slattery, to be followed by Doug Smith.
In the interest of time and hope for action, I'll pass.
Thank you. Doug Smith, to be followed by Deb Goldine.
Good evening. I'd like to, I'm Doug Smith from Southgate. Yeah, sure, thanks. I'd like to support all the pro comments for the residential parking program tonight. A lot of great comments have been said. I don't want to repeat them all. Just want to emphasize that the parking situation really has gotten bad in Southgate over the past few years. It is mostly due to Palo, but there's lots of other impacts in Southgate also. But the day parkers definitely take up all of the spots on our street, and it makes it impossible for our own use as well as visitors, deliveries, and all the other things that are supposed to happen. As was noted, Southgate has very narrow streets. It's a safety issue in multiple ways, and that's part of the reason it makes it so urgent for Southgate to be addressed. So we appreciate what you can do on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Deb Goldine, to be followed by Jack Morton, our final speaker.
I live in Evergreen Park, and I've lived there for 30 years. I am against the annexation. I think we need a different program. I would like to see accommodation made for visitor parking. The people who are going to be hurt are my friends who work at Molly Stone's and Country Sun and the hairdressers who drive in from East Palo Alto and East San Jose and Oakland, and they simply can't afford to live anywhere else, and they have to drive. And they're going to be hurt, and I don't like that. I think it's rude and mean. I disagree with David. In the 30 years I've lived there, I think crime has decreased because of the number of people on the streets. There's lots of eyes on the streets. The people coming in are all law-abiding. I disagree about the traffic hazard. I bike. I raise my kids there. Before the streets got crowded, there were a lot of speeding cars, and you can't speed through our neighborhood anymore. And I have never had a problem getting response from City of Palo Alto Police with parking. I'm on very good terms with the parking officer. I call on a regular basis. They're out there in 20 minutes, half an hour, and there's never a problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Jack Morton.
Good evening, council members. Reminds me of days past. My name is Jack Morton. I'm the president of the California Avenue Small Business Association, and I'm here to support the untenable and impossible situation that Evergreen Park and Southgate face. Those neighborhoods with $1 million plus homes should be ideal. They walk to an area that has a shoe store, a bakery, a camera store, grocery stores, restaurants, dentists, insurance and mortgage brokers, low-income health services, psychologists, family services. What's the problem? The problem is there is nowhere to park. And most of those small businesses employ 3 or 4 people of lower wages, and they need to park there, many of them, all day. Where else do they park? They can't park in California Avenue, because if you make that an area for employees, then there's no place for the restaurants to have parking at noon. You can't park anywhere between roughly 10:30 and 2:30 in Cal Ave. I support the previous speaker who suggested you've got to expand the supply. Instead of waiting to build a parking structure when you build the police or move the police building to Cal Ave, you need to take action now. And if you're going to implement a restricted parking area, some part of that area has to go for the employees of small businesses. But the ultimate solution means you have to accelerate the building of more parking, multi-level parking structures. If you don't, this whole area is going to lose most of the things that make that area ideal. There are more people who love California Avenue for what it provides and services. So take a big view. There's not just one problem. Most of the people that are small business are not high-tech. They're not Palo people. They're not Stanford Overflow. They're generally lower-paid people who provide the services that most of the residents love. So you have a problem to solve, and it is time to move forward with a solution. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll now return to the council for discussion and motions. Councilmember Philseth, is your light on deliberately? Okay.
So thanks very much. So I was one of the authors of the colleagues memo, and so thank you to all the people that came out here tonight and to the staff for the work they've done. I was one of the authors of the colleagues memo, and the reason we did it was we felt that there was a dire problem, and it didn't feel like we as a city were responding fast enough, and so we wanted to spur some action. You know, as we went through this tonight, you know, at some level, it sort of feels like we might have gone back kind of a half step. I mean, we're talking about the pros and cons of RPPPs here, and I thought we'd moved beyond that, okay? It also has the tenor of sort of looking at neighborhoods as parking lots. That is, we're talking in terms of how many parking spaces are there and how many people want them. When it's really, as most of the public has said tonight, it's more than that. It's about neighborhood quality, safety, the impacts of having streets that are jammed with parked cars and the traffic that puts those cars there. And that's the real issue here, right? So, you know, going through this, I mean, why is this so hard, right? I mean, it feels like we're almost trying to do a custom plan for each neighborhood here, right? With all this outreach, and I'm reading here, you know, we'll conduct a community outreach and stakeholder process to design a program for each area. You know, and I thought the point of the citywide plan was that we wouldn't have to do that, that we could do these things fast. We'd have a framework in place, and we could just do it, okay? And so, you know, but if we have to customize, what are the differences? Well, it seems to be based on differences in stakeholder demand, because that's what we're talking about, stakeholder outreach and stuff like this. But it seems to me there's two kinds of stakeholders. There's residents, and there's non-residents, mostly commuters that, you know, want to use that parking resource, right? Now, in terms of outreach, I mean, I think the residents have been very consistent from neighborhood to neighborhood here. I mean, I don't think there's big differences between, you know, the resident perspective here, okay? And residents need to be at the top of the pyramid. This is not a situation where we got a bag of marbles and we divide them between everybody that puts up their hand, okay? An unsafe neighborhood does not suddenly become safe because there's 10 other guys that want the space, okay? The RPP is about protecting neighborhoods as directed in the comp plan. You know, it is the plan for residents, right? The plan for businesses is TDM, okay? And if City Hall don't believe that, then we have a big self-deception problem. So this is the plan of record. The plan of record is the plan of record until there's new plan of record. So we need to get on with this, okay? Let's fix the resident problem, okay? And then go focus on transportation. So to me, Evergreen and Southgate seem very, very clear, okay? I think we should move forward with those as fast as we can. As far as Crescent Park and Edgewood are concerned, I guess I'd like to understand sort of, you know, there's a petitioning process, and are the petitions sort of meet our criteria and so forth. But you know, I'd like to see us move forward with those too, if that's the case. I don't want to make a motion yet because I want everybody else to weigh in, right? But I think the key elements are going to be timeliness, okay? I think some accommodation for visitors is reasonable as long as neighborhood quality is protected. And one of the members suggested 10% is the right magnitude. I think maybe it's a good starting point, right? I think the pricing and the mechanics ought to be consistent with the downtown plan because that's the framework we got in place. And I'd like other people to weigh in before we sort of move forward. Thanks.
Okay, who wants to go next? Councilmember Wolbach.
So I'm also not going to make a motion yet. I'll follow Councilmember Phil Seth's lead and say I'm happy to hear what others think, and if anyone wants to make a motion, of course, I'll let them and the mayor decide on when we should do that. Just to confirm, my understanding is that the College Terrace permit system is for residents only, but there is short-term parking allowed so that you can park there for up to 2 hours from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And that's correct?
All of our RPP programs would have short-term parking, and almost every RPP program in the entire region has short-term parking.
Right, and that also means that weekends and evenings are fully available, and because it is 8 to 5 with 2 hours allowed, really it's de facto 10 to 3. So if you are visiting a friend, if you're a guest coming to visit your friends, anytime, until 10 a.m. is free, and anytime after 3. If you park after 3, you can stay there, and as late as you'd like, come over for coffee in the afternoon and stick around for dinner with your friends. If there's a way to incorporate some guest permits as well, whether it's door hangers or whatever, I'd be interested in hearing what that is. I do think that the PTC did their job and sent Evergreen Park and Southgate to us on par with each other because they are of equal importance and equal urgency. I fully appreciate that a lot of the residents have been waiting a number of years. Not all of us have been up here for 10 years, but we're definitely, I think, we'll see as comments go around, but I think we're definitely eager to see some relief for both Evergreen Park and Southgate. And I'm interested in hearing what my colleagues have to say about Edgewood Plaza and Crescent Park. I have less definitive views about those. I do think it is worth noting something that I've always felt about permanent parking systems, which is they're always a double-edged sword. There is always a downside. And we have heard that although there is strong outcry from the neighborhoods, it is not unanimous. And I just want to make sure that we do recognize that. The residents are not all of the same mind. Some would oppose this. I think if somebody tried to impose this, or if people started circulating a petition in my neighborhood right now for this, it probably wouldn't be very successful. But in Evergreen Park and Southgate, it seems very clear that there is broad consensus, if not unanimity, in favor of taking action and doing it promptly, doing it in a way that puts the residents first. As I mentioned earlier, or asked during the question period earlier, anything that we can do for Southgate to improve safety and provide parking relief through engineering solutions parallel to the institution of an RPP system, I think is worth pursuing. And it sounds like staff is already starting to work on some of those. And if it's helpful for us to incorporate into our, and allowed for us to incorporate into our motion that tonight, that we're interested in accelerating that, supporting that in whatever ways staff needs, I'll be very supportive of doing that this evening. Again, that's things like adding red paint at the corners and at the edges of driveways to make sure they're not blocked. Having more passing areas so that even if you can't have a car on one side, a car on the other side, an emergency vehicle in the middle, if it's an emergency vehicle and a bike or a car and a bike, it gets pretty crowded pretty quick in Southgate. As just a general comment, I think that we should have that policy everywhere in the city. If we don't already, there are other streets and other parts of the city where we have the same issues, including in downtown North. I'm never enthusiastic about taking away parking spaces, but for safety, I'll make an exception. So yeah, I do think that we should prioritize the engineering solutions separately from, but not in advance of, and not to cause delay of RPP. Now, one of the tough questions that I don't have a clear answer on is whether we should do the same system for Evergreen Park as we do for Southgate. We did hear from Christine, and thank you, by the way, for those who came both to the City School Liaison Committee, where we heard about the challenges there, and as well, thank you for coming again tonight. We heard from Christine that in Southgate, not everybody's enthusiastic about being part of the same system as Evergreen Park. I do think that Evergreen Park having a system that's either an extension of the College Terrace one or a parallel system, whichever is most efficient, easiest, fastest, cheapest to get done, I'm in favor of. I don't really care if it's one system that's enlarged or a second one that's parallel. Whatever gets it done fastest. As far as having a separate one for Southgate, if the community is okay with and seems to prefer, from what I heard tonight, if Southgate's okay with having a separate process because they do want to have some community outreach, they do want to have stakeholder engagement, which I think would especially include Stanford and more than anyone, Palo. But in the meantime, we accelerate some of those, some of the engineering solutions. That might be the way to go for those two. So I'll leave my comments at that for the time being.
Vice Mayor Scharf.
Thank you. So several things. First of all, I think absolutely Evergreen needs RPP parking. I think that's clear. I think Southgate does too. So I think the question is, what is the best way to approach this? So for Southgate, it seemed fairly easy to me. The person came up and spoke and said they want to create a Southgate RPP through a stakeholder process. That's what I heard from that. It seems reasonable. I think that's appropriate. I think Southgate and Evergreen are different. So that's where I think we should go on Southgate. I also think Southgate should get some interim relief for the summer as the Palo kids go away. So I think there's a little bit more time there on Southgate to do that necessarily than Evergreen. So I don't know if most of you know, but my office is actually right next to Evergreen. So I've been there for 16 years now. And I've got to say, when I first started in Evergreen, there's always been parking intrusion in that neighborhood. Always. The question is it's gotten progressively worse. And actually, I was driving through the neighborhood of there to get to Sven's house to charge my car. This is a true story. And some woman comes out and says, oh, there's one parking spot over there if you need a parking spot. So obviously some of your neighbors are fairly friendly about the whole parking thing. And I said, no thanks, I'm actually trying to get through the neighborhood because it's a little difficult. You have to weave around to get to Sven's house. So I wanted to say that there's always been some parking there. And I'm very concerned that if we just annex you into College Terrace, that we won't have that stakeholder engagement process. And the other thing I'm concerned about is we did set up an overall process, and we all voted on it, and I think it's important that we follow that process, and if we're not going to follow that process, then we should do away with it. So I think we should follow that process, frankly, and especially in Evergreen, because I do think we need to get Evergreen done as quickly as possible. But I'm going to push back against you a little bit, David. And one of the great things about knowing David is you get to go have tea at his house. So that's one of the great things I've really enjoyed about doing that. But I got to say, I don't recall in 2009 when I ran you asking for RPP. I know you didn't. And I don't recall it in 2014, frankly. So I don't feel it's really fair to say to us up here that we've been ignoring the situation. I think that, we've now set up this process. We're having the hearing tonight. We're moving forward on it. We recognize it. And yeah, could we have done this 6 months earlier? Yeah, I actually would think we probably could have. But in the scheme of things, it hasn't been 10 years that we've sat up here and done nothing. It hasn't been the last 7 years. You haven't asked me for it for that long. So that's my impression of it. But yes, we do need RPP. I do want to get it done. But on the other hand, we do need to take care a little bit of the merchants. We do need to ask ourselves where they're going to park. How are we going to get this done? We are going to build a new parking garage. I do think we should build that parking garage bigger and eventually move parking out of Evergreen. But I do think there has to be some level, and I actually don't think it's necessary for office workers to park in that, in Evergreen. But I do think the merchants, I think the speaker was correct. These are small businesses with people who drive in from other places and they need a place to park. And I think some of that parking, and I think that's what the stakeholder process is how much of that parking so that you get down so that you can park in front of your house, that you clear out the parking like we have downtown. When I now go downtown, there's parking spaces. People can park in front of their house. And I think what we need to do is create that quality of life and move it back to the way it was, you know, I don't know, what is 10 years ago when it was? But, so that's sort of what I'm thinking. I don't know the answers to these questions, but I think it's going through that stakeholder process. And I think that we should expedite that process, get this done as quickly as possible. But I don't think we should just annex you in and not think about how we're going to do this process and the effect on California Avenue, which could be dramatic for the merchants, frankly. And I think one of the things we really want to do is preserve that retail, preserve those shoe stores, preserve that, and the people that work there, they need a place to park. So that's my initial thoughts on that. I actually don't know what to do about Crescent Park. If the person from Crescent Park said annex me into the downtown one with the rules of whatever the downtown one, I'd say fine. But that's not what I heard. I heard for one street, basically, they want a separate program. I think that's much more difficult to accomplish given the resources, given what we need to do. So I also think that that one gets a lower priority in my view. But if they did want to be annexed in, I think we could accomplish that fairly quickly and do that. But I'd have to hear from the neighborhood that that's what they want to do. On Edgewood, I think we just need to understand what's going on out there. And from the presentation, this is nothing against staff, I just don't understand what's really going on out there. Do we really need a permit program for that one stretch, or is there another way to solve the problems out there once we understand what the problems are out there? So that's my initial comments, and I'll leave it there.
Councilmember Berman.
Well, thank you very much. So, I mean, I've been on council 3.5 years, and I've heard those entire 3.5 years, and even before then, that we need more parking supply on California Avenue. That's why I asked to serve on the infrastructure committee on council with Greg and Pat, and the mayor and the vice mayor. That's why I served on the campaign committee to raise the additional resources to build an additional parking garage on California Avenue, which is going to add, I think, 200 spots once that's done, and we're going to build that garage before we build the public safety building. I was conflicted out of the downtown residential permit parking program because I live downtown. But my colleagues implemented a plan and recently annexed a large chunk across Middlefield into this plan that still allows for some amount of parking for residential work or for retail workers and other workers in the business core. My question to them is how do we create one plan for downtown and a totally different plan for California Avenue, and what's the justification to those residents that we just implemented that we just brought into that plan? You guys had a conversation until early hours in the morning on that. I wasn't a part of it, so I'll leave that up to you guys to kind of draw the distinctions. But the bottom line is we can't say we want a parking plan that allows for no workers and yet we want to protect local retail, because those two things don't work. We know from downtown that a lot of the people that park in the residential neighborhoods, as we heard from one speaker tonight, are retail workers that live so far away that public transit isn't an option for them, and they drive in for their jobs. And I'm not saying that they should have free parking in your neighborhoods. I don't think that, and I think we need to implement residential permit parking. But we have to be realistic about the fact that that exists, and they're not going to disappear. we're going to try to build more supply, and you know, we can try to do that faster in building the new garage, but we also just have to be cognizant of the fact that we have retail workers that need parking. And that's a problem that's developed over decades that we're now trying to fix. And so I do think we definitely need a residential permanent parking program. I think we need to prioritize Evergreen and Southgate. And you know, I'm open to a conversation about the differences between those two plans. But I need my colleagues to tell me where those people are going to park. Is it going to be Ventura? Is it going to be across Caltrain? Is it going to be, you know, how are we going to provide parking for them? I need to know that before we can approve, before I could vote for a plan that just eliminates the ability for them to park completely.
Councilmember Holman.
Thank you. And I have to start off, I have a question for staff. As I heard the staff comments and as I read what the At Places memo was and what the slide 25 is, it looks like what's in the proposed budget is 30,000 plus 50,000. But what the actual need is, let's just assume it's what's being proposed here, is 300,000 and 380,000 for a total of 680,000. So can you confirm or clarify for me what those numbers are?
The numbers that are contained in the proposed fiscal year 17 budget are actually in the draft budget. So there's a line item in the draft budget for 30,000 for in-house staff for capital expenses. There's a line item in the draft budget for 300,000 for capital expenditures for RPP in fiscal year 17. And then there's a line item in the draft operating budget for 50,000 for the operating expenses. So that's what's in the draft budget currently. So there's a total in the draft budget of 380,000.
Thank you for clarifying that. So, but what's needed according to these numbers is 680. Correct?
For all of them? The cost will depend on how many of these programs
Yes.
we wish to do and how we implement them. So the details of how the programs are designed.
Absolutely. That's why I said, like, just based on what's here on this slide, it's 680 that's needed, and you said 380 is in the proposed budget. Okay. Okay, that helps. So, you know, where to start? It would be easier if the College Terrace, if the Crescent Park neighborhood had come across with that application to be just added to the downtown. I agree with, I think it was Councilmember Scharf who said that. So I think some quick and easy outreach to them to see if they would accept that would be the quickest solution to that one. As is in the memo drafted by 4 of us, we talk about how a RPP program is really necessary because it's how you get, I think one of the speakers mentioned this too, it's how you get office workers out of their cars and into alternative forms of transportation. There are also a number of projects that have been approved in the California Avenue area and other places in town that got parking reductions because of TDM program requirements as a part of their approval process. But when projects are approved, though, and after they're built, it seems like the parking situation is exacerbated. So I'm not sure that we're having a successful TDM program without RPP. So I think that just indicates further that we need it. I wonder actually, because we've seen in the downtown how the impacts just spread and spread, you know, are we headed to a citywide RPP? There's some talk about that. I don't have the answer to that, but I do wonder because, you know, it's you know, the whack-a-mole kind of predicament that we find ourselves in. A couple of questions that I would have that I've posed to staff previously is, can we prioritize, again, going back to the memo, can we prioritize smaller employers having access to permits both within the district and without the district, or in other words, outside of the district, over larger employers. Can we do that? And the purpose of that would be to support the retailers and personal service, because they tend to be smaller employers. Can we share, or can the retailers and personal service businesses, can they share parking permits? Some would say that doesn't help, but I would say that it does, because it means that an employer who then pays for parking permits that employees buy, it's less cost to the employer. And if somebody's using, it doesn't take up more parking spaces, because you have somebody who's using a permit space on Monday and you have somebody else using a different permit in another space on Tuesday. You know, it doesn't create more demand. So it is a help. I think it is somewhat different, the situations of Southgate and Evergreen Park. And maybe the answer there is an RPP. Maybe the answer there is engineered solution. Staff has said that would be a quicker outcome and maybe easier to manage. I don't know how the neighborhood feels about that. I guess in addition to the comprehensive plan and all the things that he's gone, but David Schramm brought up about the comprehensive plan and how it supports neighborhoods being protected from spillover parking. I would say also that our council priority of healthy city, healthy community also supports and promotes that. And, you know, we've heard all kinds of outcroppings of what happens when there's so much intrusion parking into neighborhoods that aren't really good situations that promote safe conditions. So I think those are my, just one last comment is, going back to the budget matter here, we have in our budget a number of transportation related items, and you know, there's $2 million for parking guidance. There's parking management study implementation, $1.7 million, downtown mobility and safety improvements at $1.4 million. I could go on for some others. Surely we could come up with another $300,000 somewhere, not necessarily there, but surely we can come up with another $300,000 if that's what it really takes to help support these programs.
Councilmember Du Bois.
So we have this new RPP ordinance. I think we may need to tune it, right? I think Councilmember Sharp said we have it, let's use it. It's kind of the first time we've used it, so you know, there may be some things we need to fix. I think we've learned that when we do have free street parking, some people won't buy permits, and we're price discriminating parking downtown and seeing how far people will park for free and walk in. You know, I'd say let's not recreate that experiment in Southgate and Evergreen Park. And also, I think we're seeing an issue with this ordinance of pitting neighborhoods against neighborhoods, which isn't good. So I think we need to think about that too as we go forward. So in general, it feels like this ordinance is just too complex. It's time consuming and expensive. I know we said we don't want a cookie cutter approach, but you know, if we can only do one or two a year, I think maybe we need to actually err more on a cookie cutter approach, or a kind of deploy and adjust approach, something that's kind of a little bit lighter weight. And again, in these neighborhoods, we have multiple buildings coming online. I understand why residents want to get you know, a permanent program as quickly as they can. At the same time, I think we all want to protect our local retailers. So I think we need to shift our process a little bit. Just right now, it takes too long, takes too much staff time. You know, and even when you look at Edgewood and Carson Park, I kind of feel the same way. With Edgewood, we have people who have petitioned, they followed the process, and there's no grocery store there. What's going to happen when a grocery store goes in? Seems like now's a good time to put an RPP in place so that we can expand it when we need to. And for my colleagues that weren't part of the Crescent Park discussion, we had a very long discussion about where does downtown end, and we pretty much agreed that phase 2 should be where it ends. And I think what we heard from the people in the extra streets is they feel that too. At some point, Crescent Park becomes a residential neighborhood, and we shouldn't just extend the downtown RPP indefinitely. And so while I know that seems simple and easy, even the last streets we added didn't want that. They wanted a residential permit parking program, and they kind of accepted what was available. So, you know, in the presentation, you know, this is one of the cons of an RPP is that traffic relocates. So if we did a program in Southgate, where's it going to go? It's going to go to Evergreen Park. Doing an Evergreen Park, it's going to go to Southgate. There's really nowhere else around there to park. So I think we absolutely have to do both at the same time. Because if we don't, we know what's going to happen, that the other neighborhood's just going to get hammered. So in the Palo Business District, I think Karen's idea of allowing employers to share permits among, you know, potentially retail employees that don't work every day. Again, the idea is, you know, one permit that just gets shared, you know, based on when a restaurant worker is working. So I think the biggest thing here is what I want to see is a real emphasis on speed of implementation, and it's a quality issue for the neighborhoods. I think it really does put teeth into the TDM, and so we want to be able to react quickly and help businesses, but I would say let's put in a program, let's pick a number, a relatively small number, you know, 10%, and then have a way to adjust, and maybe look at how we share permits in parallel so that we can get more parking in the business district. You know, the other thing with this Evergreen Park area is it starts at College Avenue. There's several streets that are part of the business district that can be business parking that we could utilize more effectively. So, you know, I'm looking for a motion. I'd support a motion that gets protection in place as soon as possible and allows us to adjust and learn rather than to study it and not get anything in place for a while.
Councilmember Schmidt.
Yeah, I agree with my colleagues. We do have a approved citywide RPP program. We've invited people to participate in it. I think we need to move ahead with the applications we have. We need to give staff the resources they need to process the applications. I think we need to, you know, have them be ready for overflow parking that might take place. I mean, Ventura neighborhood and across the tracks are natural places where this will show up again. But I think the council needs to think strategically about the questions that they need to grapple with. What does retail health mean? How much commercial growth do we want? New garages are necessary. Effective TDM programs. We need to talk with Palo Alto School District about transportation. And ultimately, who pays? Who subsidizes all these changes? And finally, how do we put this into what we want our city to look like and be? How, through influencing retailing, commercial growth, neighborhoods, quality of life, we will be creating the city of the future. And we need to put our attention on that.
So I'll lend my support for a number of the comments. First, that I think both of these neighborhoods need RPP program relief. I think that Southgate will actually be the easier one to solve because it actually is the place where we can drive what is essentially a simple transportation demand management program, and that is kids at Palo should ride their bike to school and not drive to school, and it's not real complicated, except that we're going to have spillover. And so those who say, I don't want spillover and I don't want impacts on retail and I don't want this and I don't want that, well, I don't want, I want things to fall from the sky too. But in reality, we're going to have spillover. So the next spillover will be into Old Palo Alto from both the Cal Ave area, and as we've heard from Evergreen folks, there are people who ride Caltrain, either take it to the airport, park in the neighborhood for days or on a daily basis, and they're not going to be allowed to park, certainly not in the numbers they have in Evergreen, and so some will choose to go over on the other side of the tracks in Old Palo Alto. And I also suspect we're going to have Pali kids parking on the other side of the tracks for both entrances, near Churchill and near Embarcadero. And we're going to have that spillover. And I think we need to be objective about it, and that'll be the next impacts. We don't know exactly how much. That's part of the reality, and what we had in the downtown, we can't predict exactly who's going to do what. We might have a sense of it based on patterns, but we're going to see what happens. And I do want to address a few of the comments on, first, the shared permit. So I sublet an office on Cal Ave. I've had a permit for years, but I only use it once every couple weeks because for the last 3 years, I almost always ride my bike, and I get there faster, and I park actually right at my stairs instead of in the parking lot. So it's better. And I have neighbors in offices who live a mile away and drive their car every day. So when we talk about this issue of residents versus commuters, in some cases we are talking about commuters, and many that are coming from elsewhere. In other cases, we're talking about residents who are commuters, who frankly, many of them don't need to be car commuters to Cal Ave. So that, other than the Pali students, those are the other behavior changes that we may see, some positive ones in the near term. In the downtown area, we have the start of this transportation management agency, which is underfunded. We've identified how we can reduce the car trips. And remember, solving the parking problem also basically solves a lot of the traffic problem at the same time. So we get two wins out of this. There are real benefits to the community of having residential permit parking, both the quality of life benefits for the neighborhood and the traffic. But driving the parking out of the neighborhood won't in itself in any way address the traffic problem unless those people take other means to get to their work. The shared permit, I don't think my colleagues have really thought this through very well, because if you have shared permits, it doesn't create any new parking spaces in the downtown. And it doesn't in and of itself utilize those parking spaces more. What staff now does is if they believe that they have capacity for permit parking, they sell more permits. If we share permits, it will simply mean less revenue for the same utilization of those spaces. So instead of right now, staff says, oh, we got some spaces, we'll sell more permits, and that employer has now, instead of one employee with a permit, they have two. They each paid for a permit. If we share, they only pay for one combined. So that's the impact. There's no increase in parking by sharing permits. What it can do is, if we want to do something like we've done downtown, is figure out a way to make it more affordable for low-income workers. That's a different argument. But that's not the same thing as kidding ourselves that sharing permits is somehow going to in any way improve our problem. It just means less income from selling permits. So we also, we have set up this process. I want to talk briefly at kind of the high level. Over the last several years, this problem has gotten worse and worse in these neighborhoods. I'd say especially in Evergreen, but also in Southgate. A few years ago, it was a moderate problem. 30 years ago, I remember all the issues around the overflow from the gym on Park and El Camino. So this is, I think, clearly far and away the worst it's ever been in that neighborhood for parking. It's not the worst it's ever been in traffic. This notion that we also have a severe traffic problem because of this. We have people who go there to park, and those are some car trips. But we no longer have cut-through traffic for the most part in Evergreen, and we have it now for 30 years. So that problem's pretty solved. Evergreen has pretty low traffic problems. And this whole notion that somehow these people who come here to park, these workers principally who are working in CalAv are criminals, I think that's really a disservice. And it just reminds me of the kinds of arguments Donald Trump would make. And I found that really inappropriate. And then I want to say, I think that the arguments that residential permit parking should be there and that the comp plan supports protecting residential neighborhoods from the impact of the commercial development is a sound argument, and that's why we set up the RPP program and why I support it for these neighborhoods. But the argument that somehow this is a theft of parking is really also a disservice. We don't own the parking spots in front of our homes. They are publicly owned, and we have a reasonable right to say that there should be availability of those parking spots on a reasonable basis to us as residents. We shouldn't have to go a block or two to find a parking spot in front of our home. But we don't own them, and others occupying them is not a theft of my property. It's not in front of my house where I have parking all the time for the children's library and the children's theater and all of those. I don't think of it as a theft of my parking spot. I don't own it. I do feel that we should be able to have reasonable amounts of parking in front or adjacent to our own homes, and that's a reasonable expectation. So we want to align the problem with the solution, and we want to stay to things that are sound and accurate, and those are good arguments. We have good arguments for putting an RPP program and returning a reasonable amount of availability to parking to people who live there. And I would really hope that everybody sticks to those sound arguments and doesn't get into distortion and hyperbole that just isn't reasonable. So then the other dilemma that we have is, and this is the same one that we had in the downtown, we want to move from where we are to a solution. And if we, on day one, said that there can be, we've banned everybody but residents from the neighborhoods, first, we'd have a lot of spare parking space in the neighborhoods. I mean, the neighbors know this is a high percentage of the parkers are not neighborhood residents right now. And but what we do is create an actual crisis for all those workers, retailers and otherwise. What we want to do is drive the solution, which means get relief for the neighborhood right away, and I support the funding in our budget to implement this for both of these neighborhoods sooner rather than later, and begin to have significant release for the neighborhoods. And what we've done in the downtown is we said, okay, we're going to reduce, on day one, significantly reduce the amount of overflow parking in the neighborhoods. We sell a certain number of permits, and on day one, those neighborhoods experienced significant benefit, not perfection, but significant improvement. And each year, we're going to reduce the number of those permits that are sold. And we drive this TDM measures. Now, one of the problems is that we don't have this transportation management agency or authority that we have for downtown, it isn't expanded for the Cal Ave area yet. So we don't really have a solution for helping to come up with alternatives. And I'll give you an example. The cheapest transit is not the Caltrain Go Pass, it is the VTA's what's called the Eco Pass. And some of you may have heard, but the Stanford Research Park was able to negotiate with the VTA that got the group rate for treating the research park as if it's one company. That same thing could happen for all the Cal Avenue employers and merchants who are part of the Cal Ave Business Association, which would mean that each employee would get unlimited VTA bus pass for $1.50 a month. Now, not all of them are going to use that, but we have a good number, just like the research park did what's called heat maps, and they could see where all the employees worked. Even in the research park, surprisingly, a lot of them worked within a short distance of El Camino in Mountain View and Sunnyvale. So that kind of program is pretty darn cost effective. We also downtown have this rideshare app called Scoop, and it's really already having an impact. So there's a bunch of measures that go into actually solving this problem, which, remember, also solves our traffic problem if we do that. So I'm supportive of moving forward with the budget allocation to begin a program for both of these neighborhoods, and to do it on the model of what we've already established as our citywide program, and to do it sooner rather than later, and hoping that the neighborhood will recognize and value that immediate, nearly as soon as we get this going, near-term improvement, significant improvement, is a really good thing, and a long-term solution, meaning long-term, medium-term, each year better, is also very good. But that we do have trade-offs that we have to address. And so I think that's the direction that I'm supportive of. Councilmember Schmidt, Vice Mayor Sharp, sorry.
Thank you. And first of all, I'd like to say I actually agree with everything Mayor Burt just said. I do have a couple questions. You have option staff put together in terms of this. So when you look at Southgate, the first thing it says is evaluate and implement engineering enforcement and TDM options with PAUSD, monitor for possible future RPP, and then you have two other ones which I think are self-explanatory. So my first question is, what do you exactly mean by evaluate and implement engineering enforcement and TDM options? And is that, could you be doing that while also putting in an RPP?
In Southgate.
In Southgate. I just want to understand exactly what you meant by
So that's made up of two components. The first would be a look at the safety issues that were, mentioned by the residents, see if there's opportunities to create additional yielding areas by using red curbing, pulling some parking back from the corners. In particularly narrow sections, maybe we look at limiting parking to one side of the street. The TDM component would be to, I guess, establish a working group with the school district and start to talk about some, promoting bike riding by students more so than they do today. Also addressing some of the staff travel patterns, looking cooperatively with the school district at their permitting program and whether they're issuing enough permits for on-campus parking, things like that.
So when we talk about creating a Southgate RPP through a stakeholder process, I sort of envisioned that part of that would be what you just talked about with reaching out to PAUSD and going through that process. When you talk about the engineering solutions for safety, that's actually creating less parking in Southgate, right? That's what it sounds like. You're pulling parking away. Okay, I wanted to make sure I understood that. So with that, let's check one other thing here. Yeah. With that, I think I'd like to go ahead and try a motion, see if I can get this right. So I think, first of all, I think we should move forward for a budget allocation for both, to do RPP in both the Southgate and Evergreen neighborhoods. and budget that money. So that would be the first sentence. Then I think we should create a Southgate RPP through the stakeholder process with the understanding that we would also look at and implement engineering enforcement and TDM options with PAUSD where appropriate and through the stakeholder process. And then when it comes to Evergreen, I think we should implement an Evergreen Park RPP program through the stakeholder group process, including parking management options, and through the stakeholder process, determine how many permits should be sold to retail and personal service businesses in the area. Almost done it. So, no, almost done. And then, no, I don't think I will. I think then the only thing I thought I would add to that is determine if the Crescent Park, I don't know if I refer to it as a Crescent Park street or neighborhood or streets, but the Crescent Park group would want to be annexed into the downtown RPP or not. What about Edgewood? So on Edgewood, I was going to sort of see if anyone else wants to handle that. I mean,
Well,
go ahead.
Well, if I just might say something, I mean, it's maybe a little unfair as staff for me to be speaking this way, but I mean, I think that the urgency related to the main purpose, first of all, of this item was to get a prioritization by the council on these applications. That Edgewood, then Southgate, right, then Evergreen, Southgate, then Crescent Park, then Edgewood. I would say even in the latter two, we have probably a little bit more validation that would need to take place. And there's two ways we can do this. One would be for you to clearly say on those first two tonight, and that you're not dismissing these other two this year. I mean, because that's one of the concerns was the ordinance sort of spoke about one a year. I think people misinterpreted that as sort of saying that was, going to pit neighborhood against neighborhood, and there was only going to be one winner. Clearly, it's in the council's purview to establish stuff. The only thing I would worry a little bit about is you just say all four of them and we go away and there's confusion about are we doing them simultaneously, where's our application, and we do have a lot of the same people working on this. So if you did want to leave it the way the vice mayor is saying it, I do think we want to be very clear that there's a sequencing piece here that we would be, because we're going to have a lot of the same people working on these same things, that we want to be clear that we're dealing with the most critical and the most impacted first, and maybe there's a way we report to the council. Now,
So,
yeah, go ahead.
So I completely agree with you, Jim, and I meant it to be,
okay,
the most impacted is Evergreen, Southgate, and mostly because Southgate has that extra few months in there. But I don't want Southgate to walk away from this thinking they're a year away. I mean, that's sort of not what I mean by that.
I think that there are things that can be done.
Right, but I think it's a sequencing, Evergreen, Southgate, Crescent Park, and Edgewood.
And, yes, and I understand by the proposed motion at least is the basic recommendation would be to follow your existing ordinance that you have right now.
Yes.
That doesn't mean that there can't be some expedited approaches within that, but as far as dramatically reframing the ordinance, I think the city attorney would say we may have to bring back some ordinance changes to actually do that. And I would just say we want to be thoughtful about that because I know a lot of the council has talked a lot about let's establish rules, let's follow the rules. So we kind of say those things and then, we at least then need to follow the process to change the rules a little bit if that's what we're going to do. That doesn't mean there isn't some latitude within there. Okay.
It's okay, second. I'll speak to it, then I'll help him write the motion. I actually appreciated everyone from the neighborhood coming out, and I thought that was great. That's the way it's supposed to be. I thought you all did a really good job of talking about the urgency of Evergreen, frankly. And want to impress that the motion, and I will probably put something in there just a little bit, that as soon as possible. I mean, I want this to be expedited, and I want it to happen quickly and all of that. But at the same time, I do think we need to go through the stakeholder process, and we do need to include the merchants in the stakeholder process. So with that, I'll let Mr. Berman.
Well, thank you for the motion. And I also want to thank all the residents from the community, and I know we still have a couple left, but a lot of folks have gone home. And I know it's disappointing to people who wanted an immediate annexation into College Terrace, and if I lived in Evergreen, I'd be advocating for the same thing. Unfortunately, it's my job and it's our job to weigh all of the different neighborhoods in the area, weigh the residential needs, the retail needs, and try to come up with a solution that provides immediate relief, which I think this will, but also doesn't create a crisis either for the retail workers on California Avenue or for the other neighborhoods around there. There also needs to be some amount of equity across the city. And we've established a residential permanent parking program in downtown for people that had never had parking intrusion at all. And now they have a residential permanent parking plan that does allow for some small amount of worker permits on their blocks. We will decrease those as we move on, and we will shrink the geographic area as we move on. And I just don't know how we would pass one system around the downtown area and pass a totally different system around the California Avenue area. I think this, hopefully addresses, at least some of the residents' concerns. And this plus the additional supply that we'll create over the next couple of years will begin to dramatically increase the quality of life in the Evergreen and Southgate neighborhoods. I agree with the Crescent Park annexation into downtown if they're willing. And I agree that we need to figure out better what the deal is around Edgewood Plaza, if that's just an overnight parking thing. I think, to Councilmember Du Bois's point, once that grocery store is fully occupied, it's going to be a different situation. But I think it also makes sense then to kind of see what that situation is going to be, or else I'm not sure the neighbors are going to opt into a program now until they really start feeling some impact. So it's a bit of a chicken and an egg issue, but I think we need more info before we move forward, and we need to prioritize a little bit.
Okay. Councilmember Du Bois.
I think I probably need Councilmember Sharp. I have several friendly amendments. So I think in terms of prioritization, I agree with this, but I think it's critical that we deploy Southgate and Evergreen Park in parallel, or we'll just have students parking at Evergreen Park and walking through Southgate, or we'll have Cal workers parking in Southgate and walking through Evergreen Park. So I would propose that, after for Southgate and Evergreen Park neighborhoods, comma deployed to be deployed in parallel.
So I just want to understand, because the city manager thought we should prioritize it. What are you suggesting, that we would slow down Southgate, for instance, if Evergreen wasn't ready, or we'd slow down Evergreen if Southgate wasn't ready? Because I personally would rather get either of them with their separate programs. I don't think they're the same program, in as soon as possible, and that may be. And I think what you're going to do is you're going to slow one or the other down by saying they have to come out in parallel.
Yeah, I agree that they could be separate districts, but I do think they have to come out together. The green area of Southgate is the part that hits Evergreen Park. And so I'm just concerned we're going to totally swamp whichever neighborhood comes second. And so I just think it's an important goal, that they may have different characteristics, but they could actually be enforced as one large district as well. Right.
So I'm not opposed to that. For me, it's just a timing issue. It might slow the process down. But I let the city manager respond.
Can I clarify it in this way? I think the intention is shared, which is what's the quickest and most expeditious way to achieve both of those. That being said, we'd be better off being able to be flexible, because as the vice mayor said, there are some unknowns that may pop up that would say, you know, some bifurcation for a little bit of time may work better than the other. I mean, I think what the objective is, we want to get restricted parking in both of these areas, but again, it's going to be interesting. There may be, I don't know how we'll handle the employee parking in Southgate in relation to Evergreen. We'll have to work that through. Do you know what I mean? I understand the problem about spillover, but the initial...
Yeah. We're just hit by spillover every time. I think it's critical that we do them together. It's basically one large enforcement district, maybe with different rules. So if it's close to the same time, sure. It's really a question of how far apart they come. So anyways, that's my first friendly amendment, that they be deployed in parallel.
So why don't you put, are you open to something that says they will endeavor to have them to come out together, so they have some flexibility, but not, they have to open the same day, because maybe it's a couple weeks with each other, or, I don't know, I'm happy to have something that gives a little discretion to staff, but gives the impression that that's what we want.
Okay. Are you guys having a discussion about this?
Councilmember Du Bois, what if we had something that, and that we direct staff to attempt to align the launch of both?
That's good. So that's really up at the top there, after Southgate and Evergreen Park neighborhoods. Yeah, comma, and attempt to align deployment.
To attempt to align the deployment.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just so we're clear, because there will be staffing logistics. I mean, I'll be honest with you, if it were me, I mean, well, I will be involved in it, but, you know, if push came to shove, I'd say, look, we can get Evergreen out 3 months in advance of Southgate versus holding them both up. We would recommend that that's what we would do, unless there was an implication that seemed
well, and the potential implication is whether we'll create spillover into Southgate.
That's exactly right.
Right. And I'll say it as a friendly amendment, but it's kind of the opposite of what you have, but that Crescent Park be a separate RPP. And again, having been in the discussion, I think a lot of those people do not want to be part of the downtown RPP. I also just wonder, is this appropriate, since we had a bunch of people recused on this?
We looked at that issue and determined that this small segment of additional blocks, which was a separate application, really shouldn't be analyzed together in the same way as Phase 2, which was a set of rules that encompassed the entirety of the downtown north, Professorville area. So we think it's appropriate that it proceed without recusals, except for the one from Evergreen Park.
Right, okay. So again, I would change, the Crescent Park so in terms of priorities, it would be Southgate, Evergreen Park, and then Crescent Park as a separate RPP from downtown.
No, I think Crescent Park should come back to us, tell us if they want to be annexed in, so then we could do it quickly. If not, then we have to have basically a separate discussion of whether a small separate program makes financial sense, make it one street, whether or not, I mean, having one street on this.
We have gotten some comment that at least some neighbors would be interested in the quickest route.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we told them that they missed the deadline.
I think that one, that it's problematic to have a separate RPP district for just a few blocks. But on the other hand, I didn't get to participate in this because I was 490 feet from the edge of the last extension. I'm not in it. But I think that there were two things that maybe weren't done right. One is that it would be less onerous on those residents if that the permitted parking without a permit was 3 hours rather than 2. And I just can't imagine, so this is where if your guests or workers are there, that some downtown worker is going to go and walk a mile and back every 2 hours to move the car. That applies when you're adjacent to downtown, that's a risk. But it doesn't apply in these extended areas. And so what we've done is inconvenience those residents who can't have guests. They have to get a guest permit for every 2 hours, and I just don't think there's any negative impact there. The second one is this fundamental question of when we've created a spillover, should commercial permits be sold in an area that never had an impact? And I don't think they should.
That's the definition, not being in the downtown. So I don't know if there's a second for my amendment.
Well, that actually can be in the same program, but with just a different policy on the annexed areas. I don't think it has to be a different area. And now that's a more complicated issue, but I just want to lay those on the table.
That was a big part of the discussion. Yeah, that again, in terms of priorities, basically I'm almost making the PTC's motion that Crescent Park would be the third priority as a new RPP district. Okay.
Okay.
And I actually have one more. Well, and then the
all right, so you can offer something else as a friendly amendment, but as an amendment that we have to take up separately, we're going to have to deal with this.
So as a friendly amendment, we would actually list Edgewood Plaza as the fourth priority, which is not currently in the motion.
So that's just a prioritization?
That's fine.
Okay, so that's accepted.
And then
oh. Okay, yes.
Okay. And then,
well, I wouldn't be opposed to, I mean, if we say it's going to be a third priority if they don't want to be annexed in, I'm happy to look at it as a third priority. I think we need to come back, though. Just like Edgewood Plaza needs to come back. Are you saying they don't need to come back and staff just goes works on it? Because if you're saying that, I'm not going to accept it. I mean, I think that it should be the fourth priority, but I think they need to come back to us and we need to then think about it. And I'm fine with Crescent Park the same way. They should be the third priority. They should come, if they want to be annexed, I'm happy to do it quickly. If they don't want to be annexed, then they should be the third priority, and then they come back. And I don't know if we're saying the same thing or if we're saying something different.
well, I'm concerned. I think the speaker said it. They asked to be annexed. They were told they missed the deadline. So then they were told the quickest way to do it was to apply for an RPP, which they did. And now we're telling them, oh, by the way, we'll just annex you, which is what you originally asked for.
Which is the quickest way to do it if they want that.
But it also implies, we also had a long discussion about, it implies that they will get employee permits.
It does.
Further out. And so how big is downtown? We keep annexing it indefinitely. And we had a long discussion about that as well.
Well, maybe
and the five of us that voted kind of said the phase 2 boundaries at the end of downtown. So, yeah, a little bit struggling because we had this discussion without you guys participating.
Because what you've gotten right there, I'm fine with it being a third, as long, and then Edgewood Plaza being the fourth. I just think you need to, are you saying that you're not accepting them being annexed?
Yeah.
Even if they want to be annexed, that's what you're saying.
Well, the only reason they would want to is they'd be told they don't have a choice.
No, I'm not saying they don't have a choice, because they know they come back to council, then the question is it would be quicker. That's really the question, because otherwise they're the third priority. So they're probably looking at not this year.
Right.
And so if they want this year, then they should come back, and I think we should do what the neighborhood wants.
Yeah, I think what they want is to have residential parking. Yeah, so I will stick with it as a separate amendment, but I'd like to have Edgewood Plaza as the fourth priority. And then you did something interesting, which was the retail and personal service workers, which is different from than downtown. And I think we could generalize that to include Edgewood Plaza to say retail and personal service workers.
I'm sorry, can you point to where you're referring to?
3 lines up from where the cursor is. So
Oh,
implement, for the Evergreen Park, it says permits to be sold to retail and personal service workers. And my amendment would be in nearby ground floor districts.
That's fine with me.
And again, that could apply to Edgewood as well.
Mr. Mayor?
Okay. Yeah.
May I make a comment? So in some of these details, council may be getting into actually designing the potential RPP district. That really isn't fully before you tonight, and it gets ahead of the staff process that's contemplated by the ordinance. So to the extent that council wishes to offer some ideas that the staff should consider, I think
Well, that's
that works.
actually, I think the language says, including determining how many permits should be. So it's not, that's directing or asking staff to determine it.
Yes, and part of that is going to be exploring, making distinctions between different types of workers. We have already a program, and we've vetted and established that there can be a means test, income test.
Right, I don't think this narrows that. It just says staff needs to come back with essentially their recommendations. They determine how
Yes.
that should be broken up.
Very good. So we will have to look at whether it can be broken up like that in addition to the quantity.
Okay. So I actually don't want to accept nearby ground floor districts without just an understanding of what that means. What do you mean? I mean, why don't we just say personal service and retail? I mean, in California Avenue. I mean, it doesn't have to be the street. I think that's too prescriptive.
I think it's called the ground floor retail district, isn't it?
So that's what you mean by nearby the entire California Avenue retail district? Well, yeah, that's what we're
I was trying to generalize, yeah, I think we're being clear that it's not the same as downtown, which included office workers.
Right, but that's what I already have, that retail and personal service workers. That's clearly not an office worker.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it's fine as is. I was trying to generalize it for Edgewood Plaza.
So, but I then need to change, if that's your amendment, I need to change mine because that makes no sense to me. So I would say in Crescent Park, annex into the DP or not. If not, come back as the third priority for a separate RPP district. That would be what I had intended there. Edgewood Plaza would then be the fourth priority.
Right.
And so if you want to change your motion to make some sense in that context, your amendment.
Okay. I think I would just, yeah, I'll strike my amendment if you will accept those changes.
Okay.
So,
All right.
do you agree
That
with
makes
that?
it simpler.
That's fine, based on resident input, right?
Could I offer a suggestion? We have what's called the eligibility area for the downtown RPP, and that's the larger area that you created as part of Phase 2. Once an area is added to the eligibility area, it's an administrative process to be annexed into downtown RPP. A simpler way to handle this might be to just add those streets to the eligibility area, and then they could decide to submit a petition to be administratively annexed to the downtown RPP.
So then if they don't elect to do that, then it comes back to the council. If they do, you don't have to come to council, you just give it to them.
We would still come, but we could put a resolution on consent, I suppose.
So can you change the language to do that?
Would there be any discussion about how many permits would be sold in those?
How would I change the language? I would say,
So what would the language say if in Crescent Park?
recommend that the Crescent Park streets be added to the downtown RPP eligibility area.
So not recommend, shouldn't we just say, add the Crescent Park thing to the?
It requires changing the resolution for the
okay, so
downtown
recommend.
RPP.
Correct.
But, so one last question, Josh, how many permits would be sold in that area? Would it be part of the zone they're in?
It would be proportional to the number of spaces that are on those streets. I think Sue Ellen knows the percentage.
Yeah. Those 3 streets would be added to Zone 10. And in Zone 10, we've released a certain number of permits that are proportional to the number of spaces. So roughly 30% of all on-street spaces were released as employee permits. So what we discussed with council related to RPP is that when new streets are added to zones 9 or 10, that a proportional number of permits would be released for sale.
So then I think you just need to add, if not added to the, if not, if they don't petition for that, right, then they get to come back with their separate RPP.
I'm sorry, you can't speak from the audience after we close the public speaking. If the council member wishes to ask a member of the public a question.
I'd be happy to ask.
So what's your question?
My question is, what did you just say?
So, okay, please come to the mic, and then we have to control the meeting.
No, I understand that, and I appreciate your giving me a chance to further explain. Your question, Councilmember Sharp, has to do with, do we come back and petition? But we have already done that, and that is why this matter came up on agenda item 10 for those 3 streets. Petitions have already been mailed in.
So a simple...
requesting originally being added to the DRPP. Right. And then all except 5 of you had to recuse yourself, and the entire audience was filled with not only residents of these 3 streets, but all of Crescent Park that has had the overfill, saying we need a separate RPP. And so the ground in your decisions are changing from meeting to meeting, and it's very difficult as a resident to know what to shoot for and bring in front of you, because it changes.
So the purpose tonight would be to set that direction so that you know what we're doing. What staff suggested, which is easier for you, is that if we say we recommend that the Crescent Park neighborhood be added to the downtown RPP eligibility area, that makes it an administrative process. So you don't have to go through the process of coming to council. You get your petition in, right? It's a petition, or you get your petition in. I don't know, what's the threshold? Staff can probably explain it better than I can.
Yeah, the 3 streets have already submitted signature pages and a petition. 50% of signatures, or 50% of residences are required to provide signature for the petition. After the petition, we do a mail survey, which would be the point at which we would take off with these streets if they were added to the eligibility area. And we need a positive response from at least 70% of the homes on the mail survey.
So if the 70% of the homes do it, then you would be, you're in,
Right.
and then you're done and you get it.
But you have to accept 30% employee parking.
And if you don't want to accept the 30% employee parking,
Right.
then come back as the 3rd priority. It's probably over a year away.
Right.
And it's that way, it's really your choice.
Right.
Okay. Councilmember Berman, you need to determine if you are also okay with these changes to the motion. Okay.
Please.
All right. Councilmember Filseth. You good now? If we solved your problems, that's okay. All right, Councilman? All right.
So thanks. The question I had is I think all this is going very much in the right direction. Okay, I think we're right to leverage the framework that's been done. I agree with all the mayor's comments on why resident-only parking is not the way we should go. Right? I think we do need to make some accommodation for workers so long as we preserve neighborhood quality. I think one of the comments that staff made is that 30% of the spaces in downtown are allocated towards commercial parking, but the intent is that's going to ratchet back over time to a smaller number than that. Right? So I think that's important. So the question I had for staff and for the maker of the motion, the vice mayor, is that in the downtown neighborhood, the stakeholder process took over a year, okay? It was a long time. So how can we do this in such a way that it doesn't take another year until signs go up and so forth? Can we establish some, maybe this is right, maybe this is wrong, can we establish some parameters now to start with, and adjust them a year from now after we finish the process? How can we short circuit this?
Yeah, and can I ask the staff a variation of that question, which is the learning process that we had for downtown, how much do you expect it will streamline that stakeholder process here?
Oh, thank you, council members. I think we understand your desire to move more expeditiously with this RPP. We obviously learned a lot from the downtown plan. We're going to need to regroup and put our heads together and come up with a work plan for this, but we will try and keep your desires in mind and come up with a process that's more efficient, and we'll communicate back with you.
But do we think that the process that we went through for downtown in all likelihood is going to make this more streamlined because we've figured some stuff out on how to do this?
Absolutely.
Okay. I'm not sure they can quite give that. Yeah. Councilmember Holman?
Yes. A, I'm assuming that the intention there is to ask the Finance Committee, because we're in the budget cycle. I'm speaking to the maker of the motion here. I'm presuming that is asking the Finance Committee to identify an allocation for implementation.
Yeah, I mean, I think that clarification would be helpful, because ultimately it's going to be the Finance Committee's recommendation back to the council when the actual approval will take place. So it would be premature to be talking about approving it tonight. You would be asking.
Yeah, let's direct the Finance Committee to approve a budget allocation. I'm fine with that.
Well, to identify a budget allocation.
Right.
Okay, so it's direct the Finance Committee to identify a budget allocation. Okay. Under C, implement an RPP in Evergreen Park through a stakeholder process, including determining how many permits to be sold for retail and personal service workers. And I think this is what Councilmember Du Bois was trying to get at earlier. After the word workers, from the adjacent California Avenue Commercial District. And to be phased out over time. Again, that makes it consistent with the downtown RPP. Which permits to be phased out over time?
I'll go with the adjacent California Avenue district. Given that we're not putting any office workers in there at the moment, and given that it depends on how big a parking garage we build, in my mind, I'm fine with phasing it out. But if we don't build an adequate parking garage, then we may not be able to, because at some point we have to figure out where these people actually go. And I'm hoping that we build a big enough parking garage, frankly. But that's a question that council is going to have to grapple with.
Okay, so you'll accept from the adjacent California Avenue district?
Right.
Okay. And not
Well, before I do, it looks like staff's having some concerns or issues. Is there anything? I see a whole lot of.
We were just talking that the sooner you guys get done with this, the sooner we can get started on the program. But I think there's just a little uncertainty about the ability to specify the retail and personal service workers. So we can live with this, with the understanding if we dove deeper into this, if we needed some adjustment to it, we'd have to come back to you and let you know.
And understood.
We're going to be coming back to you anyway with the budget approvals and all of that stuff. I mean, there'll be opportunities to.
Yeah, I'd had previous. Are you accepting that, Mark?
Yeah, if the previous part is what's giving staff heartburn, then I'll accept
So the permits over time needs to come out.
So it stops after the word district. Yeah, I had previous conversation with city attorney about, maybe it has to be by the size of employer or something like that, but this is what we're looking towards. This is what the goal is. And I would imagine this has to be a separate amendment, but I'll put it out there. Excuse me. An F would be to direct staff to determine if employees can share parking permits both within the commercial district and potentially in the neighborhood.
I'll second. It's not accepted.
The maker agreeable to that?
Yeah, so why don't we just have a separate vote on that one? I'd like to hear the reasons then if we're going to.
Okay, so Tom, did you second? Okay, so if I can speak to that, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Okay, speaking to that amendment then, I did hear the arguments about why this doesn't really satisfy the issues. My argument is in favor of this is that it really does mean a lot to the employers, the smaller employers, to be able to do this. And I understand that it doesn't create more parking, understand that. Understand that it might be, well, it will be potentially some less revenue to the city, but I don't think significant. But it is a large gesture to the retail merchants in the California Avenue area. So it's something they've asked for, it's something they want, and it's something that would mean a great deal to them by their own statements.
Yeah, and I would echo that as well. As I was on the Cal Ave Merchant Association last year. This is for lower wage employees. These are for employees that are parking for free, that would not buy a permit. But if the employer can buy a permit and share it with, say, part-time workers, it creates flexibility that we don't have in our permit program today.
So if I might chime in here, this is now focused on not a notion that somehow this will create parking, which it doesn't. And we need to recognize that it will actually diminish revenue, but maybe we're willing to do that. And I think, first, I think we need to acknowledge those two things are facts. Then we have an issue about whether we're looking at a program similar to what we have in downtown, where what we're trying to do is have lower cost permits for retail workers or companies with part-time workers. My problem is that this motion doesn't carve those out. It's not talking about retail or low-income workers.
And my error there is it should be determined if retail and personal service employees.
Oh. I'm okay with that. Okay.
One last point. This was part of the colleagues' memo, so I think we're just kind of re-emphasizing that. And,
yeah, but
again,
the arguments in the colleagues' memo were bad arguments for it.
Well,
it claimed that it was somehow going to address the parking problem. This is a different issue. This is about helping the economics of low-income workers being able to have permits. That's different from what the colleagues' memo
so what we're trying to get to is it's not a loss of revenue if they're parking for free today. And you're trying to get them into a permit that works for them.
So let me respond to that.
We don't need
It actually is. We sell as many permits as we have spaces for. And right now, we sell one permit, or more than one permit actually, per space. Now, you will sell fewer permits for the same spaces. So it actually does reduce revenue. If you think it through logically, that's what happens. That may be a decent policy decision. We did something similar downtown, but I just don't want to make a false claim that somehow it's not going to affect revenue. Councilmember Wolbach?
So can I, if the maker of the original motion is going to accept this at this point?
Oh, sorry.
Because you were looking like you might be headed that direction.
I thought.
So I am headed that direction, but I just think it's phrased incorrectly. I think it should say something like direct staff to determine the best possible way. Let's see, let me just say what I want to, then we'll get there. If there's a way, and it's not just, it's really to get retail and personal service workers to be able to afford to get a permit that works in there. And that's a pricing mechanism. And you could either say you could share the permit, or you could lower the price of the permit and make it less expensive. And it's not clear to me which, frankly, is the better way to go without having explored it. So I really want staff to explore options to ensure that retail and personal service employees can purchase permits That's really what we're looking at. And it might be sharing. That might be the best way to go. But it might also be putting it at a lower price.
Could
just don't.
could I add to that? I'm getting a little bit worried about the level of detail we're getting into. Secondly, though, I mean, the hope, at least a part of this stakeholder outreach process, it seems to me, is to suss out this kind of information, and we would have it more contemporary with the idea of when we come back with recommendations, we'd be able to do that. In one sense, we're sort of preempting that stakeholder outreach process.
Yeah, I would support the broader intention, which is to look at ways to help support the lower income workers.
So,
Yeah, the way it's worded right now, it doesn't capture that, though.
so retail and personal service employees, you want to add in lower income retail and personal service workers?
No, I think retail and personal service.
I think personal service and retail workers are by definition usually.
Yep, I'm fine with that. I just.
Well, but just saying that they can purchase permits, they can purchase permits now. What's?
Let's see, why don't we say, with the idea that would be economically feasible to purchase, for them to purchase.
But I don't know if we should say insure.
So,
right.
So Karen, I think what we heard is we're talking about part-time workers, and lowering the price doesn't address a permit for the week or whatever. So I think we're losing that. This was the idea of sharing. So an employee has two employees, full-time employees at any time.
Why don't we say including sharing?
Yeah.
Direct staff to explore options, including sharing. Take out the word insure, but, because you're right. Direct staff to explore options.
Including sharing permits.
Right? So that retail and personal service employees, someone else come up forward, can afford permits. Why don't we say that?
Okay.
Close enough.
Councilmember Berman, you okay with that? Sure. All right. Councilmember Philseth.
I was just going to comment that I like the sense that we're asking staff to explore it as opposed to, prescribing something. I think if at all possible, we ought to have consistent mechanisms between the downtown plan and the California Avenue plan. I would hate to see us have sort of a different one for every neighborhood in the city solving the same problem.
All right. Please vote on the board. Oh, your light wasn't on. All right, sorry, go ahead. I'm just trying to get us out of here.
Just a couple things. One, as far as differentiation, I just want to say this real quick. As far as differentiation between different neighborhoods, I do think it is appropriate, and having heard this discussion, I do think it is appropriate for these neighborhoods, especially Evergreen Park, or Evergreen, to be, at least in some ways, potentially comparable to what we have in downtown. I do think it is appropriate for neighborhoods that are proximate to our major employment centers to be potentially different than neighborhoods which are very distant from major employment centers. So I like this. I just wanted to offer a couple of language cleanups because I just think, or suggestions, because it's getting late and I think we might have missed a couple of things here. I'm worried about the level of detail we've required here. So where it says retail and personal service workers, and actually C and F. What I was actually going to do is make a hopefully friendly amendment to combine C and F. Implement an RPP in Evergreen Park through a stakeholder process, and then get rid of through a stakeholder process, take the rest of C and include it with F. So
why?
Just to clean it up a little bit. And then
it doesn't have to be perfect. Staff can do it. Staff knows what we mean. We're not writing an ordinance here.
Yeah, true.
12:30 in the morning.
Well, yeah. So, and the other suggestion is that instead of retail and personal service workers, to change it to lower wage workers, because we've done analysis of that for downtown, but I don't think we've done that for CalAv, and it might be more sensible to stick with the differentiation based on income that we've done for downtown, rather than switching here to basing on what kind of business.
I actually think that's maybe appropriate. I mean, say you have janitorial workers, they're neither retail nor personal service.
Yeah, so I guess both places then it says retail and personal service workers, I would make a friendly amendment to change that to lower wage workers.
Yeah.
So that would be in C and in F if we're not combining them.
It's up to staff. Okay, so and we're not going to try and define what a low-income worker is tonight.
Correct.
So
That we've already explored that with downtown.
Can I just suggest, as the person who would like put this in both the memo and here, is like define lower income, and you have some people who work in retail that aren't necessarily lower income, but who also we prefer that they be able to park and facilitate their business than somebody who's in an office which has a TDM program applied to it. So I would hope that we stop wordsmithing and leave it as retail and personal service.
So why don't we just put in lower income workers and personal service and retail workers? Then I'd be comfortable.
Or lower income including. Is that the intention? You want to cover retail. He wants to cover low income. All right, so how about if we simply say low income and as well as
retail and personal
services.
Right.
Let me just suggest let's take it and run with it.
Well, if I might, I would actually determining how many permits be sold for employees. I would actually suggest that C just be for employees, and that as part of the stakeholder process, we figure out how many of those are office, how many are retail, et cetera.
No.
Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Philseth.
I just want to comment very briefly on bullet D, which has the Crescent Park. I think I concur with the Vice Mayor's original suggestion. The simplest and clearest way to do it is to annex that street into the downtown plan. I think we've done a good job of confusing everybody on these things, but I think that's probably the best way for that group to get what they want. What I would say is that if the only reason to try for a separate RPP is to go from a small number of non-resident permits to 0 non-resident permits, I'm not persuaded that's a good reason. If it comes back to council, I'm not inclined to support it. Thanks.
Councilmember Schmidt as our last speaker.
I move the motion.
Good timing.
You don't need to. You're the last speaker. All right. Please vote on the board. And that passes unanimously with Councilmember Niss recused. Thank you to staff and the remaining members of the public who have the perseverance that we do. Yeah. Okay, our final wrap-up items are intergovernmental legislative affairs. I don't think we have any reporting, and council members' questions, comments, and announcements. Anybody have anything they need to report at this hour?
The Warriors won.
Really?
Curry had 40.
Wow.
Curry scored 40.
Was 17 in overtime.
That's an important council member announcement.
Yeah.
And on that note, the meeting's adjourned.